Hello everyone, and Pot Limit Omaha, and it was a furious and fast action. We provided explosive action for the fans. It was took down by none other than the reigning, defending PLO champion from last year, Omar Eljak. What an awesome achievement for Omar, taking down €65,900 for his efforts and his second bracelet in 2 years. Today we are featuring the 2K Pot Limit Omaha event with another gold bracelet up for grabs. What do you think of that, Alan? What else is going on?
So not only that, Dan, we're also doing, as I always said the last 2 days, guys, we are giving away 10 codes which are worth so many prizes. Prizes include an iPhone 15 Pro, a PlayStation 5, AirPod Pro, and many more. For you guys to be in with this opportunity, you need to be tuning in. For today, we'll be asking a lot of questions involving the PLO, but not only general questions, we'll be also asking questions that may have happened previously or happening in the moment. So you guys are going to tune in for that. We also have the final flight, guys, for the mini main event, okay? So this is literally your last chance to get involved with this tournament, guys. It's a 2 million guarantee for this tournament, guys. Your last chance for a 1K buy-in tournament. This is a ridiculous value tournament, guys. Last chance, get on down. Not only that, guys, we have an off-stream event, the 550 Colossus, which, guys, it is an increased prize pool of 1.5 million. This is insane value, guys. Tournaments happening right now in Kings are hands down best value tournaments in all of Europe right now. Dan, this is insane value.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another event, another bracelet event. This is the World Series of Poker Europe, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. It's the 2K Pot Limit Omaha with a 300K guarantee. My name is Action Man Dan, and I'm here once again with my co-host Alan Finn. How are you getting on, sir?
Absolutely amazing, bro. And as I always say, the last 2 streams that we've done, it's just been enthusiasm, and a ton of excitement, my man. I'm super excited to be here, and I cannot wait to see how this unfolds.
Well, we've seen a lot of your enthusiasm there in the intro video. We can tell. If you can't tell, we are buzzing and excited to be back in the booth to bring you fans one of your favorite games, one out there for the true PLO fans. This is a 2K. I'm really excited for this. Last 2 days in a row, the final tables have been steamrolled by the chip leaders, so let's see what happens in this one. There is a severe buzz and excitement around the King's Resort in general. People arriving for what's set to be a massive 2 weeks left of poker, 2.5 weeks. It's only getting going. This is only bracelet number 2 of 15 bracelets up for grabs. 15 million guaranteed, featuring a 5 million main event. It's just incredible, and that's a 10K buy-in.
It's amazing, man. It's just, as I said, there's just been an amazing buzz around this casino the last couple of days we've been here, non-stop action, guys. The floor is filled, the room is filled, I should say the poker room is filled. There is cash game action non-stop, and as I mentioned in the intro, this is your last chance to get down and get to the mini main event, guys. 1K buy-in, 2 million guaranteed. As I said, the last chance to get on down, guys. Please, you are missing out on a massive opportunity for passing up with this. And just to add to that as well, this Colossus is a 550 buy-in. As I said, it's a 1.5 million euro prize pool, guys. It's insane value. Amazing, Dan. Absolutely amazing.
Some of the best value tournaments in Europe, maybe even the world.
Indeed, mate, indeed.
Incredible, all happening under one roof. You mentioned filling up and filling in there a few times. I tell you, I have to stop filling up my belly. I can't stop going back to that buffet. It is just a conveyor belt of all delicious treats, and everything from pizza to cake, pasta dishes, garlic potatoes, beef broths, chicken legs.
Ridiculous, man.
Loads of beef, everything you could want. And then, of course, there's all the healthy options, but if you want them as well. Indeed. I'm actually eating the healthy option, but then I've eaten all my healthy stuff, and then I'm going back, filling up on stuff that's not making me have too much energy. But it just shows how excited I am that I am continuing to feel so excited about this one. 2K PLO. If you're just tuning in, you're watching this live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Action is just about to be underway. Cards are about to be in the air. And so much ICM spots to talk about yesterday. amazing that he went and done, I call PLO the double stuff, the double trouble, but he went and won 2 bracelets in the same event back to back. An incredible achievement by Omar Eljak.
Indeed, mate, indeed. It was just amazing to see it as well. We saw so many situations and spots like this, which I'm sure we're going to see very relevant spots in terms of ICM going forward. There was insane spots where, you know, a lot of spots where guys were short stacked. We've seen one guy, Petrangelo, who was unfortunate to finish in 7th, who's obviously a very prolific player, known around Kings. And there was so many times where he, you know, maybe should have cashed for a little bit of a higher situation. But as I say, guys, this is just one of those spots with ICM, with PLO. Things get messy very, very quickly, and I'm sure we're going to see plenty of that today, Dan.
Yes, indeed. Lights, camera, action. Cards are in the air. 28 players remaining now, as you can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen, from a starting entry field size of 206. Average stack is 367k, which means that's just shy of 37 big blinds. I'm going to mention every day that I'm in the booth about how amazing the graphics are in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, showing exactly where the action has come from, making our jobs so easy. And another time I'm going to mention as well how amazing the production team has been at Kings, going above and beyond for the viewers at home. Again, this one going to favour all the Pot Limit Omaha fans out there. It's quite a large buy-in compared to what we were commentating on yesterday. But it doesn't matter about the buy-in, it's about that bracelet.
It is about that bracelet, bro.
I'm not going to say that the buy-in doesn't matter, of course it does. But look how star-studded a 550 was yesterday. And I'm not recognising too many players at this table, but I say that and then I just realise, okay, I do actually recognise this face, but suffice to say they're all very experienced. You're not going to see too many recreationals left in the field here with 28 remaining. Look how beautiful those colourful chips look. Hello to everyone tuning in on Twitch or YouTube. We've got the Action Army on Twitch here. We're on all the usual social media platforms. You know the drill by now. Poklu says he is feeling a little bit better, still hoping for a calm stream tonight. Well, it's PLO. Mightn't be as calm as you're hoping for. Nearly €100,000 for the winner of this one, Alan.
Yeah, man, it's insane money up top. As I said, when we get down to the final here table, Dan, there's just going to be so many spots where, like, you know, we're going to see some mad stuff in terms of, like, certain folds, certain hands just getting it in, but obviously be very, very selective with the hands that you do decide to go with, excuse me. So, yeah, as I said, bro, just going to be a jam-packed evening. We do have Cho here with a very, very pretty looking hand here, double suited, ace, jack, 10-10 in the under the gun position, raising 27k. Got Jatton here now. What do you think of this, Dan?
Yeah, going to be opening this one, even if it is into a full table. It's a double suited. It's actually a very pretty hand. There's a lot going on there.
See these two players being quite deep as well, Dan. Obviously blinds are only 5k, 10k, excuse me. Cho with obviously 7 up at 19k. Jatton with over $1 million, or well, at least $1 million we can see from the graphics anyways.
Yeah, this one is going to be very deep, as you would expect for a bracelet event. It's not that yesterday's wasn't very deep, it's just that one player had all the chips. So I expect we're going to see a bit of a longer stream today, and there's a lot of those middling stacks. 28 players, still a lot, and I mean loads of action to come here because they are super deep, it looks like, for the time being. Now I say super deep, you need a lot of chips in Omaha. Peters, who I recognise his face, he's got a wicked resume on his hand and mob. King 6-5 in the big blind. Do you like Jatton's call here with the king, queen 6?
It's probably a bit on the closer side, I guess, guys. I mean, given the stack depth that Cho and Jatton have, it's obviously a good opportunity to potentially stack someone in the future, but Cho's hand is obviously really, really pretty. Jatton obviously maybe just calling here with the queen, 6 king with the 1 suit. But we've got Peters obviously squeezing here, which I think is very, very standard with his hand double suited kings with a 6-5. Very, very standard 3-bet in my opinion here of that stack size. I can see he just wants to get this in, and I don't think Cho is going to be going anywhere, and he does decide to, is it the call or is it a, yeah, it's just a call, fair enough. It's pretty standard here. I think Jatton might get all the way here, but I think that at the same time, given he pretty much called, given the stack size between himself and Cho, he might decide to flick in a call here, but it is a pretty big raise here, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I think that all makes a lot of sense. Jatton might want to see a flop here, but it is on the looser side to peel. He's got the chips to do it. Let's see what he does here. Peter's just with 56k behind, so essentially committing himself. Might get away from it on an ace high flop, but still maybe not. Just 5 bigs behind.
Got Mr. Mark Cleary in the house. regular return chatter to my Twitch stream, guys. Funny dude. I'm sure he's going to leave some comments down that might make you start debating, questioning your life. We'll see how that pans out, but welcome in, Mark. Nice for you to join us.
I love the banter, love the humour.
We see Jatton making the call here down. Some interesting flops here between these combos of hands. Let's see how it goes down.
We like to have fun here, Alan. That is a very funny comment. Shout out to his boy. Says this time last year, Alan was selling hot dogs outside Crow Park for a living. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, the flop has come 7-5-5. Not a bad flop for Peters to get the last of his biscuits over the line. Already 340k out there for the taking. Not a whole lot going on for Cho and Jatton here. Well, they do have overpairs.
Does call.
Yeah, take it back. They're not going anywhere with their overpairs, but
obviously in bad shape versus Peters. I mean, technically he doesn't even need the 5 here given the calling range against both these players. Obviously he doesn't know that, but either way, dominant position here with a 77% equity percentage to win this hand.
Yeah, just leaving himself with 11k behind. Must be a pay jump. And there is indeed. They're so savvy, they're so aware of every situation. 28 is €3,133. Just a few €100 in the difference, with every penny mattering in an ICM situation. Turn is the ace of diamonds, and that's music to Cho's ears. That was an ace.
You still can't be happy here, Dan, getting called twice from Peter's perspective.
No, this is awful for Peters.
Well, he still has the 5 here, Dan, so...
Oh, he's got the 5. I'm sorry,
Exactly.
Alan. I thought he just had the overpair. My apologies.
No. Man's got a
lot of cards on the screen.
There is. I'm pretty much locked up from Peter's perspective, but he's obviously going to get the double up here for sure. Peter's not going anywhere here, mate.
Yeah, of course, with the set. Or trips.
I think you have aces, but
I mean,
maybe I can let one spot, you know.
He's not folding here for 11k, of course.
I mean, maybe
he's just waiting.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to say, bro. Yeah.
You see people giving out about this kind of stuff in the chat, but you know, that's still a €300 extra he can net into his account, even if he is beaten. But that is not the case. He's going to have a nice stack here unless he gets unlucky on this river.
For just the shout out there, Mr. Apocalypse is always showing support to myself and my Twitch stream. Genuinely appreciated my mate, or my man I should say, either or.
Oh,
river is another ace. I don't believe it.
That is horrible, Dan.
That is a disgusting river to eliminate Peters. And getting rid of a very, very tough opponent out of this 2k field.
Jesus.
Jesus indeed.
GG. We are the sponsors of the World Series of Poker Europe. Got all the moderators out in the chat. Hope you are all doing very well on this Wednesday evening. Forgot what day it was. I'm so immersed into all the action going on at the King's Resort.
It's like being in another world here, Dan, at times in terms of perception of time and day and whatnot. But you know, if it wasn't for the schedule, we'd be somewhat questioning what day it is. But yeah, today is Wednesday, the last I checked.
Yeah, it's great, man. We're in the boot, and then we're also eating like kings, relaxing like kings. What more could we want?
Indeed.
Okay, Mass, have we tried any cash games yet, or just hanging out with the buffet? Yeah, the buffet's been my best friend, all right.
Indeed.
No cash, no. Maybe on the last day, we'll see. Not planning on coming to Kings once, so you can bear that in mind. Take Take from that what you will. 27 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €3,426.
Looking at Apocalypse comment there, then I know we're going to be more focused on the action today, but I couldn't miss that one from Apocalypse.
They've been using hot dogs as chips. Nearly.
Nearly.
A lot of temptation with that buffet. We'll leave it at that. So, picking up the action here, Jatton raises to 30k with the ace, king, 6. Lee is going to 3-bet with a nice, pretty king, queen, jack, 9. A lot of connectivity and playability on the button here with this one.
Got show with a pretty decent hand here as well, Dan. I mean,
double suited,
a lot of connectivity going on here. It's obviously a very, very premium hand, I would say, to some extent. But he has to worry about Lee behind, or not, should I say Jatton behind, but he does get out of the way.
Yeah, I guess he would have been playing that one if there wasn't a 3-bet in front of him.
For sure.
It's a pretty committing 3-bet as well. You know, he's not just thinking, oh, I'm going to call 100k here. He's got to worry about the 164 behind. But we did see hands like that calling the tri-C flops out of position last night.
They were definitely a lot weaker, if I remember correctly. Whereas this, he just decides to 3-bet jam this, or sorry, 4-bet jam this, more or less, from Jatton. And he does decide to run it, Mr. Lee. It's a good look, sir.
It is all in and call, 548k in the pot. Jatton a 2-1 favourite. Lee needing to get lucky. He's only got 32% equity to remain in this tournament. Already seeing a lot of action.
Awesome. It's a fun game, Dan. Really, really fun game, especially to commentate on.
Jatton can afford this one, but I think he would rather win this pot than lose it.
Still a $500,000, over $500,000 in the stand.
Yeah,
this is a lot of big blinds.
This is a lot of big blinds.
We see Jatton at the same time, mate. Not afraid to just 4-bet get this in. Again, confident player by the sounds of it, or by the looks of it. So we'll go to a flop, or sorry, go to an all-in board.
Here we go, 10-9-6. And once again, it's a post-flop coin flip.
Indeed. I only want to start taking down how many times you're going to say that today, bro.
At least 10.
At least.
Turn is the 5 of clubs, and now Jatton 2-1 favourite once again as we hit the river. River is the jack of diamonds. Lee spikes that one. And now they're almost playing identical stacks. Very nice river there for Lee. 1 card away from elimination. Obviously, you're never dead in Omaha. I won't say never, but something to that effect.
Yeah. Them connected cards, man, just in general, just obviously going to have a lot of times, a lot of outs to improve, but that's, you know, an extra pair. You know, just a lot of equity with the straight draw. Obviously, kings were covered for the top end of the straight with the queen jack, which is what he had in the flop, but he still had a lot of 2-pair outs, which he does spike on the river. So well played, or sorry, well done, Mr. Lee, I should say. Congrats, sir, for the double up.
Yeah, well, I mean, both players' work was done. It was up to the poker gods. That river favouring Lee on this occasion, and he is going to stack. Geez, I love them chips. They're gorgeous. Everything down to the chips. Production value of those chips.
Production value, aye.
KM has officially declared he is not coming to Kings this weekend.
That's unfortunate, mate.
You just see him arrive there on Saturday.
Surprise.
Changed his mind. Driving like a bat out of hell. Well, you're going to miss your opportunity to get into that mini main.
That is true. It's the final day, guys, to get into that mini main.
You silly goose.
2 milli guarantee, guys. 1k buy-in. If you guys caught the intro, I was fairly enthusiastic when they recorded that earlier on, and I'm super enthusiastic about it again. As I said, the final chances today. Day 1D, final flight, 1k buy-in, 2 million guaranteed. a ridiculous amount of money up top. Impossible to say right now, but it's a 2 million guaranteed prize pool nonetheless. So final day to get down, guys. We also have the Colossus running, which is a 550 buy-in, 1.5 million guarantee, also an increased guarantee, I should say. So yeah, guys, so much stuff going on in Kings at the moment.
And Levan, who I have commentated on before, raising a 7-7-4. 2 clubs. Lee with the aces, double suited.
Very nice looking hand down, isn't it?
The ace, jack 4, indeed. Going to 3-bet that one, and that's going to be the end of that. Let's see what nationalities are being represented at this feature table. We have the United States of America, Sweden, who the champion was from yesterday, Georgia, China, the Netherlands, South Korea and Canada. What?
Mixed bag, bro.
All 4 corners of the globe.
Indeed. It's great to see it, bro. International.
Fantastic. Just shows how prestigious this series is and how much it means to people if they're willing to travel halfway around the world to win one of those gold bracelets.
A little bit closer for some, that's the best part, but obviously for travelling from the other side of the continent or the other side of the world, it's obviously going to be a bit of a trek, guys, but this event is only happening once a year. Obviously you have the WSOP in Vegas, but obviously these events are only once a year, so if you can, you should make the effort to come in, or start to visit, I should say. It's an amazing opportunity to take down a bracelet for an amazing guarantee for in all them prize pools, for no matter what tournament you end up playing.
Ace Queen 9-3 from the hijack. Gonna raise. 26 players remaining now. Nice double suited King 10-9-7 from the cutoff. Gonna call. And King Queen Jack 8 for Cho. It's decent, but with 3 diamonds in his hand, gonna let it go. Prefer that one if it was double suited, of course.
Definitely.
Queen Jack 4 is the flop.
What a flop for Lee, eh? My goodness, he has everything going on here. Wraps, flush draws, straight flush draws, royal flush draws. Well, maybe not so much a straight flush draw, but it's technically a royal nonetheless. But wow, what a spot for that hand, eh?
Yeah, 80% equity, not bad. And Levan has caught a piece of it.
Don't think Levan wants to be over-investing in this spot. I think there's even betting on this board. I mean, obviously if he gets raised, he's just going to be folding, I would guess. But yeah, I imagine Lee is going to throw in a raise. There's just so much equity with this hand. So much that you really have no other choice here. Way too good of a spot to just not like really put pressure on like whatever Levan might be betting here out of position in the hijack.
Yeah, we seen some hands like this check call in there yesterday, but perhaps this is just a one and done situation.
Well, I mean, you know, it's just again, we kind of saw spots like this where you just don't have that many backdoor equity in terms of like, you know, backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, but we do see Lee pump it up here, or bump it up, I should say.
Doesn't waste too much time before potting it.
Yep.
Yeah.
140, I know.
And yeah, this is just one of those spots, Dan, that we kind of maybe saw 1 or 2 examples of yesterday, just again with these backdoor draws, without the backdoor equity, I should say. These hands would struggle to continue on these sort of textures when you have this specific hand combo like Levan has himself.
135 has there.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
He should be.
It's just, it's going to be hard to continue here, Alan, if he does call.
Indeed.
Not going to like too many turns or rivers.
Yeah.
So it does decide to just let it go.
But yeah, so much stuff going on for Lee there. It's just insane. I can't even calculate the amount of outs in my head there. It's just obviously probably 20 plus at least, I guess, give or take.
They probably wouldn't even fit on the screen.
True.
As Bird says, a monster draw. Yeah, I don't think you can have much more outs than that.
I think so too, bro. That is like literally half the deck at that point, I would say. Well, whatever cards are remaining in the deck that are still there, you know. Obviously, there was a couple of hands folded pre-flop, but nonetheless, it's the entire deck potentially.
Levan with King Jack 10-4. There's 3 clubs in his hand, but thinks it's good enough for a raise. Oh no, he's gone for a limp. We've seen a lot of this yesterday. Well, when they could.
It's quite an interesting play, bro. It's just obviously keeping the force in the pot to be kept small. That you're just mostly going to limp call these hands. I'm sure that's what Levan is obviously thinking here. See a call here from Cho also by the looks of it.
Yeah, something similar going on for him here. And Shatton going to come along for the ride with the King 10-9-7 from the small. And Nylander. Nylander?
Either or, Dan. Depends where you're from, I guess.
From Ireland, Alan.
Yeah, so I would say knee. I would say knee personally myself, but yeah, I don't think he's going to hold that against us, mate.
we could go out and ask him.
Yeah, at this stage.
We could shout over.
We're that close, aye.
Hopefully not get in trouble. Oi, what's your name?
Chad is asking.
And he is going to bump it up to 50k. I was about to say we could have 4-way action to the flop, but no. Not this time. The Ace King 7-4 double suited going to be good enough to bump it up.
Yatton might be tempted here. It's not the worst hand to check or to limp call potentially, but and he does decide. I don't blame him. There's a lot of connectivity going on here, Dan. Obviously not the highest flush draw with the 9-7 here, but a lot of connectivity going on nonetheless, I should say.
Yeah, it just sucks that he's out of position. Flop is Ace Jack 8. I was pausing there because I've seen that we've had 2 more eliminations. You can see in the top right hand corner of your screen. So it looks like this is going to be the last hand before the break. We are going to go on a break for the guts of a half an hour to do a redraw and come back with 3 tables of 8.
Jatton just throwing this in the middle here. This is obviously going to be a snap call from Nylander, or Nylander again. Either or, bro. I apologise if I'm saying either of them wrong or right, but
yeah, it is all in the call.
I mean, Yatton obviously has a decent straight draw here, i.e. a wrap technically, but obviously Nylander has the flush draw here, which is going to take away some of them straight outs that Yatton needs to improve, which again isn't ideal.
Yeah, it's the wrap against the nut flush draw. 346 in the middle, up for grabs. Just shy of 35 big blinds. And it is Nylander who is the at-risk player as we see the turn. Turn is the 4 of hearts. Things looking good for a double up here as we hit the river. He's a 3-1 favourite. River is the 5. And he survives, doubles up. We'll scoop that nice pot. Okay, folks, that is going to be the last hand before the break. We will be back for loads more action. This one is just kicking off. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Yeah, redraw.
Vivian Saliba from Brazil, 888 Poker Pro. Gonna need to win a flip. I mean, this is a fair start, right? Fair start to the live stream.
And why is the Italian flag beside Vivian's name, Henry?
I am not too sure, my man.
Hi Kings fans, we have a special mystery giveaway for you. Prizes include the new iPhone 15 Pro, PlayStation 5, AirPods Pro and vouchers for hotel, shop and shisha. To enter the giveaway, you need to collect the codes. You can get the codes by purchasing online and in-store at King's Shop, or by watching your live streams and completing challenges and getting the codes from your favorite commentators. The lottery starts today on 27th of October, and we will have a special live stream on Sunday, November 12th, where we will announce all the winners. I wish you all good luck. See you at King's.
Ace 10-4 is the flop. Pasma top pair. Vega with a good shot, but with 2 clubs on board, don't see him continuing. Although it wouldn't surprise me after seeing that 6-7 of spades hand. Turn is the 6 of diamonds, and now Vega with his good shot might decide to try get some picture cards to fold here, something along those lines. Although a lot of picture cards would just bet this flop. Yeah, I think it's best to just check. Pasma is going to bet 450k here. I think once Vega has checked flop and turn, 2 flush draws on board, just needs to be folding.
Yeah, strongly agree, bro. Strongly agree.
It wouldn't have surprised me to see him lead there, Alan, considering what he done there on the King 8-8 earlier. Just a few hands ago, really.
Exactly, yeah. That is true.
And they were talking to each other pre-flop.
Oh, he's
I told you I wouldn't. Okay, I didn't say raise, but I thought I said it wouldn't surprise me if he does some form of continue. I wasn't expecting to see a raise to 1.7 million. Talk about putting the pressure on Pasma here. This is a horrible spot to be in for Pasma, and you can see it on his face.
The only thing I'd say about this, mate, is because there's a lot of draws out there, which you obviously unblock every single one of them, clubs and diamonds. You know, there's a lot of 4 or 5 of clubs, 4 or 5 of diamonds, 7, 8 of diamonds, 8, 9 of diamonds, clubs, etc. There's a lot going on here. King, Queen of diamonds, etc., etc. So, you know, having position here. The thing is with this 4 or 5 of spades, man, on a non-flush completing river, this is one of the best combos to always bluff on blocking the folds. It's very, very important. Now, the thing is, you can improve here, but I don't think 5x has that much showdown value here, unless you decide to check call here against missed draws, which is also a thing as well, which would be unbelievably sick if he finds it.
It's important to note that the flop went check, check.
Yeah, I'm aware. There's no worries. So either way, it's still a really nice spot to
shove in Vegameister's shoes.
Well, the thing is, as I said, man, you know, you improved on the river technically, but 4-3 got there as well if you have that from the big blind, and he does check. This is okay, just checks back. I mean, I don't mind that. The thing is, it's one of those things where if you do face a bet in the river here, it's going to be quite a polarizing spot in terms of what Pasma is going to be value betting in the river, because if he's checking back all these ace-x, especially the weaker kickers, then what he's going to be betting on the river there is going to be, you know, strong ace-x, 2 pairs, and just some missed draws, man.
Would you choose WSOP bracelet or a Rolex?
Of course, WSOP bracelet. I play 8 final table World Series and don't want bracelet. I have 3rd place, 4th place, 5th place, 7th place, 8th place in Las Vegas.
Oh wow, nice.
Rolex. AW, you bracelet. I'm bracelet.
Rolex.
Okay.
The bracelet.
A bracelet.
For sure, yeah.
If I call, is Rob allowed to raise after or no? No? If he makes it, how much? Is 800? 800?
This time you try, yeah?
Imp is wrong.
How much in the pot?
3.9.
3.9.
Rob doesn't like limps.
If I call, is Rob allowed to raise after or no? No? Because he makes it, how much was the raise?
I am.
Was 38?
Because of 100, it's not
39.
So I can,
It's possible or not possible? Impossible. Impossible.
raise.
I wanted to play. 800 donation.
29. 3, yeah? Is that right? Oh.
66.9. 66.9.
Five.
Oh, yeah.
Five.
Showdown as well, yeah? Oh, you got the nut flush draw. Good luck. Is that one?
Wow.
I flop set of sevens.
What a spot.
Count your stack, make it more easy. 20, okay.
You don't need to count. You have more. So you have more.
Only make it now a nummer.
What about this? This as well, yeah?
Nice.
Appreciate it, chat. Really do. You guys have been incredibly kind
9.6
throughout this series. Glad you're all enjoying the coverage. Once again, if you haven't already, please do hit that like button.
Before I bust, will you tell me if I was dead there?
Really helps us
To give Orphan?
spread the word and reach a wider audience. As Nicky B says, before I bust, will you please give me that info?
Yeah.
Sean Deeb, gonna look him up. 7-5 of diamonds.
Domination Nation.
Huh?
Domination Nation.
You sucked out on me in the same spot earlier, so I hope I revenge it.
I'll tell you another day. No, I can't tell you when I'm playing with open, right?
And Nicky P.
I feel like no matter what, I'm just dead anyway. I don't know if I'm supposed to call.
Hands deep in rough shape, 4.4 in the middle. Oh no, 5-4-3. Deeb out flopping Nicky P. 6 would chop it. A deuce or an ace would win it for Nick Petrangelo. 1 to come, 8 clubs on the turn, changes nothing. Hand 126 here. Will we be down to 3? River card is the 8 of hearts. And Deeb
Take it down, bro.
eliminates Nick Petrangelo in 4th place, 220,000 euros for his efforts. One of the best players in the world, upswing coach. And now up to over 27 million in total live earnings. Sean Deeb, 2 away
They come to you for advice now. How would they
from joining the 6-time bracelet winners club.
Or is it you're just used to being
Only professional players could do this.
S'il revient, c'est que pour le main. Je vois pas comment il va revenir pour autre chose. Je sais pas qu'il était rentré avec le coup. Je savais que le coup était rentré. J'ai pas demandé en même temps, j'étais pas là avant.
2 straddles? That's a blind?
Come on. They're trying to steal our money.
Yeah, of course, I'm trying. What can I do? Come on. Gregory, you still playing? Whoa.
Space.
How much?
5.5.
You're a good sport, Gregory.
Il n'y a pas un pot au flop en dessous de 5K. 10K. 10K même.
More in.
Horizoline. T'as vu? Si t'étais dans le coup. Ah, il n'est pas encore sur le verge, hein, dans sa tête il le sait. Hein. Il est dans la shark cage là. T'inquiète, il les a bien comptés. Ah, franchement, même s'il y a les rois, c'est trop bien. Les rois, ils stressent. Normal. Même avec les as, en fait. Normal. Ah ouais. Là, tu peux pas t'en vouloir, c'est ça que tu veux dire. Bah, même les rois.
I have a feeling. You will see my hand. I have a feeling.
You call with 8-3 or
9-10. You still didn't win anything.
One time?
You still did, of course, one time.
Ah, okay, okay. Give me my.
Of course, one time. How many times you want to hit? How many times you want to hit with 7 deuce? Yeah, one time.
I
Yeah.
knew it's 7 deuce. Come on.
The guys count 600 each.
Okay. Can I don't pay? Can I don't pay, Leon? Okay.
Whatever you want.
If you because I lose on the stack.
If you lose on the stack, you don't pay. Actually, that's the
rule. That's the rule.
But I don't know if you lose on the stack. Yeah, I guess so.
And do
Action.
Easy flop.
I still prefer the 600.
Club.
Come on, they're okay.
Club, come on.
This rich guy, come on.
Just for a sweat a little bit. Just club a little bit one time.
Oh my God. Insurance. How much is insurance?
Cash out.
Lord, we need
How many out?
I cannot count.
It's too much. It's too much.
13 out. 13 out.
It's too much.
One bet two. One bet two.
Oh my God. 600 each.
I put it there already.
600 each, guys. Léon won.
Léon, bravo. Moi, j'aime bien. Même si j'ai perdu 600, j'aime bien.
Oh my God.
40 more.
600.
Okay, let's make it.
Already put it in.
Okay, this is gonna be a highlight. This is gonna be equal with 7 deuce.
I didn't call. I moved.
Oh, you put. No, it's better. Then you moved with 7 deuce and won the 200.
Really nice game, I won it.
Well,
2 raised 2.5. 3 fold. Raised 36,005 fold.
I should be commentating right now. Leon the King. 3 betting. 14.
All in. 6 is all in.
Me too. I love this table for gambling.
Okay, nothing to say.
Woo! Crazy game.
2 fold. 4 call.
What professional has?
Wow.
second. Very good. Ace king.
I'm not very small. 10, 10.
10.
10, 10. Hold on, guys. 10, 10, Paul.
10.
King, King, Leon.
Oh no!
Ace 10. Ace is a star.
Okay,
Ace
Leon
is favorite.
head for now. Ouais, c'est que head, actually.
Action game.
Yeah, you're so big.
On a tous les deux.
I never put him on kings. And I said Leon the kings.
You can't put Leon on it. Leon
On a
on
tous les
it.
deux un as. El qui me have an ace.
Huh?
El qui me has an ace. We had an
Show me the
ace.
flop. Ace, ace, 5.
یه دونه ace بیشتر نمونده. میاد.
Ace, ace, 5. تو داری؟
این ایساشون هم ace.
Last hand, last hand.
همش که چیز بده دوباره. ما چیز داریم. چیز داری دیگه. همه چیز بده.
خشتم بده خوبه.
خشتم.
Ace, ace, 5. Come on.
یه بار تک.
It's 1 ace and 1 10, right?
Yeah, one ace and 110, yeah.
8 or 10?
Pick.
Pick. Spade. 8, 10.
8 of spade. 8 of spade is beautiful. Oh.
Right? 8. Now 8.
Now you have 8.
8.
Out.
8.
More out.
8 your
Now
ace.
8 is shop Leon.
8 or ace.
Yeah, 8.
Come on.
2500, 36 000, all in.
5 outs you
Come
have.
on. Ace.
Okay. Bravo Leon.
Leon shipped it off.
Leon, shove it.
En fait, il a Cradoc 5, Léon était 36 000 et all in.
I think everyone was looking forward to playing with you. Now you're crushing Leon.
Sometimes I do it with 7 dudes.
I never believed him that he would have kings when you bet so
Sometimes I
big.
do it with 7 dudes, right?
I probably would do the
You
same.
look like you had a snoop.
Come on.
Stuff,
I owe 20, 20, 30K. Oh, 30K.
Raising so big.
Okay, okay.
Je pense qu'il a fait exprès. Il a fait
I have 100
comme ça fait genre 7 juice ou 8-3. Bien joué Léon. Bien joué.
Nice hand, Leon.
Bravo.
Just a moment. Just a moment.
When it rains out, you know, I play
thought you had
crazy.
some bullshit 70, so 8-3.
36 on peut
Paul, you know, tricky player, you know, he raised so much.
You never know what he would have. He could have
Too much,
7
too
deuce
much.
there, or he could have aces or kings.
Sorry, I have to give him
I
30.
raise too much, it looks like 7 dudes.
Yes.
100.
So honestly, I thought you have
I
7.
pay you 30 already, young.
Thank you.
Okay.
Do you have big chips behind or you don't?
What was your expectations?
Win, I mean, that's what we play.
A win.
What do you want? Okay, sorry.
Tony, why don't you learn smile when you pay? You should learn smile while paying.
The river.
Thank you.
Show the river.
Yeah, we can see the river.
Yeah. Can you?
Thank you.
He has 2 blue.
You're good.
Thank you.
Same to blue.
One more, please.
You need chips.
I need chips, yeah, for sure.
I'm not gonna push a win against you this time, yeah. If
So
I
is
push,
he in?
if I push, it's
Yes,
not.
yes, he will be in.
Allez, in.
And we're gonna wait for Leon.
Yeah, you cannot mark his card, huh?
Yeah, don't mark his card.
Don't mark his card.
Don't mark his card.
Just now that girl want to mark his card. You take it back, she said no.
Leon,
He's stupid.
Leoma, you play first.
He won again.
Apparently won a big pot.
Crazy game! Just with 4.
Easy game.
Just with the 4. You get nothing, and I had the 4 here. Flash draw, I'm flash draw. 4. There is a 4 on the.
The multi-tabling is real.
Against first draw and 4-key.
Leo just won a 400k pot with a apparently just with a pair of 4.
Bring the money here.
Yeah, because flash draw.
Leon
Now 400,000 pot. Flash draw. And I have the 4 on the flop and the 4 wings.
Amazing. It's good to win with one pair in Omaha.
Who did you win against? Against who?
Tony G, of course.
Tony, thank you. Thank you, Tony.
Tony.
It's Lucek.
Tony.
Sta loca.
Tony.
He's still. He will answer you.
He's tilting a lot.
Your turn.
Leon.
Tony. Thank you.
He's so tilted.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, Tony. 400k pot. Now you can. Leon. Take a break here and then you go.
Подожди, сейчас я там посчитаю.
Leon is easy gamer.
I must call everything now.
Full race.
Now I must call everything.
And you need to win. Come on.
All in.
3 is all in.
Call.
7 fold and 2 folds.
Call.
Yes.
2 times?
2 times.
Okay.
Come on, guys.
2 times, yes.
Oh, I need a 3.
Yeah, you need 3. Or king.
3 or king. How you can have aces? I don't see aces since 11 years.
Let's drink. Oh, the 3.
Yes,
Free to come.
3.
Free to come.
2 times 3.
Come on.
3.
It was 450. The pot was 450.
450. Nice.
Wow, very nice.
2 on the floor.
3.
Flash draw. He has a flash draw.
Mais toi t'as la paire et lui non.
One more time 3.
Now you can.
Ça c'est vraiment bien ça.
Let's cheer on king right this time. King.
But
Wow.
he must account it because I become from here.
Wow.
3 or king?
King. Oh,
no,
shit. King.
King is
Only
good.
king.
Okay, king is good.
Only king is good. No free anymore.
No.
King.
Give me king of diamond.
Almost twice.
What the fuck?
Almost twice.
What the fuck?
Elle a failli faire 2 fois avec les as.
I'm going on the flop, he stop calls. First flop he gets a 3, and the second flop he gets a 3 too.
Oh, when you get 3 buttons, you win the first time.
Yeah, but on,
Yes, I win.
on the second one, she won.
I win the second one,
Yeah.
but it's still...
Almost. I become 300.
Oh, nice,
600.
nice.
Thank you very much.
Oh yeah, because you won the first one, so we
Yes,
pay 600 each.
This is mine.
Thank
Oh,
you.
same, that's my 600.
What is it?
Thank you.
My
problem.
No.
I saw a king, I think.
No.
A picture. Guys, I saw a picture.
Yeah.
Really, yeah?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Now you know it's a picture and it's not a king.
I'm all in.
Queen.
Yeah, queen. So guys, I saw a queen, okay? Pass.
Yeah, but more.
1 button more for Hossein, who has now 2 buttons.
1 button more. Thank you.
Let's drink.
Cheers, my friend.
You finish?
Oh, it's good.
I told you, Chablis is a perfect wine. You can drink all night long.
Yeah, that's right.
Drink. It's not so strong. It keeps you on the fun mode.
Yeah.
We wait for Leon.
What brand is that?
Believe it.
Chablis.
Believe it.
White.
You can play the hand.
That's
Yeah.
French?
French, yeah. It's pretty.
Leon.
It's not so.
Your turn.
It's a pretty average wine, but it's really good.
Okay, it's food.
I don't know. I found it and it's really good.
Should I just
Yeah, Mary's got
should I just call? Should I just call for you?
Pot. Race pot.
Pot.
Race.
How much is pot? 2,000.
Okay.
116.
I don't know.
Race.
2,000.
How much is pot, guys? You pay Omar.
Hello. All in.
Deal fast, please.
All in.
I have to look at this.
All in. Pot, all in.
Very slow. Very slow.
He has to make the decision.
Pot.
Can't say. No, he went all in. You must look.
Say went all in. You need to see your card.
Fall.
You don't want to see?
Fold?
No, all in 60K.
Check.
Yeah.
60K. All in.
Il a fait all in, Hussein.
Fall.
On jette, on couche. Fold.
Open.
Give me it. Open.
No.
No, you can't.
Don't open.
Flash.
You can look.
No, I don't know. He maybe a little bit, trying. No, maybe I just call. Maybe you have flash. If you have flash,
3 times the
so nice, right?
And here, please.
I don't know.
Here for me.
So there was 700 in the pot.
Thank you very much, my friend.
So if it's
2 plus 700 is 1.
Oh, you wait, five more time.
Yes, 600.
Yes.
It's 1 plus 700.
And 600 from Leon too.
no, it
Why
must be
3?
more.
No, there is 1, 2, 4.
Yeah, must be more.
100, 200, 400.
2 plus 3, correct? 15.
Oh, it's correct? Okay. Because I never played
So
Omar,
it's not 1 9.
Leon, 3-4.
3 times 4, 12 plus 4.
Give me 600.
Oh, you got 3. I have to give you 600.
Иногда скажу оттуда.
Thank you.
Я там выиграл.
On sait même pas ce que c'est le pote, mec. On est vraiment des
Там выиграл сейчас.
Yeah, I don't know.
We are really no limit all them player. It's fucking don't know what is pot pre-flop.
Ну вот так,
13 years of poker, I don't know what is pot pre-flop. Je savais même pas combien ça faisait pot. Je savais pas. Je connais pas. Of course, anytime you want.
Тони нету, куда ты бежишь? Нету этого.
Тони уже там, Тони.
Он уже там.
Tony, what's up?
Thank you, Tony.
Do what, Chance?
Win a pot. You're killing me. You come in, you kill
Do
me.
you have big chips behind or you don't?
What was your expectations?
Win. I mean, that's what we play.
A win.
What do you want? Okay, sorry.
Tony, why don't you learn smile when you paint?
Yeah.
You should learn smile while paying.
He's trolling you.
I say you should learn smile while paying.
He's too young. Too young.
Yeah, he's like 40 days younger than me.
That's why he don't understand that.
40 days.
40 days.
Alrighty, folks, we are back for lots more action. Just 7 hands in the first frame. We're going to see a lot more than that in this one, I would think. 24 players remaining, 3 tables of 8. There can only be one winner. This is the 2K Pot Limit Omaha final day, live from the King's Resort in Rozhadov. It's the World Series of Poker Europe. Bracelet number 2 is the event you're watching if you're just tuning in on this Wednesday evening. Hawk Lee is going to be the chip leader at this table, playing a 70 big blind stack, and the shortest stack is Mick, playing under 20. Every other player 20 big blinds and above. Let's go. Cards are about to be in the air once again. Look at those beautiful graphics in the background. That is just such a nice shot. You can see the bracelet, the bottom of the screen, the gold in the background.
Maybe we are not so unlucky, no?
Here we go.
It's the start.
We've got some new faces at this table, of course, after the redraw.
5,000, 10,000, 10,000. 5, 10, 10.
Right off the bat now, I'm not recognizing too many of these players, but suffice to say, nearly everyone left in this field will be accomplished in some form. Some more than others, of course, but takes a particular kind of sicko to be going this deep in these kind of events, Alan.
As always, mate, as you said already, there's going to be some prolific players left in the 2K. It's not exactly the smallest buy-in you're going to see throughout the next couple of weeks for the coverage of this WSOP E, but nonetheless, you're going to see some great action from these guys, and I'm sure you're going to see some very, very strong plays as well. I'm sure these guys know exactly what they're doing in most of the spots they're going to be playing. So yeah, as I said, Dan, action-packed going forward.
Well, it is our mantra. You want action, you got action. The double stuff, the double trouble. 4 cards instead of 2 once again. Great to see so many of you tuning in for another bracelet event. I believe Barney Boatman is still in the field, so I was told in the chat.
Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. Presume most people hearing that name will be familiar with him. If not, check him out on the Hendon Mob. Ace King, Jack Deuce raising to 45k over the limp of Lee with the Queen, Queen 10-6 double suited. Lee limping from early position off 70 big blinds, just under to start the hand, no, just over. Is going to call the 35k to see a flop. 115k in the pot already. $865 is the flop, and both players with a lot of equity. It's nearly a post-flop coin flip. 58% for Lee, 42% for Heder.
Can't imagine Lee putting in too much in this flop here, guys. I can imagine maybe a check call, but even still, it's one of those hands down, like we said numerous times. The check fold makes a lot of sense in this board without really any backdoors. Obviously, you're still technically ahead in terms of percentages, but Heather has a lot of overcards, a lot of with the flush draw as well, the nut flush draw at that, so I understand the check fold there.
Yeah, the 865 just going to smack so many hands. Just going to get rid of it.
It's really flop.
Not his board, Alan.
No,
not
sir.
his flop in the slightest.
Yeah.
Nearly 100 grand for the winner of this event, as I aforementioned before the break. Really, really big first prize for a 300k guarantee. Just shows how many people love PLO at the King's Resort. One of the games of providing the most action. Hearing so many people talk about it around the place, people we've been bumping into, etc. Full all the way around to the hijack. Ace Queen 10-8 for attack. He's missing a K at the end there, Alan.
It's still pretty goddamn close, Dan. I'm sure this guy is going to be a pretty strong player nonetheless as well, but yeah, close enough to the attack. Technically missing a T as well, but we won't fall out over that, mate.
Yeah. We won't fall out over that.
No, sir.
Does take down the blinds and antes. Now playing 42 big blinds. Blinds are still 5, 10. With a 10k running big blind ante, that's 5, 10, 10.
It's a lot of deep stack here, bro. I know we kind of mentioned that at the start, but As I said, there's just a lot of big blinds flying around here, man. But as we said numerous times as well, bro, these pots can escalate.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it yesterday. I know we keep talking about yesterday, and it's about today, but 2 days in a row we've had a runaway bride just steamroll the final table. Is it going to happen again? I don't. If I was a gambling man, I would be putting my money that it wouldn't happen, because it seems like there's a way bigger spread on the chip stacks. Now, I don't know what's going on the outer tables, but even at this one, you can see the middle of the pack there very closely bunched in the amount of big blinds they are playing. The fans are going to get what they want today. Not that they didn't get it the last 2 days, but there was a lot of talk about ICM. Such a big factor in every event, but PLO, I don't know what these players make of the ICM situation. I said this numerous times yesterday. Some of them will care about it. Others are going for the gold, and you know what? I'm all for letting it ride. I want that bracelet around my wrist, but sometimes the best play will get you a podium finish, but not the bracelet, and you have to just be content and happy with that. On to the next one.
Still absolutely nothing to shy away from, Dan. It's difficult to win a bracelet in general, let alone in a PLO 2K, where there's obviously a bunch of players in this field that are still left that are more than competent to take down this tournament itself. So yeah, we'll see how it pans out.
What are we going to call this guy? Smuskovic?
I mean, it's not easy, bro.
We do this for the fans. They love laughing at our pronunciations.
I mean, we're Irish at the end of the day, bro.
Yeah.
There's some names in Irish that people will struggle to say, so it's going to be vice versa for other nationalities for us when we try and pronounce them as well. So,
how about Smuskovic?
I think that's pretty goddamn close, bro.
Okay.
I'll let you say it every time, though.
Not just a pretty face, Alan.
No, sir.
Queen 10-9, 2 spades is the flop. Lee, 3-1 favourite on the flop. What's that turn? Turn is another queen. It's another black lady, the queen of clubs. Lee with the check mark. Not much happening here for the small blind. River is the 4 of hearts. Well, it actually makes a hell of a lot easier, because his first name is Daniel, and that happens to be my name, in case you didn't know. So we're going to go ahead and call him Daniel.
Well, I don't think we're going to get that wrong if that's the case, mate. Because if we did, it'd be pretty goddamn concerning at this stage. Yeah. The temptation is real, but we should be able to nail that one, I guess.
Yeah, he's not allowed to be called Action Man Dan now, so we're just going to have to call him Daniel.
It's a compromise, I guess.
Yeah. You know what compromises are all about. People get a bit of what they want, but no one is actually truly happy. Parker is saying, saw the lady finish second last night. Amazing after starting the final table of 44k. I actually forgot, like, she was unbelievable at navigating her way through that final table. She got all the pay jumps, support of her boyfriend behind her, Ribeiro, watching her from afar. I thought that was really cool. Great story for the couple.
Indeed.
And great to see a lady going for gold. Women do love jewellery. She fell short in the end, but it was a massive mountain she was trying to climb. Did flop a flush, and it was inferior to a larger flush. So it was GG for her.
Indeed. She did well though, mate. As I said, she came in with a shorter stack. I mean, if you do that any time, bro, it should happen pretty goddamn infrequently, but if you do manage to run it up and cash for a pretty sick amount of money. I can't remember the exact amount, but it wasn't pocket change, that's for sure.
Well, it was 65,900 for the winner, so she got over 40 grand for second place. Amazing finish for Diana.
Congrats again.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see her at another table win. They're getting runs like this. It seems to happen more frequently once you're running good, making things happen. Now, a lot of the work was done for her because the chip leader eliminated a lot of players after doubling them all up.
True.
Very nice result for her.
Indeed.
In the end. Nothing she could do. Got to be happy with second place. Especially when she had 4 big blinds or so, as Apocalypse mentioned there. Lee now raising to 30k with the 6-6-4-3. And he there with ace king 7-3 in the big blind.
What?
He's going to pot it. That's going to be good enough to take it down. He's not going to be continuing with 3 clubs in his hand there. You've already mentioned the giveaway a little bit today, Alan. You were having to mention it a lot of times yesterday.
Indeed, my man. I don't think it's going to hurt to mention it at least one more time today. But guys, it's not going to happen anytime soon because we're going to leave it down to the final table. So basically when we get down to the final table, guys, we are going to be giving away all them 10 codes that we gave away yesterday. I know I mentioned in the intro that it might be PLO related, but they're going to be general poker questions. So it might be a combination of PLO, might be a combination of no limit hold'em. There might even be questions on what has happened in this stream. Either way, guys, you've got to keep an eye out and hear and listen and be pretty goddamn quick. We saw some ridiculous people. I don't think I had the question finished by the time some people were answering yesterday. It was that swift and fast. But again, just to reiterate, guys, some of the prizes that are up for grabs in this raffle that will take place on the 12th of November. We have stuff like an iPhone 15 Pro, a PlayStation 5, AirPod Pros, many, many more. I think there is a 3-night stay in a 5-star room in the King's Resort as well, which is another example of the other prizes that are up for grabs. It's a ridiculous free roll for people that are just tuning in and are chilling out on a Wednesday evening with this stream. So as I say, guys, it's not going to happen until down to the final table. It's going to make our lives easier. So we're going to be giving away 4 codes at the start after the first 2 eliminations. So guys are going to be in with a great chance. And I just want to reiterate, guys, anyone can win any amount of codes. Keep that in mind. So as I said, stay tuned in. We're going to be giving away also a hoodie, Dan, is that correct?
That is correct. We just got that information not so long ago. We will be... There's always been this banter going on for the last year and a half. Since I started commentating, the Bird wants a hoodie, and maybe someday it will be given away as a giveaway. Well, today could be Bird's lucky day, or anyone who has subscribed to the chat over the last year or so. Yeah, all they've got to do is be entered in at the end, right? For the chance to win a hoodie. We're going to give it away.
Yeah, guys, we're going to give you more information as it comes on. But as of right now, we will be giving away a hoodie. We'll be giving away multiple codes that will be entered into the raffle on the 12th of November. So stick around, guys. I know I mentioned to the final table, but there's still going to be plenty of action that's going to keep you on the edge of your seat while you are tuned into the stream. And of course, it's obviously both Dan and I who are commentating. Why wouldn't you stick around?
Yeah. Let's create some hype around this hoodie.
Indeed, my man.
It's just been an ongoing joke, so it's really funny that we got information that we are indeed going to be giving away a real hoodie. I'm always saying a Sunday hoodie on this stream. This is your opportunity. If you are a subscriber of the channel, if you're not a subscriber to the channel, I'm sorry, but you won't be in with the chance to win this golden opportunity of a really cool hoodie. I'm not sure which hoodie it's going to be, but I don't think you care. It's a King's Resort hoodie. I've walked past all that merchandise every day since I got here. I haven't got any yet myself, but I'm looking forward to bringing some home. I hope so anyway. At the very least, I'm going to get myself a t-shirt. Maybe we could get some merch. I don't know. Let's see what happens. But this is your opportunity to get your hoodie.
And just to add to that, guys, look, I run my own Twitch channel. I understand the content that's being created from the King's perspective here. These guys are literally running 24/7 with this production, guys. It's a fiver. It's €5 to subscribe to this channel. I know it may not happen that you will win this hoodie, but guys, this is a no-brainer to subscribe to this channel. There is so much time and effort invested into this stream, and it's lucky enough that these guys are able to host the WSOP the last 2 years. Serious credit for this company, guys, at this casino. They're doing God's work, in my opinion. Credit where it's due, guys. Credit where it's due. An amazing, amazing place to be for the next couple of days. Both Dan and I are extremely, extremely grateful.
Yeah, nothing but hype going on. I mean, this is obviously our first time at King's. Well, my second, but it was 6 years ago. I'm going to say it's the first since it's been done up, etc. The buzz and the hype around the building is just insane. So, wanted to get this hype going about this hoodie in the chat. This is your opportunity, and I'm grateful that we're even getting a hoodie to give away. So don't miss out on that opportunity.
Fact.
Thank you for all that information, Alan. We get back to the action now. Aliotto is going to raise to 25k with the ace 9, 8, 7. And attack. It's going to be a lot of puns if he starts attacking boards. I'm just warning the chat in advance.
I think I do recognise that name, Attackman. I mean, just the fact that we're talking about this quite a bit now. I don't know what's maybe from a previous stream we did together or something like that, but this name does seem a little bit familiar.
Yeah, he is from Switzerland. Sally Attack. 10-9-4 is the flop, and Duckzak. That's very similar to Attack. We're going to have to do something here. Going to be
a lot of matching and rhyming here, Dan, but we'll get over it, I think. Aliotto here with a pretty strong draw here for the up and down straight, so not a lot going on for Duckzak here.
Maybe for our next video we can do a rap.
I love the ideas, my man. I love the ideas.
Possibilities are endless.
Indeed, my man. Indeed. We do see Aliotto here now deciding what to do here. Under the gun +1. With the up and down straight up, mostly pair of 9s. Strong kicker with the ace, obviously. But that's about it going on for him, but it's probably enough to flick in a bet here nonetheless.
He looks very suspiciously at his opponent there.
He does decide to check it back. I can understand the check back here. Last thing you want to do is bet and get raised and be forced to put in money with the... You could say that not the dummy end of the straight, but obviously Queen Jack is going to be a better straight here in terms of the nut possibilities there. So I understand the check back here, so I like that.
The arse end of it, as we say in Ireland. So Duckzak is going to bet 45k.
Duckzak here with the straight draw as well. Can imagine, yeah.
Going to attack this one once the flop has been checked through.
Yeah. The thing is in these spots, guys, obviously overall it's going to be, I mean, on average from the games that I play, obviously it's predominantly no limit hold'em cash, but all the same, I think people on average will be checking back parts of the range that they shouldn't be checking back as much as they think they should. I do feel like Aliotto here does make sense to check back this hand. As I said on the flop, you do not want to bet and get raised here because it's never going to be a good spot. But either way, I do think Aliotto does have to call here. It is only 45k here.
Yeah, it seems like he's checked back the flop to call a turn bet on a brick, and that is a bricky-ish card.
Yeah. Agreed.
I don't even know how many bricks happen in Omaha, but that seems like it's going to be one of them.
I'm surprised to see that, Dan. I mean, maybe I'm incorrect in my assessment there, but I do think peeling there one in position here. Possibility of the out-of-position player checking on the river is also a thing, so...
Right, actually, the problem there is, Alan, he's not drawn to the nuts.
This is true. This is true. I just have these tendencies myself as a player, Dan, to definitely call those spots probably more than I should. Again, Omaha has a different game, my man, so maybe he's better off just folding that, moving on to the next hand and not over-investing in spots that are relatively marginal, I guess.
Well, anyone that tunes in to your Twitch channel, Alan F Poker, will know that you're a warrior and you fight for every goddamn pot that's in front of you. So
Indeed.
That's probably where that's coming from.
Yeah.
I understand not wanting to give up once you've checked back on the flop there, wanting to be calling turns. So you're just in game mode, Alan, which is great because we're going to have so many spots to talk about.
Definitely tend to live and die by the sword at times, Dan. Sometimes I'm probably my own worst enemy as well, so yeah. Forgive me if I get some of these spots wrong, guys. There's going to be some things that people do differently than I do and vice versa, so it's always nice to hear multiple perspectives nonetheless. Whether they're inaccurate or not, it's still nice to hear different perspectives because that's basically how anyone learns nowadays. You live and you learn.
Yeah, it's just we should bear that in mind that like one thing I was taught about Omaha is you just want to be drawn to the nuts all the time. So it's okay to call sometimes on flops and stuff, but on the turn there, it's just, you know, the chance to hit is just it's nowhere near as enticing as it would be if you're calling on the flops. There's only one card to come, not two. It makes a hell of a big difference, especially in Omaha.
It's funny you mentioned that as well, again, because even thinking about that on a jack, you know, you're still behind the king queen there as an example, so very good point in terms of like nutted possibility with the 7-8 though, so good point, my man.
Barney Nutt says keep up the content, guys. We will. King's Resort production team making things very easy for us. We will keep up the content for sure.
You see Barney with the subscription as well, Dan, as if he didn't get enough codes yesterday. The man is on the lookout for a hoodie also by the looks of it. Well played, Mr. Nuts.
Hence the expression, as greedy as a pig.
Indeed, my man. My goodness, huh? Barney is going nuts as well.
So 70k the pot here, picking up the action on the turn on the queen 7-4-7. Duck with the check mark. Duck, duck, go.
Duck, duck, go, mate.
Some call him Aaron. Some call him Duck. Some call him Duck Zach. There's 25k for him to call here. Getting the bet from Cleesy's with his aces.
70. Does come out firing, or does come out with a check raise, I should say. I can't imagine Kelix, again, a pronunciation is, guys, I apologise for getting this wrong, but definitely not in a good spot here finding the check raise or facing the check raise from Ducksack. I mean, in my opinion, it might be a little bit difficult to find that many bluffs here, but I could be wrong in that assessment also, but it's a pretty strong move here. Pretty strong move here, small blind versus big blind here, obviously.
Just aiming to get additional value.
And he does find it then. He does find it so far, but he's not exactly out of the woods yet. Obviously very slim outs for Kelix. Again, I'm probably not getting that right, guys, but I'm trying as close as I can here. But
Kasparaz is his first name, so that's possibly a bit easier.
I would say so. We call him, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just River is the 10 of hearts, and obviously Duck with the best hand, the full house, and don't know what the aces are going to be able to do here now. Just going to have to let it go. Can't be calling off your tournament here.
I mean, I agree overall. It's just like, I think you're repping very, very polar here in this exact spot here. I just don't think aces, you know, missed draws here, Dan, I think are one of those hands that might just end up check calling on the turn here. You know what I mean? So like, do they often check raise on a paired board? You know, 5-6, 6-8 of clubs, stuff like that. I think they're more inclined to check call here, so it's a very, very strong move from Ducksack's situation here, or from his perspective, I should say. So yeah, we'll see how this pans out. Obviously, it's never nice to see aces getting cracked here, but it is Omaha, Dan. It's going to happen pretty goddamn often.
Yeah, it just depends on how often he thinks his opponent is bluffing him in this exact spot. Check raising the turn and now ripping the river. He can't beat much.
Yeah.
But he does beat those draws that you mentioned.
For what it's worth, I don't mind the call on the turn. As I said, he is drawing quite slim to 2 outs with the aces, but sometimes Ducksack might just end up checking the river, giving up some potential check raises on the turn with the bluffs. So I like to play from both there. I think both very well played. Getting away from that in the river, though, is a mandatory decision from Cap's perspective, excuse me.
Yeah, it would be nicer if he had a club in his hand, would he actually be redrawn to the no flush, but it is a pair of boards, so it's not ideal.
Well, he's still dead on the turn with the 7-4, Dan, that's the thing as well. I mean, it's not always going to be the case where he's going to be always that dead. We can see the cards, as we always say, so it makes our decision, our analysis a lot more accurate and more specific. But yeah, I mean, it's impossible to know in some spots, but blind be blind like that, Dan, is kind of stuff, it's like the Wild West. A lot of crazy stuff can go down, but I think overall there, I think finding the fold is going to be the most frequent play on average there.
Yeah, I had a similar thought there from KM. That's what I was saying, that we should probably fold for the check raise on the turn because we've no backup.
Exactly. We're very slim, as I said, with the 2 outs, the aces. 2 outs technically from that perspective.
Yes, yeah, so KM just said exactly what he said. If he had a flush or a straight draw, you could make a case for calling the turn.
Yeah,
agreed. If he had another club in his hand, but
the only argument, the counter argument I could say to that, then maybe they have some past experience playing with each other the last, day or so, or whatever the case may be, whatever length of time this tournament has been going on. So maybe decide just to appeal. Their imposition is another important factor to take into account, but at the same time, man, very, very slim outs, not many more improved you can get there on the river width. So I do agree with what you said and KM said also.
Yeah, all very valid points. Daniel raising the 30k here with the Jack 9-8-8. Alioto not going to defend the King 10-9-6. Blinds have just gone up, folks. Small blind is now 6k. Big blind is now 12k with a 12k running big blind ante. That's 6k, 12k, 12k. This is going to put additional pressure. Well, I don't think we're at that point yet because there's not going to be too many short stacks.
Indeed, indeed.
But I am seeing a couple now under the 20 big blind zone.
I like that, Dan. It's just going to be a lot of equity-driven spots where people decide to get these in, and that can happen pretty easily at times. We saw it on the final table of the 550 yesterday. Can happen. Things can escalate. Hands just fall against each other. Distribution can be obviously RNG based or just like very, very random. Coolers happen very frequently in Omaha. Hands get counterfeited. It's a volatile game, but my goodness, does it make for great content.
Yeah, it just provides endless amounts of action.
Yep.
And if you were tuning in the last 2 days, you were spoilt for explosiveness, I would say.
Indeed.
And heater. King, Jack, Jack, 10.
Pretty looking hand, isn't it?
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of this limping, hoping to see a flop with these 3-card connectivity hands, them kind of ones.
It does make a lot of sense. I really like this limping situation as well, Dan. It just makes a lot of sense to, again, not to bloat the pot pre-flop and not, put yourself in a spot where you're just going to have to overinvest or still potentially call if you did raise and face the 3-bet. So I really like the strategy, just limping in early position to avoid that situation.
Yeah, you just don't want to. It's sad to fold your hand then once you've entered the pot and you get 3-bet. As I said yesterday, PLO all about seeing the flop with your 4 cards, trying to maximize your equity at every chance you get. Daniel 36% equity here with the Queen 7-3 deuce. He there 2-1 favourite. A lot of outs here for him.
This is obviously the downside of letting the big blinds range here. Is going to have a super uncapped range. Well, obviously when he checks back, it's not as strong as you may assume. But yeah, obviously letting these hands in isn't ideal. But pretty big draw for a header nonetheless, mate.
Daniel not going to be able to fold 2 pair here.
No, sir.
Yeah, big draw here for the King, Jack, Jack 10. As we see the turn. Turn is an ace of spades.
More, mate.
This game is just fascinating. Daniel checking a second time. His 2 pair shriveling up considerably on this turn though. And he there probably going to bet about pot. No real reason to bet much less.
It's funny because Daniel is still technically ahead in terms of hand rankings here with the 2 pair, obviously. But there's so much outs that header can improve with on the river, Dan. It's like, again, we saw one example earlier on where somebody had a bunch of outs. You could technically say most of the deck, what's left in terms of, the river cards and whatnot.
But the problem with this is you're going to call here on the turn. You're going to be folding the river the majority of the time.
Exactly,
so just this might seem to people that aren't that familiar with PLO that, oh sure, he's got 2 pair, he's got to call the turn here, but there's going to be so many bad rivers that you can't continue on. So therefore you're just going to be burning a lot of money calling the turn here to fold the river the majority of the time.
Yeah, it's very true, bro. And this is the thing, as you said, that people do make these mistakes or, overvaluing these sort of hands and not taking into account how many bad rivers there can be. And like that as well, mate, this pot was like a limp pot. You do not need to overinvest with these sort of hands. It's really better to just try and get away as with little invested as possible, and it does end up doing that.
Yeah, just forced to fold his hand. Nice pickup for he there, although you wouldn't mind seeing the river. Stack and pot ratio would have been getting close to 1-1 there as well.
Definitely could have been a few interesting rivers for sure if he did decide to check call, but I do think on a double flush draw board where, you're often going to be against a hand that has a bunch of equity, and as we saw, the 32% was technically ahead in terms of hand ranking then, but not in terms of river cards that can get there with the exact hand that header had himself.
Yeah, I don't like using the word standard. Pretty standard fold, but if people are new tuning into the channel, want to learn about PLO, we've got to explain why. I don't like do stuff like it's self-explanatory. It's like that's not how we learn.
No, sir.
Every day's a learning day. Class is in session.
Through that.
We're learning so much ourselves, even over the last 2 days.
Yeah, I was talking to a guy earlier on, mate, and he's a PLO player himself, and even the ICM spots, mate, wouldn't have played that much PLO myself throughout my career so far, but my goodness did I learn so much yesterday between ICM spots and having to really be selective in what you invest and what you even defend pre-flop from the big blind in certain situations as well. So it's really, really fascinating to see this sort of high-level stuff at these events, man. It's you know, obviously we're here to commentate, but we're very, very lucky to also be on the other end of the spectrum where we get to learn a lot from pretty competent players at these stakes. It's really, really fascinating.
Khaleesi. That actually seems like it could be
accurate.
Accurate, yeah. Kasparaz Khaleesi's raises the 30k here with the King Jack 7-5 double suited from the cutoff. And Aliotto lets it go. He's got quite a menacing stare. It felt like he was staring at me when he was eyeing up his opponent there a hand or two ago.
Yeah, we need different camera angles to not make that a thing, because I got paranoid too, bro, I'm not going to lie.
Well, it just shows the quality of the screen.
Yeah, 4K, bro. Everything is so vivid. It's really, really amazing, the production, guys. I know we were talking about this not so long ago, but I have no problem reiterating that again. The production outside the comms room here and just for the feature table, cameras, lights, even the tables outside of the feature table itself. The room is amazing, guys. I really can't say that you should not ever experience this casino at some stage in any of your lives. It's an amazing, amazing venue. And as I said, to be hosting this World Series of Poker Europe here, guys, is an absolute blessing. And I can tell you already, both Dan and I are extremely grateful to be in this position right now.
Yeah, could you not see how happy we are in our 3 intro videos over the last 3 days?
Indeed.
Self-explanatory.
This one is done. This one, we let this one slide, yeah. We'll let this one slide.
KM says he thinks it was if his hand was good on the flop. He's referencing the 2 pair with the queen deuce. He's still good on the turn. He either shouldn't have too many aces in his limping range, more likely rundowns. He could have queen 9 as the top of his range. Yes, that's fair enough, but if we call the turn, are we going to be calling off? There's so many bad rivers. Like, it's just one of those spots that even though we are going to be ahead a considerable portion of the time, if we're not willing to check call for the majority of our stack or the majority of our opponent's stack on the river, then I feel like we're burning money calling that turn.
Yeah, it's just going to get dicey down on the rivers, like we said already. It's just like, I agree, like, again, we're technically ahead, but so many bad rivers, bro, that we're just going to have a lot of distance and just not sure where we are, and obviously investing money in them situations. Sometimes you can just get away from that on the turn.
There's just so many better hands we can call with, right?
Yeah, just obviously, you know, even if we had two pair plus a flush draw there, then that would obviously be a very, very clear call. That would be one example of something we should be continuing there without a debate. But yeah, just the 2 pairs, when we've only outs that were, you know, technically even on a 2 river, are we happy to, you know, get there as well? Obviously that's going to happen pretty goddamn infrequently. Even on a queen river, are we that happy? Technically we might be, but it's not going to happen enough to justify it. There's just going to be way more bad rivers than good for our own hand to improve on, basically.
KM says that he thinks it's a good fold,
okay,
regardless. Even is fair enough, KM. Always love hearing your thoughts, as
Likewise.
I told you yesterday.
Likewise.
And Kasparaz with the King Jack 10-9, going to raise to 25k. Lee on the button with King, Queen, 10-7. 3 diamonds in his hand.
I'd be guilty of doing that at the table too, then chewing on a 2 pick just out of entertainment or just entertaining myself itself. As you can see there, the guy, again, I apologize guys, I just don't remember his name, but the player previous, before Lee to act, chewing on the toothpick. I'd be guilty of doing it myself, bro.
You'll be chewing on your vaporizer.
Told you, I'm going to kick that once I get back home, I promise you that, you have my word. If you see me at New Year's doing that, bro, we're going to be pinning them, I can promise you that much.
Yeah, and I'm going to kick binge eating while I'm at it.
They're just words, bro. Actions speak louder than words, allegedly.
Yeah. One day at a time, Alan, my friend. One day at a time.
This is
a 4-bet. Oh no, it's the call.
Yeah, I was just going to say Lee's hand here. Obviously, connectivity is decent here, but 3 diamonds is obviously not ideal. But maybe this is still good enough to 3-bet. A lot of connectivity, as you mentioned, Dan. So
well, it's that all-important button. Button is massive in Hold'em. It means it's even bigger in Omaha.
Indeed, indeed, my man.
Like the advantage of getting the blinds out of the way there. And then, you know, if you do get called, you're in position for the rest of the hand, which is really nice. It's come Jack 7-3.
100
and the King Jack 10-9 has donk jammed all in for 111k. Lee forced the call. Just 30% equity here for Lee. Kasparov set to double up 70% of the time to 438,000.
Good luck, good shape, I would say.
Good shape, and good shape, yeah.
Very good shape. Pretty good shape, yeah.
Pretty good shape, says the men.
What I don't need is 7 and queen.
It ain't over yet, though.
7 and queen?
6 up,
Even.
Yeah.
Here comes the turn. Turn is the ace of hearts. Basically changes nothing. %, now for Lee as we hit the river. It is a 10. Oh no. That's Lee's second elimination, I believe. Dirty, dirty exit for Kasparov.
We saw a pretty unfortunate spot with our first elimination as well, Dan, from, well, maybe not the first, but obviously the elimination to bring us to the first break. It was a very unfortunate spot where he, I think it was Cho, was the South Korean player, I believe, where he rivered an ace, where, again, I apologise, but I forget the player's name that got eliminated. But he obviously flopped trips with King, 6-5, double suited. Cho turned the ace, went all in on the turn, and Cho hit the 2-outer on the river to knock out that player, which is obviously very, very unfortunate. Maybe it was 25th or something like that, I can't remember exactly, but nonetheless it was a very, very unfortunate spot. But we see something like that happen again today, Dan.
Well, Lee is fast approaching $1 million, which is a huge stack, with 23 players remaining, chasing that gold bracelet and €91,000 to boot. Pay jump has been reached. Minimum payout now is €3,671.
How many seconds does it have to be like this? Just 1 second?
Actually, every time. All the
But
time.
for how long though?
But like 2-3.
2-3 seconds, okay.
I wonder if he'd be giving away any tells there. Got to do with how hard he's going to chew on that toothpick.
Good question, bro. I know for a fact if I was doing it, I might be unaware of that. I might be giving out some tells. If you're chewing hard enough on it, it might be a sign of aggression or some sort of anger that you might be portraying somehow. But yeah.
I always wonder about that because I've identified several tells on this stream over the last year and a half for sure. And the thing is, sometimes I don't want to say anything because if the players are made aware of that and they use that to their advantage, I'm not saying I could get in trouble, but I would hate if someone did that to me it's like giving away something. Some of them are obvious, and you know they'll see it back themselves and understand. But other things are more subtle, shall we say? And it's easy for me to say that when I can see the cards. We have the luxury of being able to see them and commentate on them. So for the players, a lot of the time they're in the dark, especially Omaha. People can have so many combinations, so many draws, so much happening all the time. Every hand is so different. Puckclub says, why did he call 111k there? Doesn't have anything right. That's why he called 111k.
He obviously knew he was going to get there, Apocalypse. It's an easy game when you just know these sort of things, you know. Just flick it in when you know. He obviously knew something we didn't, so can't really fault him in that regard. What do you think?
We did have a pair of sevens and some overcards, and the pot was...
Yeah, he was getting the price to get
Yeah,
there.
I think if you'd done it up there, it would be close-ish, like, but I think when you've already that much money invested and you're in position, Donk Jam coming for 10 bigs, forced to flick it in.
And this is the thing in Omaha, guys, you know, no matter what the situation might be, most of the time you still potentially have some outs to improve. Unless you're going to have flush draws dominating and stuff like that, even in them cases you might have some outs to improve, but that's probably one of the worst case scenarios when your flush draws are dominated, I suppose. But yeah, other than that, guys, 2 pairs always a possibility, some runners are always a possibility. Just a crazy, crazy game, but very, very enjoyable to watch.
Yes, indeed. And Daniel going to take that one down on the King 9 deuce. With his lucky 2-pick. Could be an unlucky 2-pick.
Yeah, I was just going to say it, bro. It could be working for him now. It's like some of them people with card protectors. They're avid believers that in superstition with stuff like that. So maybe this is lucky 2-pick then. Who knows?
Updated the chip counts here, so Alan, we've only got one player under 20 bigs. That's Guy Goosens. Like the name.
Indeed.
Let's see if we like the style.
Yeah.
Dario with 21 bigs is at second last, and then see 4 players closely bunched between that 20 to 35 big blind zone. And then Lee, of course, way out in the lead. The lead for Lee. It does seem like a good time to mention. I know I just mentioned the hoodie and I mentioned the merchandise, but there are certain items that are 50% off in a huge sale for our viewers. So if you head over to the website www.kingsresort.com, you can find out all the additional information.
Yeah, we've walked by the shop countless time, guys. I mean, I know we mentioned the buffet earlier on, but it is on the way past the buffet or to the buffet, the shop, the King's shop itself, guys.
Yeah, you basically have to pass the shop to get to the buffet.
Indeed. But some of the clothing, guys, is amazing. I know for a fact I'm definitely going to be picking up a hoodie before I go home. And the best part is, guys, you can actually get your name put on it if you want to for an extra amount. But never mind, guys, we got a bit of a spot here nonetheless. Let's jump back to it then.
Heater 3 betting to 93k. Ace 3 deuce. Aliotto with the kings, raising from under the gun. King Jack 8.
Kind of seeing this now, I don't think Kings is probably, I mean, no suited variety here, unfortunately.
Yeah, this seems a bit of a loose open there with not much connectivity going on with the other cards.
Yeah, the offsuit things in this situation, Dan, I assume are pretty not the most ideal spots to be in here, but obviously facing a 3-bet here from the cutoff versus none of the gun open is going to be relatively strong. He does decide to pass.
Yeah, Ace is going to take that one down, but I was saying it would be cool to get yourself a hoodie, put your name on it. An Action Man Dan hoodie sounds cool to me.
Indeed, my man.
We get some catchphrases on the back.
But yeah, guys, just jumping back to what I was saying, even what you were saying yourself, Dan, the quality of the merchandise, like, it just speaks for itself, guys. You know, you might see some price tag on it, whatever the case may be. I can promise you, you can justify paying for whatever price it is. It is beautiful, beautiful quality, and you won't regret it. I can promise you. So be sure to check out the King's shop.
Yes, indeed. Average stack is now 468k, approaching that 500,000 mark. So this is still very deep. Average stack, almost 40 big blinds at the moment at this current blind level. Goosens. I'm going to enjoy saying that every time.
Indeed.
If he does something silly, we can call him a silly goose.
Are we that stuck, are we? Are we that stuck with the jokes?
At least no problem.
Well, when the opportunity presents itself, you have to take it.
I agree.
We like to have fun here.
Yeah, we couldn't pass on that, sir. We could not pass on it.
We just need to sit and wait. When is the next?
So Aaron from the small is just going to complete his option with Queen Jack 9-9. And Aliotto, a lot going on here with his double suited Jack 8-5-4.
The biggest saving all time in Dublin. Okay.
We'll check his option. Nice to see a flop here in position. Flop is Ace King 5. 60-40 here in Aaron's favour.
What is main event?
Going to take a wee stab at it.
50, 1100, 2, 2 and 4, 4.
Not much going on for Aliotto, and he will let it go.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, you definitely see a lot more. I mean, look, standard plays, I suppose, when you're just this deep down, like, you know. I mean, maybe we just got very lucky in terms of just seeing a lot of action yesterday in such a short time frame, and obviously saw the day before with Lucas Pazmat, excuse me, steamrolling that final table for the first bracelet too, which was just a disgusting run of cards, if I'm being totally honest with you. So
it was chronic.
Yeah, it was ridiculous, bro. We all saw it, we bear witness to it. I think it was roughly, what, maybe 7 to 8 hours stream, and I would say 4 to 5 hours of that was Lucas just steamrolling that table, man.
Yeah, he really did put on a masterclass. Like we said yesterday, we had the pleasure of talking to him afterwards. He seemed elated. Didn't see him around anywhere the following day, though. I'd say he had a sore head, and I don't blame him.
Well, he did say he was going to be partying the night he won it, which again was self-explanatory. Not often you're going to win a bracelet, bro, but when you do, I think we'd all be guilty of going a bit AWOL for the next 24 hours, if not longer in some regard. But yeah, definitely 24 hours nonetheless.
Yeah, great for him to do that on a Monday. What a way to start your week.
Yeah.
Usually it's like, what a way to start your weekend. No. The week had commenced the Monday evening /night, collecting the gold.
Collecting the gold.
Small blind for Aliotto is going to complete his option with the Ace, Queen, Jack 10. Daniel with the Jack 9, 8, 5 and the decision.
Later the bigger, 2 weeks ago.
We will see a flop.
I'm gonna go home after this anyway. I don't have anything.
9-8-4.
Yeah.
Oh dear, it's a post-flop coin flip.
Imagine that.
I was thinking about going.
I think that's number 6 now.
Yeah, I might get cut off from saying that at some point.
Maybe you might have to just settle for an all-in situation before you start saying it anymore, because this is going to happen a bunch. But either way, you're right nonetheless. 44, 56. This is closer you're going to get to it, in fairness.
I like 5 cards now.
Yeah, Daniel's going to bet. Naturally enough here.
Only for tournaments I play 4.
The top twoest of pairs on the 9-8-4.
Yeah, yes, actually.
And Aliotto is wrapping around this one nicely.
Because you're used to playing Hogan.
Good example of how he's drawing to the top end, not the arse end of the straight. Of those overcards as well.
You have to. I mean, you have like 20 big lines, 10 big, 15 big lines.
That's a call.
Really do much.
Drills it on the turn. The 10 of hearts, giving him the top end of the straight. Not a good card here for Daniel.
Before I was also 60,000. Then I have 2 jacks, 2 kings or 2 jacks.
Does have that jack blocker though.
What's in the pot? The table before.
What would you do here, Alan? You reckon you just check back?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's debatable, bro. I mean,
it's crazy because I say him. I have jack.
You obviously have equity here with, you know, up and down with the Jack 9 here. You obviously have 2 pairs still.
Yeah, I think it's fine to bet because you're going to like block a lot of hands. You don't want to see the river here a lot. So if you bet here and something happens, then so be it.
Yeah, I mean, you could even bet the turn here and still get value from some, like, you know, a queen 10. Maybe not so much queen 10, but definitely pair plus draw, if you get me. So yeah, it's kind of interesting, but again, it's no harm to just kind of bet here, find out where you are. Checking back in position in this situation wouldn't be a bad play either, because again, if you face a check raise here, it's obviously a disaster that you don't get to realise your equity by the river when you still have outs to improve. And the thing is, you may be targeting a thinner part of the range here that's supposed to check call. So in hindsight, then, I actually prefer a check back here. And this is obviously a disaster that when this is the case, and you're getting the price to call here potentially with the up and down pair, you know, 2 pair itself. So again, not happy, but when this pot is this, when the stack size of the effective stack is this shallow, not a lot you can do here when you bet the turn. You just have to flick in the extra 80k here and just, I mean, he just has to pair the board here to improve a 9 or an 8 basically.
This is pretty sick for him. I do believe that we see him bet because his opponent only has 160, so once he bets 80, he's basically committing himself.
Definitely committed, yeah.
If they were deeper, I believe we would see a check back on the turn, the majority of the time.
That's fair. That's a fair assessment in my opinion too. But he still has outs, Dan. Like always, like we always say, there's still outs at Omaha. Always outs.
That's why the fans love it. They love this game. Shaking his head, not liking this at all, Daniel. There is the 6 of spades.
Looked like a 9.
Oh, he says it looked like a 9. Felt like a 9, but it wasn't a 9. It was a 6. Alioto now over the 400k mark, and Daniel now going to be playing just 30 big blinds. I say just, it's still a very nice workable stack, but in Omaha anything can happen. One hand and it could be all over.
I just think that split down is crazy. We see there he's the WSOP E 2007 5k PLO winner, won 234,000.
Great on camera.
Yeah.
See, this is the thing in these spots, guys. When people are playing 2k buy-in tournaments, usually most of the time they're going to have pretty decent credentials behind them. Not often many people can afford a 2k buy-in. Of course, some people take shots, but the variance in tournaments in general, guys, is going to be pretty high, let alone in a PLO tournament against very, very confident players. So that's probably just one of his resume I would say he has there.
Yeah, I was guilty now. I was having a quick look on Hendon Mob earlier, but I'm going to do a little bit more homework here, Alan, because I just take it for granted that most people left in the field are going to have a few 100k on their Hendon Mob. I'm not saying it's a waste of time. It's never a waste of time to know who you're playing with at the table, what the crack is, how much money they've won. But suffice to say, a 2k buy-in with a lot of people re-entering, etc. You know, it's not a given, but nearly a given that they're going to have some experience, especially to get through such a tough field, 206 entries. I mean, it's funny because the 550 PLO yesterday had such a star-studded lineup. It was crazy.
It was, mate, and as we said numerous times, there was so much action on that table. It was just like over in the blink of an eye. It was pretty insane to see, but like this is the thing in poker, guys. Whether you're playing No Limit Hold'em, whether you're playing Omaha, whether you're playing 4-card, 5-card, you name it. Sometimes distribution can just be one of those things where action just absolutely flies, and before you know it, it can be over in the blink of an eye. And the polar opposite can happen also. You could be hours upon hours, a lot of spots that just take time to come up, and it's just one hand after another where, you know, it's just check fold, check call, check fold, etc, etc.
Well, see, Sally attack has 133k, and I would say that's one of the lowest of this table, but we'll find out.
It always makes me think when somebody's playing a 2k like that. Of course, these guys can satellite in. There was satellites running for this yesterday, I believe, and you know, a lot of people can fire bullets in them. I forget what the buy-in was, if I'm honest with you, Dan, for the 2k satellite yesterday, for this event obviously today.
Oh yeah, it was about 1 in 10, so about 200, about 300 for the satellite.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
250, something around that area.
So the thing is, a lot of these guys, well, not a lot, some of these guys you could argue might have just satellited in for a knockout price. But I always wonder when I see some, I mean, it could be one of those cases where some guys may not have the biggest amount of cashes. And saying that, that's still not a bad resume to have, Dan, in terms of live earnings. But a lot of the guys could be just cash game players, obviously flicking in a satellite for the WSOP to try and, like, you know, take down a bracelet. You never know. But either way, that's still not the worst resume in the world. But 2K buy-in here. I'm sure there's going to be some guys with at least 400 or 500k in terms of live earnings, but either way, we're going to try and find out for you guys to keep you guys updated on that.
Yeah, Mick, he there having the guts of a 500,000.
Exactly, yeah, makes sense.
Attack with 133. They all have a couple of 100k, just to save us a little bit of time there.
Yeah, makes sense.
And usually there's a guy then up a couple of mil, like the winner yesterday.
Yeah, I think it was what, maybe Omar Eljak was what, 2.4, 2.5 million, something like that in live career earnings. I mean, a little bit more richer after yesterday, to be fair, but still an amazing. I think it was like 1.4 million he had, what his largest one or something like that.
Yeah, unbelievable. Most of his money coming from 2 scores. One was for nearly 500,000. One was for well, I think it was a couple of 100k, and the other one was 1.4 million.
Yeah, ridiculous, man, ridiculous.
Incredible. Just shows one tournament could change your life, and if you're to pick a series to play, why wouldn't it be the World Series of Poker Europe? Under one roof, the biggest and best place to play poker in all of Europe, the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Aliotto raised the 25k with the ace, king, king, 8. And Daniel on the button here with the ace, king, deuce, deuce.
This is a very, very pretty hand for Daniel here. I mean,
yeah, there's a lot going on here. Double suited.
Let's call.
Yeah, see, but having 2 deuces here is probably not the greatest thing. Probably just wants to see a flop in position.
Yeah. But you know, close to another potential here. Obviously, ace 2 of hearts is going to be more than good enough in terms of another potential with some flushes there. King 2 of diamonds close enough to the second enough flush, but either way, a more than playable hand here with the cold call on the button from Daniel.
Some 5s in his hand would be a bit nicer there for Daniel. But you got to play the cards you're dealt, Alan. Heater going to come along for the ride there. Hey there. 13k more. And we are going to get some 3-way action to the flop. Ace 10 queen is the flop.
Aliotto here now with the double kings here, or sorry, the pair of kings, obviously blockers to the nizzles here. He does come out with a bet. I mean, he technically still has top pair with ace king, but still, blockers here in PLO, guys, are very, very relevant in terms of putting pressure on other people's ranges here, because you block the hands that they cannot have in terms of the nuts, which is very, very relevant in this game, Dan.
Yeah, it is, of course. Otherwise, you wouldn't be seeing him just bet like this. Well, he does have the top pair to go with it, to be fair. Top pair, top kicker.
Yeah, at the same time, it's kind of one of those spots that he may not be slowing down on future streets at the same time because of the blockers, as I mentioned, but technically still ahead. Well, obviously Daniel has ace king too, but Daniel obviously with some backdoors here with the hearts and diamonds, so he's definitely not going to be going anywhere.
Yeah, we're going to see heads up action to the turn, cut off against the button. Nearly 200k in the middle. 3 of spades hits. And now Aliotto eyeing up his opponent's stack. Stack pot ratio getting close to 1-to-1 here, Alan. So let's see what Aliotto decides to do.
Be very surprised if he checks here, Dan. Again, I know he has top pair, but it's not really that good when he gets called from the in-position player. And as I said already 3 times at this stage, to having them kings in this situation is very, very relevant in terms of putting pressure on stuff like even ace queen, you know, stuff like pair plus draw, queen jack, queen king, stuff like that. So we'll see how this pans out, but I'd be surprised if Aliotto checks here with the kings.
Yeah, I will be as well, because it's not like he has 1 blocker, he's got 2, so he would be extremely unlucky if he was to run into the king jack.
Yeah. And obviously Daniel not picking up any more extra equity on this 3 of spades. Again, Aliotto can't know that, but either way, Daniel's probably going to have to fold here, facing any aggression here from Aliotto, I would imagine. But he does check.
Interesting. I was expecting to see him bet pot.
I mean, it's hard to say. It's hard to say. It will put max pressure on. It will put max pressure on, but at the same time, as I said, if Daniel still has some king queen, queen jack, you know, jack 10, even ace jack, for example, he's ahead of that for certain combos. So what we see here, Daniel takes the initiative by going for a bet, which is going to make Alioto's hand a little bit kind of, ooh, this is such an annoying spot for Alioto. And as I said, Dan, it takes with us an initiative that Alioto could have been doing himself here.
Yeah, see, maybe because Alioto has an ace in his hand, that he would just use these kings as a bluff if he didn't have the ace.
Yeah, this is so
He's
annoying.
forced to just let it go.
Yeah, frustrating there. I mean, I don't really see the merit in betting that on the flop to just check fold the turn. Now, look, guys, if we're getting this wrong, we apologise, but instinctively, that's how I strongly feel about this situation. As I said, blockers to the nuts in these situations are extremely relevant, especially when you're multi-way. You know, only because the in-position player calls here doesn't mean we should be slowing down here, but maybe Alioto decided, right, maybe there's just better spots to be uber aggressive in this situation, but don't think you're going to come across a better spot than that, Dan, especially when you bet on the flop multi-way, bro.
Yeah, he's already repping a really strong hand, so why not continue to do so? That's a really big brick on the turn, just the 3 of spades.
Exactly, exactly. Now, the only thing I could say there that it's hard to define maybe what the best sizing might be there. It's like you're either going to just like put like max pressure on with pot, and if there is a situation where I just don't think King Jack is ever going to be that likely when we're already blocking that so goddamn heavily. So I would have loved to have saw a bet there. But at the same time, bro, it's a very, very high variance play. We are playing for a bracelet here. It is a 2K event. You've got to be really goddamn smart against the players that are left in this field, because they're going to be, you're not going to get many second chances if you make a big blunder in terms of, like, you know, making a mistake by, you know, putting in chips where you're just going to get called or somebody decides to hero call you. But as I said, bro, instinctively, I would have liked to see somebody pile in money there and put max pressure on, like some ace 10, queen jack, king queen. The list goes on.
Yeah, well said, Alan. Once again, I think if he's in position as well, he might have been more inclined to double barrel there. Out of position, if he bets, it's going to be pretty horrible for him. But I guess if he bets again, he's just going to shut down if there would be not much left in the pot. Well, not much left in the stack relative to the pot.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, that's maybe he was a little bit maybe caught in two minds. Like, the thing is, as I said, he's still somewhat ahead of some ranges. But like, if once the out of position player checks like that, and we saw Daniel just like, you know, give the green light to like start turning this into a bluff. So he kind of passed on that opportunity to take down the pot himself. But look, he's still in, still well in, I should say. So plenty more to play for from Alioto's perspective. So we'll see how this pans out for him.
Blinds have gone up, by the way. 8K is the small blind, 16K is the big blind, with a 16K running big blind ante. 8, 16, 16. All the way around to the button. Queen Jack 8, 7 for he there.
More than good enough to open this on the button, Dan. What do you think?
Yeah. Connectability.
Goosens did not hesitate, bro, did he?
Oh.
The quickest all-in we've seen. It's probably the quickest all-in we saw the last 3 days.
He's made his mind up. He's going with the ace, queen, jack, 9.
Maybe on the flop.
Well, it's a pot-size raise, but it's more or less a committing raise no matter what comes on the flop, Dan, I'd imagine. What do you think?
Well, he's only got 62K behind. Yep. There is more than enough in the middle already.
Yeah. Go to the flop, mate.
Here we go. Jack 10 deuce is the flop for the goose.
Enough going on for both players here, Dan, nonetheless. A lot of straight draws, a lot of pretty much a wrap for, well, close to it if not. It is technically a wrap, yeah, for Goosen, so.
Well, it's not a wrap yet, but he is a 3-1 favourite.
Good point.
284K in this one, up for grabs. He there needing to get lucky.
That's a wrap.
Turn is the king of clubs.
Like a bad turn. No good turn. No, you have a problem.
What's good for the goose is good for the gander. He does double up.
Oh God, I just haven't heard that in a long time, Dad. I'm sorry. You're not going to get much more Irish than that, guys. I'm telling you that much in terms of I'm not sure what you call it, but a reference, an Irish reference to something like that. But either way, Goosens takes down a nice little pot there, and he gets a double up. So a lot of breathing room for the man himself. He bited this time, got it in, flopped well, got there on the turn, dead on the turn, I should say. Yeah. From Heather's perspective, and we move on to the next hand, mate.
Are you not entertained? Yeah, good double up for the goose.
Indeed.
Would have been sad to see him go. Would have been less times to say his name now.
Less jokes too, bro, by the sounds of it.
Indeed.
Yeah, this was like worst. I hope you maybe king says. You see my hand, you don't maybe go. No.
I've always heard that saying. Apocalypse says, Dan. Yeah, it's one of those things, man.
Yeah, well, I clearly didn't just try to make it look like I made it up on the spot. It is a very Irishy thing. Yeah, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, and I've used that one time now. I can't say that joke for a while. I'll have to come up with a new one. 20 players remaining now. €3,916 is the current payout. That means we are 4 eliminations away from that crucial redraw. We will come back then with 2 tables of 8 and play it down to the final table.
They're fairly, I'm not going to say fairly dropping, but they're definitely seeing eliminations the last 30 to 45 minutes or so down pretty, as I said, not too swiftly, but falling pretty quickly nonetheless.
We started the day with 46 players. So we've lost over half the field in, I would like to hazard a guess, of about 5 hours or so, maybe a little bit more.
Thereabouts indeed, mate.
Maybe closer to 6.
Just goes to show the variance in this. Again, I'm not going to say I'm sick of saying it, but it's just so true every time. PLO is so volatile, guys. If you think the variance in no limit hold'em is extreme, and which it is, to be honest, it's definitely 2x, if not 3x, more extreme in terms of variance with the pot limit Omaha streets. So, content, entertainment, win-win all around, guys. Hope you guys are enjoying it.
Yeah, it's awesome. I tip my hat to any person out there that likes playing PLO. It's not that it's not for me, it's not that I don't like the game, it just takes some real balls out there to play for this kind of money in PLO. Separates the men from the boys, in my opinion.
Indeed.
This one going to the river, 88k in the pot. And attack with the check mark, with the flush. This is a double pair board though.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. You see some people making this mistake then, thinking they might have a full house here. I mean, I remember playing PLO when I was kind of deciding what format I wanted to invest most of my time in, and thankfully this happened on micro stakes, guys, and not in a situation in a 2k tournament where people think they might have a full house here, but obviously these guys are more experienced than I've ever been playing this game, so they're not going to make that mistake, I guess.
But he is going to bet 50k.
It is fold.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So when we first started playing No Limit Hold'em in my house, back when I was 17, I mean 18. Yeah, we would play and would make similar mistakes, thinking a flush could beat a full house. Silly stuff. Many moons ago, or thinking you had a hand that you didn't have. But obviously it's way more applicable. I'm saying if that was happening us in Hold'em, it's no wonder that was happening when you were trying to learn Omaha. It can be a very confusing game, especially when you've the guts of 20 cards flying at your face on the screen.
Yeah. And if you're long enough doing the commentary, Dan, which you know, sometimes 8 to 10 hours into a stream, guys. We might misread a board, we might misread a hand. Things like that will happen, but when you're dealing with 2x the amount of cards, a lot more possibilities in terms of outs, like equity. Things can get messy, as I said countless times, and definitely have to be paying attention to this nonetheless. And I'm sure the guys on that table are more than dialed into the situation, given that there's only 20 players left with a bracelet up top.
Yeah, it's usually these mistakes at the very start of the stream or at the very end of the stream. We kind of get into that flow show in the middle. Got to be firing on all cylinders for these kind of events. 10-7-4-3 here for ATAC. And we were on about us having to fire on all cylinders. What about the players?
This is true.
I always talk about decision fatigue on this channel. You can only make so many good decisions in a day. And if you've been playing this event for a few days now, it's going to be very hard to stay as focused as you can in every spot. Be calm, confident, collected, composed.
Even that, Dan, as well. Like, I mean, this is only 2 days of play. We don't know how long these players have been playing since this WSOP E started in Kings itself. You know, these guys could be 6-7 days in a row playing some MTTs. You wouldn't know. Maybe a break in between. I would advise that myself personally. I think it's very, very important to prioritise recovery when you're not feeling up to it, guys. But sometimes in tournament poker, especially in a series like this, you don't get that much time to recover. That's why you have to prioritise it when you can and work well with the schedule that is going on at the moment.
Well, of course we do feature some of the biggest ones we have at the King's Resort will be the World Series of Poker circuit events for sure. And they lead us in nicely into this series in particular. But if you're not feeling up to it, you're going to have to wait at least 6 months before you can even play. We have the circuit event a couple of times a year, and then of course this 3-week series. Like, you don't get to pick and choose how you're going to feel, how your health is. So you've got to do everything you can possibly think of to make sure that you don't have to face these situations where it's like, I'm not able to play today. And it takes a real man to be like, I'm not capable of playing today, and then not regging. A lot of people just reg anyway.
Yeah. And you know, you hear some you do hear some stories sometimes that, you know, didn't sleep for 3 days, still ran up a stack. Here I am on the final table. But guys, them are the 1 out of 10 stories in my opinion. You know, there's a lot of things to be said for prioritising your health and recovery in these sort of situations. But like you said, Dan, sometimes these things come around thick and fast, you know, so either way, definitely prioritising your health in some situations. But as we've been experiencing since we've been here, Dan, there's a wellness centre up on the top floor of this fine establishment. And I have no doubt in admitting that I feel pretty goddamn well after an hour in there, I'm not going to lie.
Well, I'm just going to straight up admit to the class, we didn't start stream till late enough today, and the sauna in the wellness centre is so good that it just relaxes you nearly too much. Not able to do much after it.
I was going to say, there's no complaints there all the same, bro.
No complaints at all. It's just, that's how well it works. And obviously the top of the food chain in events like this will be availing of those services. Hockley is our chip leader here, overwhelmingly actually.
2-1 thereabouts more.
Yeah,
thereabouts. Yeah.
Daniel in second place, and every other player playing 30 big blinds or less, except for the chip leader.
Yeah, I don't recognise the name, mate. Lee
Mahogany.
Mahogany, excuse me. He does have the emote in chat, my man, but he must be a subscriber to the channel, otherwise you would not be able to use that emote, Mr. Mahogany. So welcome on in, my G. Nice of you to join us.
Great to see the crossover.
Keep it cool. My apologies, sir. Now I recognise it all makes sense now. Welcome in, my man. Welcome in, my good man. If I'm honest. Gotta get some more emotes for you guys and for the Twitch channel, guys. Since you're thoroughly enjoying the ones that I got done a couple of months ago. But welcome in, keep it cool. Hope you're enjoying the stream, mate.
Johan says he's going to be here Saturday and Sunday for a part of the day. I think that's what he's saying anyway.
Interesting, mate.
Well, be sure to say hello if you are, Johan. We will be still around.
Yeah.
Just depends what's going on with us at the time. ATAC would have raised to 40k with the ace 10 9 8 from the cutoff.
Always difficult to figure out who some people are, Dan. You know, you see them on the Discord, you see them on the Twitch, they have multiple different usernames, multiple, whatever the case may be.
Well, I think it's fantastic, Alan. You started your Twitch channel not even 6 months ago, and you're seeing the crossover. They're all coming over from your channel because you're doing this for the week. You're obviously not twitching, so it's really nice to see so many of your loyal fans tuning in to see how we're getting on. So we really appreciate that.
Yeah, as I said, bro, look, when this opportunity came up, it was a no-brainer when you asked me to come along with you. I was obviously super grateful to be given this opportunity to be doing the co-commentary alongside yourself for this amazing event, and also get to experience Kings, guys. I know we have no problem constantly and reminding you how amazing this venue is. I can't strongly advise you guys to get down swiftly enough, or at least try and experience one time in your life. I don't think this will be the first or the last time we'll be back then, but either way, an amazing opportunity that we could not turn down. I will happily sacrifice 1 week of Twitch streaming to do the co-comments for this amazing event alongside yourself until whatever Monday or Tuesday when we're back.
I see Apocalypse, he's going to be playing the 250 event in Manchester. Best of luck with that, Apocalypse.
Good luck, sir.
The beauty is at the King's Resort. Yes, mightn't be the World Series of Poker Europe, but there is so many events, 365 days of the year, 24/7 at the King's Resort. So
Indeed.
It's not like you're not going to have another opportunity.
Get on down, guys. Get on down.
Yeah, and what you were saying there about players, like talking about I was on my 5th bullet and I finally ran up a stack. It's these things, it's like they didn't give up, they kept playing. Yes, so that actually is a counter argument to me saying, I'm not feeling well today, I mightn't play. At least if they get through, they get through. It's hard to stop when you've already played a few bullets. It's day 1D out there. You can feel the excitement in the air. And it's their last chance with a 2 million guarantee. I think you've got to force yourself out of bed no matter how you're feeling. Get back up, championship rounds, and if you get a stack through, get your good night's sleep, eat your fruit, go to the wellness centre, and then hopefully you're feeling better. Obviously, I'm not saying, it's just, even if you're not feeling it, I think you need to give that one a go because it's just so prestigious. There's so much value, and who the hell doesn't want to win the guts of a $500,000 and a bracelet for a 1k buy-in?
Yeah, it's just serious value for money, man. You saw it in the intro videos, guys, and even stuff that they posted on Instagram on King's Resort page, the Instagram page. It's probably, it's not probably, guys, it is hands down the best value tournament in all of Europe right now. And not only that, guys, the Colossus Day 1A has just started today for a 550 buy-in with an increased prize pool of 1.5 million. Again, guys, the Colossus 1A has started today. 550 buy-in, 1.5 million guaranteed prize pool, guys. It's just unbelievable value the last couple of days, and obviously going forward for the next 2 to 3 weeks, guys. No brainer, get on down.
Yeah, it's incredible. We've got this 2k PLO going on while you're mentioning those tournaments happening in the background.
3 of them at the moment, guys. 3 tournaments running at the same time. It's just insane.
All bracelet events.
All bracelet events, exactly, bro, exactly. It's just insane. The room is just so big, guys, to accommodate 3 events, WSOP events right now. It's just insane, the size of the room. The floor is buzzing. Everyone is enjoying themselves, guys.
Lee raising to 80k here with the 10-9-8-4 on the ace-deuce-deuce is a little bit suspicious to me.
Indeed.
Is this just attacking? Did he pick up on something? Has he seen something? Does he have a live tell? It doesn't even really have any backdoors here, Alan. This is questionable, I would think.
Well, the discussion we were having earlier on, Dan, sometimes you just got to look your man in the eye and tell him, I know you got nothing. And the days of that we thought were gone. Clearly we are totally wrong. This is some street poker, man. I will say one thing, 2-2 ace. There's a lot more 2x in the, from a no-limit holding perspective, guys. I know this is PLO, but nonetheless, a lot of 2x from the big blind cold call range here. But you could argue it could be the same thing from the button here. But this is an interesting float. Interesting float here from Aliotto.
Wasn't expecting to see him continue. Wasn't expecting to see the check raise. This is a funky hand.
This is a funky hand, mate. And Lee just decided to give up here. Now, Aliotto, in my opinion, so obviously the float was probably a bit ambitious, but I think once you get to this situation where the turn goes check, check, maybe he just believes that Lee is just after giving up on this pot, so he has to take a stab here. In position, one would imagine. In terms of sizing, I think there's just going to be a lot of check folds here. I don't know how often the Ace-X raises here on the flop, so he's maybe just trying to go into target some 2X here that might end up check folding here. Who knows, but we're sure as hell going to find out, Dan.
I don't. This is above my jurisdiction, Alan. I don't know what's going to happen here.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're going to find out. I think it's a mandatory bet from Eliotto nonetheless, mate, so it's just going to be an easy check fold here for Lee. Unless he's going to find something spicy. I think the check raise on the flop when Eliotto is probably going to be betting, you know, pretty high frequency on this situation. Lee just tried to, you know, exploit that by check raise. And again, I'm not saying this is probably the best combo with this, but usually in this situation, from what I've saw before, man, when somebody's betting too much of a range, we're supposed to check raise very aggressively. Now, again, probably not the best situation with the hand he had, but he just tried to exploit somebody who might be overseas betting, who's going to be basically impossible to defend versus the check raise.
Very hot and spicy hand there.
Indeed. Happening
at this feature table. I think that was just a one and done situation from Lee, button against big blind. Chanced one as the chip leader, allowing him to do that, not worrying about losing chips. 19 remaining now. That means we are 3 eliminations away from the redraw. Average stack is 542k. Raises to 40k here with the ace jack 9-3. Apocalypse asked, do I know what's being streamed tomorrow? Guessing day 2 of the mini main. It is not going to be day 2 of the mini main.
We got a special one for tomorrow, guys.
We have something special lined up.
It's going to be some pretty big action, to say the least, guys. It will be announced at some stage, but that's all we can tell you for now. I put it this way, I am thoroughly looking forward to it.
Another surprise for the fans. We had the giveaway, we had the surprise that we were at King's together in the booth for the first time, and now we've got another surprise.
Yeah.
Well, and also, let's not forget about the hoodie.
That's probably the biggest surprise, isn't it?
It probably is for the moderators in the chat, man. This hoodie thing has been going on a while.
But no, we got some action for you guys tomorrow.
The hand was that good that you didn't.
Probably above our pay grade again, Dan, but we're going to be happy to be there to hold the fort nonetheless, I guess. But either way, I am very, very excited to be seeing it. And I'm sure you guys will feel the exact same way.
Stay tuned to find out.
As the saying goes.
Before even with this sick flop he have, you can lose, right? So better just to take it sometimes.
Aaron going to raise to 40k here with the ace 8 7 6. That's all it's going to take down the blinds and antes on this occasion, adding 40k to his stack. Not much to talk about there.
This one? Yeah. cash game, very different.
Pocket says there's a 7-card stud event on Saturday. If that gets streamed, then he's cancelling Manchester.
Well, man, I'm not going to lie, guys. I don't even know how to play 7 cards.
So, hold on, like, what is this? We were on about challenges throughout the week. What's the challenges? To see how many cards we can deal with without blowing a fuse.
And the thing is, that it seems to be just escalating with the amount of cards we have to deal with as of late, isn't it?
7 cards now is just asking for... I can't even make a double trouble, double stuff thing with that. What am I supposed to say? 7 heaven?
Nah, I mean... We'll have to pack the suitcase at that stage then and say, right, this is way above our pay grade, but yeah, nonetheless. Nonetheless.
No, I can confirm by around Saturday we will be at the business end of the mini main, and that is, I think it's I think it'll be most excited I've ever been to commentate on something, especially with Alan here with me at the King, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. That is going to be an amazing event to crown the champion of, because with 2 million guaranteed, it's going to have people from every walk of life are going to be in that one with a 1k buy-in with such a big value tournament. So I am really excited for that one. It'll also be at the tail end of our streaming, so we'll be extra giddy in the booth by then. All going well, please God. Meanwhile, back at the ranch here, Lee raising the 40k from the cutoff with the King Jack 9-3 double suited. The Goose is going to call from the small with the King, Queen, Queen, Jack. That is going to bring the big blind in for the ride with the King Jack 8-3. Not much happening for him here, but in for a penny, in for a pound. Ace 10-6 is the flop. And the Goose with the best of it here. Checker. And now action on the chip leader. He's going to check back in position. Turn is the Jack of Spades. And the Goose with the best of it by a mile. The nut straight. Surprised he didn't start betting there, Alan, on the Jack Spade turn.
I mean, there's still a lot of flushes in people's ranges there, Dan. It's still not an ideal spot. I mean, maybe you could argue if he was in position here, but given the fact he's out of position, it's kind of one of those things where you still have to play a little bit passively on the turn, I guess.
Yeah, he doesn't want to get raised with the 3 spades out there.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah. You see this in a lot of multi-way spots anyways. I mean, when, you know, even in no-limit hold'em. But it's obviously going to be even more applicable to play passively in these spots, as there's extra couple of cards to worry about, more ranges to worry about also.
Yeah, I take it back. More look at it there, especially when we're multi-way.
Yeah. And again, like that, you know, he's out of position, he's first to act here. Big blind, he still has to worry about the big blind, and obviously Lee can definitely check back some flush draws here. He can check back easily, as I said, any pair like 10x with the flush draw. As I said, any naked flush draw itself down wouldn't be a bad check back on the flop to realise equity. Betting this board with a flush draw facing a raise would be, against 2 ranges, a disaster, more in my opinion.
Yeah, that makes sense.
One is not enough.
Goose takes it down. Mark Cleary says, nice to see Alan still commentating after he punched that guy in the car park.
Mark, man, you're something else, bro.
Did you punch me in the car park? Is there something I'm unaware of here?
Mark likes to come into the chat, man. He likes to stir the old cauldron, we'll say, to put it lightly, Dan, for whatever reason.
It's pretty funny, man. I really like his second comment. Every walk of life with a 1k buy-in. Stole my son's communion money to deposit and he's still in debt.
There you go. This is the Mark that I remember from the chat. Hopefully you'll still have the same entertaining comments, Mark, by the time I get back streaming, probably Tuesday, Wednesday. I would say Wednesday next week, bro. I can't imagine Tuesday is going to be a stream day for myself, but either way, nice to have you here, Mark, nonetheless.
He sounds like a buzzer.
I think that's an understatement, mate. I think there's a lot more things you could call that man, but we might lose our job.
I think always think the same. Every time check, he bet.
I think you bet on the flop, you don't bet. On the flop, I won't make all in.
He smells something.
King, queen, jack, space. King, queen, jack, space.
Yeah.
Daniel double suited here. Ace 10, 6, 5.
Grab with flush.
I have king, jack, king, diamond, and jack. Take it.
What he had? You had a flush?
Queen had flush.
Queen.
Huh?
Heb je man? King, queen, jack. Hij heeft daarop een flush. Maar king, queen, nine.
See, they're just discussing the previous hand. Trying to figure out what Goossens had. Well, he more or less said it, I believe, but players were inquiring nonetheless.
Yeah, he blocked some flushes as well with the Queen of Spades in his hand, but not good enough to bet on the turn the more I looked at it.
Yeah, that's one street hand at max, Dan, and like we mentioned on the turn play, it's going to be a pretty standard check, I would guess. Just for precaution, again like that, you still could be betting. You still could bet, but I don't think there's many worse hands, I should say, that are going to call that turn. I'd imagine maybe sets, and that's about it, I guess, just with outs to improve to a full house. But I think the only hands mostly that are going to be calling there, if he did decide to lead on the turn, would be predominantly flushes.
Attack in the small with ace, queen, jack, 9. Aliotto is going to see a flop as well with ace, king, 8, 5. Three-way action. What a flop it is for the small blind on the 10-8-3. Monotone. And look at this for Daniel. He has flopped a flush as well.
No flush at that, Dan. I should say attack. Flops a no flush.
I was under the gun there with the 6-5 of hearts. Not thrilled about it. Going to check back, of course. This is Omaha, not Hold'em.
This is a good example of, like, again, just pot controlling here, Dan. Okay, yeah, you have a flush. It looks good, but in a spot like that where you're just against two other ranges, I mean, you could even argue checking this back if it was heads up. Some of the time you could argue, because again, like that, man, flushes, these big hands just happen way more often in PLO is another thing to point out, guys. That you just can't be over-investing with these. Yeah, okay, flushes, sounds good on paper, but you need to be conscious that, like, people can flop flushes on a very, very normal basis and a very, very average situation as well. So important to realise that, not to over-invest. Checking back here, the flop here, multi-way, is going to be a very, very good play, even though you flop the flush.
Sorry, I'm just writing this down.
Do you taking notes off me, bro? It's debatable when it's PLO. Hold them, I'd say fair enough, but PLO, you're taking notes, I must be doing something right, eh?
King of Spades on the turn. He's going to be forced to call one, though. That's why we pot control.
Indeed. And this is exactly it. And the fact he's in position as well is going to make Daniel's perspective on the situation on the river a lot more easier. Like, again, this is like perfect river that he can get away if A-Attack decides to bet. A-Attack might bet this river still because, again, there is some hands that might call that are worse, but it's still very, very debatable. I think if you had potentially weaker flushes here, it may not be a value bet or a bet on this river, but ace-X of hearts is still going to warrant a bet here, I would say, even though on a river pair. Size and wise, it's hard to say. It's hard to say, but I do like a half pot size in here, maybe like 100 to 120k. The thing is, when the in-position player checks back on the flop, you can still have a lot of like 10-8, you can still have pocket threes, you can still have some king-8 here, but I do like this bet from A-Attack. 80k, yeah.
Well, one thing I would say is it's unlikely that Daniel has a full house.
I wouldn't say it's that unlikely, Dan. Again, on a monotone texture, again, it's a little bit selective in terms of the combos, but 10-8 is still a possibility here. King 8 is definitely a possibility. It's not very likely, I agree, but definitely not impossible.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
I like what you said there. If we have a lesser flush, we just want to check. But with the nut flush, we're still going to try to get some value.
Yeah, defo. I mean, you could definitely argue, because the thing is, when the in-position player checks back the flop, you can already discount probably king high flushes and ace high flushes, I would assume. So that's very, very relevant in terms of value betting this river, because the ace high flush is never going to check back the flop. I would say the king high flush is never going to check back this flop. Weaker ones below that, strong argument for it, but definitely from ATAC's perspective, ace X of hearts is going to be for sure a bet, turn and river, so I like that. But I also like the fold from Daniel. Well played.
Yeah, well played by Bo.
Yeah, I agree strongly.
And speaking of both, we are going to have Barney Boatman at the feature table after this redraw. I would say either whatever table he ends up on, whether it's the outer table or a similar lineup to this one, we will see him at the feature, I presume, anyway.
Nice.
Be nice to see him in the mix. He's going to have a lot of fans tuning in.
Indeed.
Legend of the game.
You had nothing, he said. He said you had nothing. Good bluff, he said.
Definitely been around for a minute, hasn't he, Dan?
It's funny because I was thinking of getting up his Hendon Mob, but he's one of the founders of the Hendon Mob, if I believe.
Correct.
I am correct, yeah. I'd forgotten about that. You know, it's so long ago now. Is it his brother or him that's an actor?
I'm not sure, bro.
I think
I'm not sure.
Ross Boatman. One of them has done some acting. Was in Coronation Street or EastEnders. I can't remember which.
Well, don't be asking me if I was one of them, because it's been a long ass time since I watched one of them episodes, bro, or that series itself.
I just like seeing poker players having like quirky side things that they're very interested in, and I like that they're that successful at poker that they went and pursued other things also.
Yeah, it's for sure an interesting one. For sure an interesting one nonetheless. But going to be very, very nice to see him. I remember when I was starting grinding, man, when he was a full tilt pro back in the day, obviously before Black Friday and all that jazz, before I won't say X hit the fan, but I remember seeing him playing a full tilt back in the day, man.
Well, I have him up here anyway. If he has a big enough result here, he will cross the threshold of 4 million in total live earnings.
What a boss, eh? What a boss.
$17 players remaining now, so just one elimination away from the aforementioned redraw.
War Flash gut gerade? Flash war gut?
No pay jump to worry about.
Zu schwach.
€3,916 is the current payout, and it will be for 17th and 16th place. Then the jump's just going to get bigger, but we don't want to give you that. The winner going to take home €91,183, and the bling bling.
The bling bling.
The gold bracelet for this event. Still 13 bracelets to be awarded after this one. Things just getting started really in the grand scheme of things.
Thank God.
Someone said thank God. Don't thank him too hard, especially if you're still in. Thank him later if you're successful in taking down this event. Lee raising to 50k from the small blind with King, Jack, Jack 7, and we'll take down the blinds and antes.
Ook 12. 10, 20.000 blend. Nou. Dus dan de blend. Blend go. blinds. Yeah, the blinds, yeah. Now it's or 86. Just on plan. Otherwise I must pay 20,000. I must call 20,000. Next blind, next.
Oh, it's. I like this. You mean like you made it?
Average stack now over 600k.
Also for you, huh?
There's a problem with the clock. There's a problem with the clock.
Little one elimination to go before the redraw. Hijack for Alioto 7764.
Yeah, just play the hand. Maybe last hand before the break.
Oh, brilliant. Play the then.
Maybe
the hand starts before the clock.
Will be go longer.
But it's no way we play another 2 hours before the break.
Maybe yes.
Ace, king, king, jack here for Daniel in the cutoff.
Okay, so one more play. Okay, makes sense. I just folded because of the break. I would raise.
He's going to raise to 40k. Lead with ace, queen, jack 5 on the button. Let's it go. Ace, queen, 8, deuce for he there in the small. Not going to cut the mustard either, and the big blind gets out of the way. And I believe that's going to be the last hand before the break. That means there's been an elimination on one of the outer tables. So join us in about 20 minutes time where we will have a new lineup. Don't go anywhere. Things are just heating up in this 2K PLO World Series of Poker Europe bracelet event. We'll be right back.
we go on break already? No, we're going to do the redraw. Wait. Just wait 1 minute, guys. We'll do the redraw. And after we move the chips around.
Crazy. That's like 300 euros. Yeah. Right now it doesn't matter. There's a pay commission. Oh, another pay commission. 40 euros. Normally it's going to make at least maximum 2% of the money. Yeah, it should be 3,000 euros. Pay 2,000, 3,000. This makes sense. Or at least it's good for the casino, but I like when it's more heavy. Yeah. Small bit of it, it's nice to be in the money as well. Of course. It's just like, you feel like...
Hi Kings fans, we have a special mystery giveaway for you. Prizes include the new iPhone 15 Pro, PlayStation 5, AirPods Pro and vouchers for hotel, shop and shisha. To enter the giveaway you need to collect the codes. You can get the codes by purchasing online and in-store at King's Shop, or by watching your live streams and completing challenges and getting the codes from your favorite commentators. The lottery starts today on 27th of October, and we will have a special live stream on Sunday, November 12th, where we will announce all the winners. I wish you all good luck. See you at King's.
Important thing was as those of clubs versus sevens, I think. Yes, and then the river comes to us. Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of nerves out there at the moment. Well, naturally enough.
Exactly. In this exact situation, I mean, again, there's so much money up top, man, being 110k, and not only that, we're literally on the ticket bubble too. So a lot of stuff to take into account, guys. A lot of money up top, a lot of decisions that are going to be very, very important, whether you preserve your stack or not. Got to be careful, got to be very, very sure every decision you make is going to be the highest EV decision. But I've no doubt that these players are more than capable of doing that. Especially they've outlasted 3,500 players, guys. Just shy, or just over, I should say, 3,500 players. Ridiculous field. A lot of days to play. But we have here Swinesetter on the button, opening the 7s. Wow, we got an all in here. The ace-2 versus the 7. This could be it, Dan. We could be on the bubble of the ticket here. It could be bursting.
This could be bing, bang, boom, and just like that, the bubble bursts unless Bees can get lucky. He's got 33% equity. Can't find a much better spot here with 6 bigs. I think he was forced all in here. Actually, the blinds had just gone up, so it was less than 5 bigs total. Also having your big blind invested and your big blind ante.
Exactly.
There are some arguments you could make for folding here on the exact bubble, but that is not the cloth that Emil Bees is cut from. 10-6-5 is the flop, and nothing in it for Bees, and he's going to need help on the Turner River, or the fan favourite at King's Resort will be eliminated. Turn is the Jack of Spades, now down to 1 card and 3 outs.
Not the first time we've seen an ace in the river, Dan, when we've done comms together. Well, wouldn't be the last time. We'll see what happens.
Oh my God, he hits it! The king is back, man.
Disgusting, and I just said it too, bro. It's like I knew. Trust me, I didn't, by the way. Just to make that very, very clear.
Always a surprise around the corner for the king.
Man, this is stuff I'm not going to say you'd see online, but it's just in this situation where it's just like on the bubble of the ticket. It's just always these sort of things that like always happen. It just makes great, great content.
No, actually I play a very massive pot against Omar, the chip leader. So that hand was like he opened every hand. So and I 3-bet, he called, flop king, 3 deuce. 2 club he check, I bet half of my stack, he called. Turn a deuce, he check, I bet almost all in, and he called with a blank. He had king deuce, full house. Yeah, I have aces. Yeah. So I got 3 chips left, and then wait for the last hand, and then just all in and bust.
Okay.
To be honest.
Ace 10-4 is the flop. Pasma top pair. Vega with a good shot, but with 2 clubs on board, don't see him continuing. Although it wouldn't surprise me after seeing that 6-7 of spades hand. Turn is the 6 of diamonds, and now Vega with his good shot might decide to try get some picture cards to fold here, something along those lines. Although a lot of picture cards would just bet this flop. Yeah, I think it's best to just check. Pasma is going to bet 450k here. I think once Vega has checked flop and turn, 2 flush draws on board, just needs to be folding.
Yeah, strongly agree, bro. Strongly agree.
It wouldn't have surprised me to see him lead there, Alan, considering what he done there on the King 8-8 earlier. Just a few hands ago, really.
Exactly, yeah. That is true.
And they were talking to each other pre-flop.
Oh,
I told you I wouldn't. Okay, I didn't say raise, but I thought I said it wouldn't surprise me if he does some form of a continue. I wasn't expecting to see a raise to 1.7 million. Talk about putting the pressure on Pasma here. This is a horrible spot to be in for Pasma. You can see it on his face.
The only thing I'd say about this, mate, is because there's a lot of draws out there, which you obviously unblock every single one of them, clubs and diamonds. You know, there's a lot of 4 or 5 of clubs, 4 or 5 of diamonds, 7, 8 of diamonds, 8, 9 of diamonds, clubs, etc. There's a lot going on here. King, Queen of diamonds, etc., etc. So, you know, having position here. The thing is with this 4 or 5 of spades, man,
On a non-flush completing river, this is one of the best combos to always bluff on blocking the folds. It's very, very important. Now, the thing is, you can improve here, but I don't think 5x has that much showdown value here, unless you decide to check call here against missed draws, which is also a thing as well, which would be unbelievably sick if he finds it.
It's important to note that the flop went check, check.
Yeah, I'm aware. There's no worries. So either way, it's still a really nice spot to
shove in Vegameister's shoes.
Well, the thing is, as I said, man, you know, you improved on the river technically, but 4-3 got there as well if you have that from the big blind, and he does check. This is okay, just checks back. I mean, I don't mind that. The thing is, it's one of those things where if you do face a bet in the river here, it's going to be quite a polarizing spot in terms of what Pasmat is going to be value betting in the river, because if he's checking back all these ace-x, especially the weaker kickers, then what he's going to be betting on the river there is going to be, you know, strong ace-x, 2 pairs, and just some missed draws, man.
Amateur power player, that means you are dangerous. Yeah, but you are doing very well in tournament yellow. Yeah? Could be better, eh? Could be better.
I might have a problem tomorrow.
You
are day 2 or
yeah.
I might have to
you are too good. You're too good.
1 point. Yeah. So I don't know. If I'm here, it's fucked. I have to run all the way down there. Fuck. Back here.
Ice Cold Spear says it's hard to kill D, but not gonna lie, yes, my boy getting it done. And Paul Flat getting right back on the horse. 2 very playable hands back to back. Kardashians in the hole for him.
20 big blinds in the chip lead.
800.
Comes with the min this time. It gets out the way.
Oh, wow.
It's a cruel game sometimes.
It really is. This entire final table has just been so cruel. Ben Heath came in 1 of 9, out in 7th, I believe. Out in 6th, rather. Julian Martini announces himself, and Bourbois just gets the click call with the Cowboys. Going to win this 4 out of 5 times, and he's going to have a huge chip lead.
Oh,
wow.
King in spades too.
Queen, Jack, 10. Middle set for the Frenchman, but he's not out of dodge yet. Ace or a 9 would give Paul a straight. King would give him a bigger set, and obviously running spades also working for him.
Wow.
Ace, King, 9, right?
Turn.
Flat could be down to 2 million. 6-8 game. Really unfortunate for him, unless he can find a miracle river.
Ace 9 or King needed. 9-ball corner pocket. And the Triton boss man extends his arm as a token of GG's to Julian Martini. 5th place. Get some GG's in the chat for a true legend of the game. 107k. And now the Triton head honcho, chip leader with 4 left, looking for bracelet number 1.
Absolutely, really unfortunate run out is the hope that kills you, as we say. But a valiant effort from Martini, out in 4th place.
Does want to thin out the field a little bit, get some bow in. Leon here with the jacks. We could be seeing some fireworks and let this man away here. He may just cold call, which then would invite a whole slew of players to follow along.
What do you smoke?
No, these vapes.
Řekněte, ať ze šíše baru přinese různý ty cigárka sem vybrat. Různý.
So Ivan opening it up once again. There's an 800 straddle in play now. It's actually Dorf that opened it for 2100 from the hijack with the ace queen. Gets Ivan from the cutoff with 10-8. You'll viral in the hand from the button with his deuces, and now Malika is likely to do something a little bit different than just calling with her cowboys from the big blind. Does want to thin out the field a little bit, get some bow in. Leon here with the jacks. We could be seeing some fireworks and let this man away here. He may just cold call, which then would invite a whole slew of players to follow along. But I think we're likely... That looks like a call right there. Indeed it is. Let's see if Dorf is just going to ship his stack in. I mean, he's not that big at this point. There's a lot of dead money in the pot.
I want to get the chips from Milika.
Indeed, that's what he's doing. Taking the risk, folks. Showing a lot of heart here. And Malika, is she just going to get her stack in? She indeed is. And Leon has a decision.
Look, if Leon comes in, then it's perfect.
He's thinking about it, which is a good first sign.
I'm so much behind.
It's all in?
I think he can fold this for this amount.
Yeah, he recognizes that he's behind.
I'm just behind.
And Elke taking a peek at the Cowboys.
I'm behind. I'm behind.
It kind of does matter.
I have a nice hand. I'm
She
behind.
could be doing it with ace-king.
You're all in, right?
But you're right. You're probably not ahead of much there.
Man, Leon, I love that.
Good fold there, Leon. Good job.
Okay,
I think
because it's hard to
Malika
fold
took her
in
time a
real
little bit
there.
more.
Let's take a second.
I think if she took her time a little bit more, Malika, it might have been different. She was very immediate in her action.
Quand t'as commencé à parler, je croyais que c'était encore plus faible que ça.
We did see another player with an ace in their hands. There's two live ones. Malika offered to run it twice. Dwarf always seems to like to run it twice. So I think we're going to see two boards here.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
But there's one of those aces, so maybe for once Dwarf not so happy it's being run twice.
5. Nice one, Leon.
Crazy.
And everybody congratulating Leon on his great fold with the jacks. And first half over to Dwarf, but can he double up? I think there's only one ace left in the deck.
You should be safe. I folded ace.
So no miracles so far for Dwarf. It's looking more and more like a chop. Malika seems like she's sweating this out, even though she's such a huge favorite at this point for the second half. But it is a considerable chunk and change.
Not one jack.
Button for Austin.
5 of spades on the river, another chop.
If I'm shoving behind here, I know it is.
Yeah.
Very hard for you to lose that twice, but I've folded an ace.
Nice hand.
Nice hand. Thank you.
Nice.
It would have been interesting to see what would have happened if Malika just cold called with her kings there.
Very good fold.
And how Rob would act.
What's up?
Good morning.
Are you ready for today? Yeah. See you at Kings.
Right around to A-all in the cutoff who lets go the 9-6. Now we have Giuseppe with a small pair in the button. Well, this is a 30 big blind shove here. Oh boy, look at this, Henry.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about this shove. I guess you're getting a ton of hands you're flipping against to fold, and possibly even some hands that are crushing you to fold also. I'm thinking 3s and 4s. But he's run into it here.
Yeah.
The chip leader with the bullets.
This is... let's call a spade a spade. I'm a fan of calling a spade a spade. This is a bit of a blunder from Giuseppe.
30 bigs.
I'm probably folding button, to be honest with you.
I think I'm always raising.
Well,
but
I mean, I don't think I'm ever jamming 30 big blinds. Not into a stack that has me covered. 2 shorties for sure, but I mean, this guy Giuseppe has a ton of experience, Henry. Well over 100k in live cashes.
Right, let's put the bag on.
It kind of went wrong for him against Youssef just before the break. I mean, what do you do? I mean, I mean, the dealer could hand him the deck and say to him, pick whatever card you want out, you know. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. He needs perfect.
I mean,
perfect.
can we get a sweat at least, like a king? A king would have been fair, right? Wow, deuce on the river.
Alrighty, folks, we are back. Look at that Ferrari out the front of Kings. Deadly.
Thing of beauty, Dan.
Thing of beauty indeed. We were trying to have an argument there. I wouldn't call it an argument now, but we were wondering, would you rather a Porsche or a Ferrari? Alan reckons the Porsche.
I mean, Dan, I'm not going to lie, bro. I'd be pretty goddamn happy with both. But here we are back in the action, Dan.
Well, we could, if we have one each, we could go for a good race.
I'd say I win.
I'd say you would win, considering I don't know how to drive. No. All ahead of me, says Alan. Boatman is at the feature table playing 74 big blinds. A fan favourite. I expect to see a lot of people tuning in to watch Barney Boatman. Is a character himself. We're often called characters, but he's definitely one of them.
Yeah, as I was saying, Dan, like this is a bit nostalgic for me because I just remember Barney. I mean, I've obviously been a little bit infrequent in, we'll say, more recent results overall. But this for me is just one of the days when I remember back to full tilt, man. Obviously that's going back over a decade at this stage, if not even more potentially. But yeah, it's just a nostalgic moment. The band has been around for such a long time. Obviously a huge amount of live earnings over that decade, man, or as I said, for whatever length of time he has been playing. Super excited to see what he's going to be made of on this table, Dan.
Absolutely, yeah. Let's see who else we've got. We've got Lee, of course. We have Panzier. We've got Zek. Yay. Somehow has the same name as Kanye West.
There you go.
Goosens is still in the house. The silly goose. We still have Daniel. And we have Stefanelli from Italy. We've got a few different nationalities being represented here. Germany, Hong Kong, United Kingdom, Italy, Netherlands, Belgium and Austria.
Another mixed bag of nuts, you could say, Dan, but it's still awesome to see that this multicultural event, i.e. international, we are international, my man, World Series of Poker, it's self-explanatory.
Indeed, yes, so 16 players remaining now, 2 tables of 8. Just after going through that redraw, 7 eliminations away from the final table. We're at the business end of things. Well, the business end of things before the final table. And I expect to see chips flying everywhere, although they have to be a bit concerned and cagey in certain situations. All of them wanting to make that final table, having played for several days already. So 16 remaining. We are facing a pay jump. 16th place is €3,916 and 14th to 15th place is €4,329. Just waiting for the players to get mic'd up before cards are in the air. See some nice comments coming in for you there, Alan, saying few nice things. One saying this game was invented by Satan himself. Seriously though, anyone looking to learn, tune into Alan's stream. Runs you through every hand, then does a Q&A at the end. Brilliant for anyone looking to learn from a great player. So why do you think I have him in the boot with me? Why do you think he's my right-hand man to Action Man Dan?
Appreciate the kind words. Was it Mark? It is Mark, man. As I say, bro, it's awesome to have you here, man. And again, as I always say to guys, any drop a message of kind words, it means the world to me. It gives me extra motivation to continue doing the streaming on Twitch, guys. But as I said, I'm here beside Dan right now. He mentioned that's the reason why I'm here.
One of
yeah,
several. All right, jeez, come on.
I was going to say that's probably up for debate, but anyways, yeah, I'm delighted to be here nonetheless, and I just want to say, Mark, appreciate the kind words again, my man.
Lights, camera, action. Shuffle up and deal. Cards are in the air. Let's go. Real buzz and excitement for this one. 16 remaining. Average stack getting close to 650k. So that's about 32 or 33 big blinds. Now I said it. There you go.
I was going to say the infamous 33, bro.
Yeah, 10k is the small blind. 20k is the big blind with a 20k running big blind ante. That's 10, 20, 20. Now, yay, I have, he was, made a deep run in the 10k, one of the 10ks I was commentating on when the big rap was on just a month or two ago.
Very nice.
So he is one to watch out for.
In Antwerpen ook? Ja, het is zo ver voor mij rijden. Een 1,5 uur rijden.
I get the same stick then when I'm doing my own Twitch channel, man. It's always the 33% of the time, bet 33.
Well, you have to say it when it's just one big blind less. So I like to round up, not round down. 33 and a third is the average stack, and give or take.
Aye.
Lee is going to call 40k with the 8855. Yay with the open. Ace King Jack 7. Double suited. No, sorry. Not quite. 9, 6, 4 is the flop. 57% equity for Yay on that texture. Check it, check it. Turn is the deuce of diamonds. Lee out in the lead now. Check, check again. River to deuce of spades. Lee with the check mark.
No pair.
No pair has been declared.
I wonder, is there any merit there? I mean, I'm not sure how much Ace King has showdown value there. I mean, I know again if this was 2 card down, this is obviously more than good enough, excuse me, to check down to the river there. But you know, having Jack 7 of clubs there, maybe you can just take a stab in the turn there. But maybe it's just better off doing what he did there. But given you're out of position there, might take down the pot with a stab in the turn. But as I said, maybe that Ace King in that spot maybe has some showdown value potentially. But either way, I don't mind the just a check down with that hand there. It's probably fine, I guess, potentially. What do you think?
I was expecting to see a turn stab, but I didn't even get around to saying that because it checked so quickly. And then on the river, I think the in position player is just going to check it back with the 8s.
Yeah, exactly. No, in position obviously played 100% there. Checking that down is going to be more than good enough.
And with the Ace King Jack 7, once we've checked flop, checked turn, I don't think we need to start betting on the river, but maybe we would get a hand like 8s to fold there. But in the grand spectrum of things, I think it was fine to just check once we have checked already the flop and turn. Maybe ace high is going to be good. It's not going to be good often.
Yeah.
But our hand probably. If we had a lesser hand, like a lesser, like with the ace and king, we can have showdown value. If we had something else to go with our jack and 7, maybe we could consider a bluff. But I think it was fine to just check on that occasion.
Yeah, I think you're right, bro. I think it feels like the correct decision that he did there.
There he is, the man of the hour, King 8 deuce, going to call 70k on the button here. He's got a very large stack. I'm interested to see how this one's going to unfold for him. A lot of experience, of course. I love seeing the older contingent at these tables. You don't know what they're going to do. They've picked up on things. They pick up on things. Far from GTO solvers, they were rare. They have a different way of navigating their way through the field, and they have some form of telekinesis where if they think that they can get an opponent to fold a certain hand, they will go for it, and that is what propels them to get all of these results. Barney set to cross the 4 million threshold if he has a big result here. 3.9 million and just 40k away from the 4 million mark is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, obviously many years of experience of playing Dan, and I'm sure Omaha is only one of the formats that he has many years of experience with. I'm sure No Limit Hold'em is going to be very similar, and also other formats of the game as well. He has probably invested all his life into this game, Dan, excuse me. And I have nothing but respect for people that have dedicated their lives to this game. It's something I'd probably aspire to do myself. We'll see how it runs out, but as I said, much respect for people that are willing to do this with their entire life. It's not an easy profession, but obviously this man has proven it's a possibility no matter what age you are. It is never too old to play cards for a living.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like he just picked up the game as well. He's been playing for a few decades.
Exactly.
So he's going to be tough irregardless of his age. A 10-4 deuce is the flop. Sometimes you have to take into consideration, just because they don't play online or, you know, don't use the solvers, like he could be doing all sorts that you don't know about, and he just has a wealth of knowledge, a wealth of experience, and he is by far one of the favourites to take down this title with a massive stack of 70 big blinds. Now, I don't know exactly what's happening on the outer table, but that is my analysis of the situation of what I can see in front of me.
I think that's more than fair enough, mate.
Pansy are going to bet 40k here. Barney with the overpair. Just wants to call. Turn is 9 of hearts. 70-30 in Boatman's favour. Not the greatest of boards here, Alan, for Panzier.
Yeah, I mean, monotone texture here, bro. It's like, I wouldn't mind actually a stab here from Barney, but at the same time, I don't know if it's that necessary. Kings here, I mean, obviously Panzier can still have some 2 pairs, obviously, and stuff like that. I don't mind the stab here from Barney. I think it's absolutely fine. Absolutely fine altogether, but as I said, Panzier can still have some 2 pairs here, but at the same time, I don't think Barney's checking back that many flushes, bar maybe the smaller ones like we saw an example of earlier. But that's about it, I'd say. But yeah, I don't mind the stab from Barney, so he takes on the first pot then.
I like the sizing as well, 100k into 270, not trying to get too greedy with it, and naming his price to check back on a lot of rivers.
True that.
Good man, Barney.
First of many, I hope, then. What do you think?
I think it's going to be exciting to see what way he perceives the table, what way he is going to put those chips to use. Nice to have him here.
Indeed.
Always great to see a big name just pop up out of nowhere. Well, not nowhere. We did see that he was in the field at the start of the day, but you know, that was 46 players remaining.
It was. And he was, to be honest with you, Ken, I remember checking the player list in terms of the stack sizes before obviously the stream started, or even before the action started earlier on today. And he was down maybe, let's say, mid to low stack size. I forget exactly what it was, but he was down the, I'm not going to say the bottom end, but we'll say mid-low. But he's obviously ran up the stack since that, so credit where credit is due, my man.
Yeah, I mean, so there was 46 started the day, so we've had 30 eliminations, but so great to see that he's still in the field.
Tough field, Dan. As we said numerous times already, this field is like definitely up there, probably one of the tougher events we've commentated on so far since our coverage started of the WSOP. And as I said, it's just very, very impressive that he's managed to reach this stage of the tournament with only 16 players left. Very, very close to the final table. But not only that, then, close enough to nearly touch the bracelet also. So we'll see how this pans out. Of course, there's still a lot of work to do, but hopefully he can stick around to see how he does, guys.
Yes, there's a lot of work to do is an understatement with 16 players still remaining and a decent average stack.
Before I fold
he has got twice the average and change. Yeah, taking that one down. Ace, queen, queen, 7. Where someone's saying that somebody has a phone at the table. If someone is messing around with their phone, I didn't see it. That won't be too long before that's nipped in the bud. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, obviously, guys, no technology at all is allowed on the feature table. It would be an unfair advantage for people. Whether somebody could be watching the stream from the outside the feature table, could be texting someone. We obviously don't allow that. So either way, I'm sure that would be addressed if that was the case.
This man there looking a bit disgruntled. He lost some pots in the last frame before the break. Hi, my name is Slim Dog. He says, how did you know that I'm texting Barney right now? Jesus. A lot of silly gooses in the chat tonight, man. Maybe they're seeing the goose at the table there trying to
live up to the surname.
Yeah, get a little bit funny, a little bit jiggy with it. I like the chat though. Getting behind us, having the crack, being playful.
Playful indeed.
Couldn't do it unless we had the viewers at home. So folded all the way around to the button for Zesh. Zesh raising to 70k. Just the blinds to get through. And he does collect the blinds and antes, which are worth 50k at the moment. So 15 players remaining now. We've had one elimination clearly at the outer table. That means the pay jump has been reached, and the current payout is now €4,329.
Nice little double suited hand here for Barney. Obviously connectivity not ideal, but still some other potential with the A7 of hearts here, Dan.
Yeah, seems like he's going to put those chips to work. Double suited, going to be good enough for the raise. I mean, if he had a shorter stack, maybe just pass here, but going to be good enough.
5, raise 180.
And Zesh, ace, king, 5, double, no. Keep thinking things are double suited.
Yeah, well, I don't blame you, bro. Sometimes it can be hard to read the graphics with the ace of spades and the king of clubs, especially, you know, the action is very fast paced. It can obviously be sometimes an issue to read it sometimes, but yeah, not double suited, but single suited nonetheless. But Zech does take down the pot.
Yeah, nice pick up there for the aces.
That might be something people might start doing potentially. I mean, obviously, he had aces down, very standard 3-bet, probably 3-bet get in, obviously, if possible, but probably going to be potentially attacking Barney, given how wide he might be opening, but that's not to say Barney won't always have raise folds in his range here. You can obviously have some value, or at least a hand that's going to be more than good enough to defend. And in this situation, it wasn't good enough to defend, but I think the raise was more than good enough in this in Barney's shoes, so standard enough, I guess.
Yeah. Not the most standard of opens, standard 3-bet, and gets the job done, takes it down. We move on to the next hand. Boatman is going to limp with the queen, jack, deuce.
Again, Dan, we're seeing this limping from early position. I see Barney implementing that strategy that we saw from other players throughout the last day or two when it came to the PLO games itself anyways.
Yeah, it's been happening a lot. It's obviously a good strategy. It works for a lot of players. We already mentioned in detail the reasons behind it.
You can see there, it's actually working this time. Not facing a raise or anything like that. I wonder, is there any nutted hands that ever want to do this as well out of curiosity? I mean, it's hard to say because I'm a little bit unaware, or, you know, not 100% sure on how some of these ranges are supposed to look.
I mean, obviously it's kind of one of those things where you don't want to, whatever range it is itself, that it's one of those spots where if you do limp or you raise and you face a 3-bet, it's not a spot where you want to be calling. So spots like that with these sort of hands are obviously good limp calls. But at the same time, I wonder if there's ever such thing as limp raises. Would be an interesting one.
That's what I was saying the other day there. If you can do that with like a really strong hand, it's kind of the classic no limit hold'em move. We seen it in the 350 the other day as well, right?
Yeah, that's true.
That seems ages ago now since we were dealing with the PLO. But yeah, it used to be a move that you would see the older kind of gentleman at the table would limp, and then if someone bumped it up or an aggressive player, they'd wait for them to do that and then just come over the top.
Yep. Not gonna lie, Dan, you still see that online sometimes.
I think it was it was making a comeback.
Yeah, there's definitely one or two strategies that I'm aware of for limping in earlier positions that can definitely make a lot of sense to do it exploitatively. I don't tend to do it myself, but I do know one or two scenarios that it's very, very applicable. So I can definitely see the merits of doing on PLO as well.
Got there eventually somehow, I don't know how, but I got it.
Mostly equity realization with some of these hands that just suffer versus a 3-bet, guys. That's predominantly it. That's why we limp, because it's pot limit. Obviously raising here, facing a 3-bet to pot size is obviously a disaster with some of these hands. You lose X amount. You can't really call the 3-bet. You're going to be out of position most of the time. That's why limp calling, you just keep the pot small. You get to see a flop, you pick up a hand, you pick up equity. You're more than happy to run it or continue for future streets. So that's why you're kind of seeing that limp there from Barney. But if you guys have been tuning in so far, this is not the first time we saw this limp from early position as well. So, as I said, it's really nice to see Barney implementing that as well. Keeping up with the up-to-date trends of stuff like this. Very nice to see.
Keeping up with the Joneses. He's got the Cowboys and a 7 and a 3.
Probably another spot where you might want to limp down, isn't it? But he doesn't. Yeah, this is
That's
it.
another limp.
Another prime example of it. Really nice to see, Dan. 2 hands in a row, more or less, I guess.
Just giving yourself a better chance to see a flop. Like we said, if we raise, we get 3-bet. It's going to make us sad to fold our hand. Kings can easily get pitched in the muck here, but whatever the case may be with your hand, I think this is just better. He's going to see a flop more often, and that's what you want to do. It's the name of the game. Pot Limit Omaha is all about seeing the flop, realizing your equity as much as possible. Yay, going to go for pot 110 it is with the aces.
And this is really nice to see an example of a raise here. This is what I'm saying, Dan, and I'm sure you'll agree that if Barney had opened, maybe Stefanelli might have called you with this sort of hand, then Yi would have ended up potting this, Barney would have had to fold, Stefan would have had to fold. Now this is going to go in the direction of Barney probably calling, I guess. I doubt Barney, well, Barney might actually end up 3-bet jamming this, I suppose, or 3-bet potting it, given he has kings with a single suit, and given that Yi has only basically, what, 6 big blinds, 6 to 7 big blinds at this stage.
Wow. Them's are raising chips.
Definitely. I mean, I don't think he's ever going to call this off here. His hand is obviously quite nice, but I can imagine it's just going to be a limp fold from this man, and he is going to snap this off pretty happily, I guess.
See, this is just okay for Bolton wouldn't do this if his opponents were deeper.
Exactly, exactly.
It's just a nice way to get it all in. 560 in the middle. Yay with the best of it. Boatman still with 38% equity.
It's really not a bad situation to be in then when you think like it's technically aces versus kings here, really, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, when exactly what you said there. He's got nearly 40% equity.
Exactly.
Kings against aces. That's not what would happen in Hold'em.
Yeah, this is an 80-20 spot in Hold'em, man.
Here we go. 9-4 deuce. Good flop for Yay and his aces.
That's good for me.
Barney needing help.
Why would you say that?
Turn is the 6 of diamonds.
Good shot for Barney here with the 5.
Just 12% equity for Boatman. River is the 9 of diamonds. Yay, survives and now playing 560k.
Okay.
It's not always going to be aces there, Dan, is it? I suppose there's going to be like some, you know, connectivity with like, you know, pseudo broadways. That's probably going to be a lot of the time, I guess. I don't think Yi is going to be maybe, let's say, squeeze. I'm not sure what you call it, isolating pre with some semi-marginal hands. But I think it's Barney that's getting moved off the table after he was only originally moved in the first place.
Oh dear, the look of the draw.
Aye.
We'll say goodbye for now for Barney.
Big blind again.
We're feeling we'll be seeing him back here soon enough.
I mean, fingers crossed, it'd be nice to have him on the FT, Dan, wouldn't it? Would be nice.
Would be nice, of course, to have such a big name at such a big final table. Great opportunity to add to his resume. Not that he needs it, it speaks for itself. It just shows players' competitive nature. No matter how much money you win in this game, it's about the bracelets, it's about the glory, it's about the titles, it's about playing against the toughest competitors week in, week out, year in, year out. And for Barney, playing for multiple decades now, still hasn't lost the love for the game.
No, sir.
Sure, yeah.
14 players remaining now. Average stack getting very close to 750,000, which is getting close to 40 big blinds once more. Panzier raising to 50k.
Big stick is there. Big stick always there.
Ja, big stick. Alle big. Alle small. Good.
And Daniel going to call with ace queen, jack 8 on the button. Double suited for Panzier. Stefanelli in the big blind with queen 10-9-9. This one going to play well for just 30k more here. The problem is he only has 115k behind.
Yeah, it's relatively short stack here, Dan, but hand is definitely worth a call here, even though it looks a bit on the shorter stack size. But flop something here, you can just donk jam, given the pot size. It's definitely good enough for that, mate.
Queen 10 deuce is the flop.
There it is.
Donk jams indeed, Al.
Austria.
And obviously Daniel is going to be getting a very good price here. He's got a good shot. Well, he's technically got a double gutter with the ace jack and the jack 8.
Yeah, 41% equity.
And the thing is as well, there's no flush draw that is live here, so a lot of outs, a lot of clean outs, even on a spade turn for Daniel, which is awesome to see from his perspective. I mean, not ideal for Stefanelli, but very standard donk jam when you flop top 2. Just going to try and hold against the ace jack and the jack 8. No 9 or king, please, dealer. And Stefanelli will be doubling up, or an ace, I should say, or even a jack.
This game is crazy.
One after the other. I apologise, guys, but he actually has a lot of outs. Oh, what a turn.
The turn for Stefanelli, drilling it.
Very, very nice turn there, Dan, for Stefanelli.
Yeah, he's going to have 350k now, and Daniel going to have 325 going forward.
That really hurts when you think about David's range there, or outs to improve. It's just like dead on the turn, man. I mean, you know, you're playing a hand like that and it happens, it's just so frustrating. But again, there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Either way, Daniel still has, what, 10 to 15 big blinds here. He's not in the bad shape at all.
Yeah, he's lost a couple of small ones that add up to a big one. You know, he looks quite disgruntled at times there. He hasn't had it all his own way, that's for sure.
That is true. That is true, Matt.
Stefanelli be thrilled and chuffed with that one. It's mad, he donks jams, he's got top 2 and he's still bricking it.
Yeah. So just a margin of favourite there, Dan. What was it, 60-40, I believe, in terms of equity? It was like 41% to 59, something like that. So far from over. But as you say, Dan, not a post-flop coin flip, technically.
Not that time.
Not that time.
The goose is in the mix with the ace queen 8-6 from early position. Gonna limp this one off. Just over 15 bigs to start the hand.
Fluffy. Bang.
Ace King 7-4 for Zesh in the big blind. Checks his option. Flop is Ace 6-3.
Oh. 7 bet 70.
The goose betting pot. And Zesh just deciding what to do. Yep, there it goes.
Yeah, I mean, given it's a rainbow texture, it's probably not the worst thing. He still has, like, obviously a lot of outs here, 5, a 7, and a king. Obviously, Goosen has a backdoor flush draw as well for additional equity. So, again, not exactly a huge favourite here, but a favourite nonetheless. So we'll see how it runs out then.
Let's see how this one runs out. Goose is a 2-1 favourite to double up to 640k. Zesh will be left with 240 if he's unsuccessful. He's behind. He's even further behind after the turn. Turn is the 9 of hearts. Just one card to come.
Take a 9.
Hey.
River is a 10. The goose will double up.
4-sider. Fair spread.
13 players remaining now. That means another pay jump has been reached and all players are now guaranteed €4,937.
Ja, alles stopzakken. Good, good.
What am I hearing?
One of the most unique fist bumps I've seen in a long time, Dan, I'm not going to lie. Obviously the guys are somewhat friendly with each other by the looks of it. Yi and Goosens.
Did I hear a hiya? Or
I mean, it was something along those lines, bro. I don't want to repeat what I heard, but because I'm a little bit unsure what it was, but it was a fist bump nonetheless.
Yeah, you know, a lot of these players, we always talk about nearly every stream about how friendly these players are, or well, the majority of players are at these tables, especially even though they're playing for really, really significant amounts of money. It's nice to see there are a lot of jovial characters out there.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, Dan, go ahead.
Remember Patrick Yaros yesterday springs to mind, and it was about 4 or 5 talking in a hand. Something, not something you see every day, especially the way the game has gone. It's gone very serious. Players, it doesn't mean that they're not fun away from the table, but they're just so serious, turtling, you know, with the hat, the hoodie, the sunglasses, the face mask. You don't even know who's behind there. So for these guys to do the complete opposite, makes me happy, especially when we're commentating. It just makes it more entertaining. There's more to talk about. That's why people flock to the King's Resort in Rosvedov so much. It's just something for everyone, and they feel welcome, and the atmosphere is great.
Yeah, for sure, bro. I was just going to say as well, it's just like, I think in these 2K or the higher buy-in ones, it's not like they wouldn't or know each other that well, but obviously the higher buy-ins, the fields are going to be a little bit smaller, and I'm sure these guys have played a lot against each other for these higher buy-ins, because, you know, it's a little bit more secluded, we'll say. Of course, there will be some guys that don't know each other, but I think a lot of these guys will have some experiences or some form of experiences in the past with each other, so, you know, good, bad, the ugly, whatever it may be, but we do have an all-in here, Dan.
We do have an all-in here, Dan.
We're very close to it, I guess.
It looks like we've got action.
I'm not sure, I'm not the biggest fan of this jam here by Daniel. I'm not really sure why.
But I told you he was looking a bit disgruntled.
Yeah, I mean, there's like a lot of, like, this is really unorthodox by him. I'm surprised because this is really, really light to get in here, and obviously he's technically ahead here, but equity-wise, it's not the case.
Turn is the Jack of Hearts.
This is ridiculous to see that he's actually ahead here.
Yeah, not something you would expect.
Exactly, but there's obviously a river card to come here, Dan, and
to 60-40, Alan, not much in it. Both players, you can really feel the tension out there.
It's a bit of a crazy pop, bro. I'm not going to lie. This shouldn't really be happening. We'll see what the river brings up.
River is a 9.
Oh my God, he holds.
He holds with the pocket 10s, dodging a lot of outs. Goose wrapping around that flop quite nicely, but doesn't get there.
That must be very annoying for Goosens to lose there when he has like such a bunch of outs, like runner 2 pair. Although, did he have? He had a pair of 4s as well. So like any 6, any 7, any 8. I mean, a lot of straight cards. Any 3 would have been good enough as well for a straight man. He had a bunch of outs, and it's just very frustrating to lose against pocket 10s there. Technically, amazing. PLO is just a crazy, crazy game, guys, but it's so much fun and entertaining to commentate on because it's just so action heavy.
Yeah, he's looks like he's got rid of his 2-pick.
Maybe that was the issue, Dan. What do you think?
Well, we did say earlier, it could be a lucky 2-pick or an unlucky one. It was maybe in his best interest to get rid of it. He did double up. He's back up to 700k now.
It's true. Is true.
If I wanted them in my mouth, if I was in a tense situation like this, I'd be just chewing it to death, doing damage.
That's a good one, bro. You see 13 players left, Dan.
13 players left.
Yep. Couple of eliminations already since we came back.
Yeah, that means we are 4 eliminations away from the final table of this 2K PLO. This is the final day. We will be playing down to a winner tonight.
Very exciting game, Dan, isn't it, when you think about it, given that we did the commentary the last 2 days. It's just very, very nice. You learn so much. I mean, obviously you see some erratic plays that you're just like, well, you know, you kind of have to question it, but at the same time, it just makes great content, bro. Everyone has their own game. Everyone does some erratic stuff. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but as I've always said, guys, it makes some great content, and I hope you guys are enjoying it.
Yeah. There's just so much to be appreciative of this game. So much to learn from watching these players. They're all so experienced. But let's not let's get one thing straight. They came to gamble. PLO, a very gambly game. They won't be phased for the most part. All the way around to the hijack here. 10-8-5-4 for Stefanelli is going to go in the muck. And Zesh gets rid of his hand in the cutoff. We're on the button. That gets released. We're all the way around to the goose in the small blind with King Jack 7-4. Yeah, he's going to check his option with the Ace Jack 10-8.
Really good card.
Telling his opponent he's got very good cards.
Middle.
I love this banter. It's great. Goose with 13 bigs behind. Gonna bet pot, it looks like. Up and down. For the goose.
This is similar to spots we saw before, Dan. Again, backdoor equity with his hand is just very, very bad. And you see a fold there, and you see Goosens taking it down with technically only a semi-bluff, but it makes a lot of sense. Not very difficult for Yi to improve on a lot of turn cards, and doesn't want to start over-investing with just top pair with a jack kicker, so decides to just let it go on the flop. On to the next one, bro.
Also, but up also, he's it up.
Yep. Yi unable to continue. Forced to release it. Neither player with a club in their hand. There's actually a nice pick up there for Goose.
It is.
Uncontested is actually a big difference. Don't want to be losing too many of these blind v blind battles, especially when you're playing a relatively short stack. Fold all the way around to the small blind again, this time for Ye. Is going to give a walk.
Hij moet wel even, hij moet gewoon.
Another 10. Beautiful.
I race.
Race, what?
Pretty bad hand then.
3 10s in your hand, Jed.
3 10s, no suit, no nothing. Not a lot going on, bro.
Not much happening there. I'd say it's rare enough you're going to see Ye give a walk in PLO.
Doesn't look like the most inactive player. Looks like the pretty much the polar opposite, I would guess, if given the opportunity.
Yeah, he's got a fantastic resume on his hand and mob as well.
Nice.
Deep run. I can't, obviously, I did 2 10k PLOs back to back. I can't remember which one it was off the top of my head. But
fair enough.
They were only 1 day apart from each other. I think I've seen a lot of the same players both days.
Well, I mean, if he's firing 10Ks like that, then I think that might be self-explanatory. What do you think?
Yes. Yes, indeed. Some nice guitar playing in the background for the ambiance of the King's Resort this evening. Such a vibe. Always hearing quirky tunes that I've forgotten about walking around the place. Pretty cool.
Especially the jackpot one, eh?
Oh, the jackpot was won again earlier, yeah.
Indeed. I think it was like 16k or something like that, bro. 16, 17k if I had to guess from what we saw on the screen.
A daily occurrence.
A daily occurrence. You can see 11k in the background, man. And it rising. The grand jackpot. Clover Link, I believe is the name of them slots. The jackpot was won, but we're not here to talk about slots, my man. We are talking about the 2K PLO with the WSOP. Excuse me.
Well said, Alan. Zesh going to 3-bet to 180k here with the Ace King 5-5. Yay with the Ace Jack 10-4. Is double suited, but with that 4, he's going to let it go. Ace, King, King, Queen for Daniel.
You see a pot raised from Daniel then. More or less committing himself by the looks of it.
Dems are raising chips, Alan. That's a 4-bet.
We see Zech here though, Dan. This hand is like not a weak hand in any way, shape or form. Obviously he has 50k behind, so he's just going to be running it, I guess.
100% going to have to run it, yeah. It's just got to do with that page up again. There is no page jump actually between 13th and 12th. But maybe they're not aware, or you know, just wants to make sure it's totally acceptable. Maybe if 2 all-ins happen behind him, no, he's not folding. I take it, it's not possible. But basically, the reason he's keeping back 50k is to check if what's happening at the outer tables, etc. These page jumps, yeah, they're only a few €100, but if you do that a few hundred times, that's
up, bro.
A few grand minimum. A few $100 could be, depending on the events, of course. Zesh with the Ace King 5-5 and Daniel 60% equity here with the Ace King King Queen. Here we go. Ace King 6 is the flop.
And he's in bad shape, Dan. Daniel is in bad shape. Dan is in bad shape, man.
Very bad shape. Turn is the 5 of spades, 4% equity now.
Imagine a 5, Dan.
It's never over in PLO.
No, sir. Always an out.
Is there going to be a quadzilla in the house?
I'm on the edge of my seat here, bro. A 1-outer, sir. Go for it. Come on, dealer. Do it.
River is the 9 of clubs. No luck. We lose. Zesh in 13th place, and that means 12 players are remaining now. Alan getting very excited at the booth.
Decent run on the left, Dan. I mean, look, I said this countless times before. You know, MTT poker, whether you're playing no limit hold'em, whether you're playing any form of hold'em, whether you're playing any form, excuse me, of PLO, variance is just disgusting, guys, into MTTs. You know, 2-outers happen, 1-outers happen, bad beats happen, no matter what format of poker you're playing. But when you run this deep, guys, when you're at a field of X amount of players, to get down to the final 12, final 13, whatever the case may be, it is never a bad thing. You have to realise you did well. You know, it's just one of those things you have to accept. Sometimes you can get deep in a tournament, sometimes you can cash big, most of the time you won't. It's the reality of poker, guys. And the sooner you realise that, the easier these losses or these defeats where you get knocked out become easier. Poker variance affects everyone, guys. It is what it is.
"12 players remaining, so just 3 eliminations away from the FT. I thought there might have been a wasp in the booth.
Something was going down the right where something was buzzing, mate.
One of them really annoying flies.
Apparently it was one of the players on the table though, but it has stopped since.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No. It's a player making the bumblebee noises at the feature table with 12 players remaining.
It's soothing, no? I thought it was soothing to some extent.
Soothing.
Well, yeah, a lot more things I can think about that. That might be a little bit more soothing than hearing some in the background. What do you think?
Yeah, maybe the fuse box in our room. Or the refrigerator.
Something along those lines, though. I wear the earplugs, so unfortunately, I should say, I can't hear it, but you've definitely mentioned to me enough times that I feel your pain, bro, I guess, at this stage.
No, my complaints are a different story altogether. Yay with the ace queen 7-4. Daniel with the ace queen queen 5. 8-8-5 is the flop.
You got a guy from the community dropping on by again, Dan, Mr. Gabriel. A guy from the company I work for. Hi Alan, how are you doing? I'm not too bad, Gabriel, bro. How are you doing yourself, my man? Welcome on in, my G. Good to have you with us.
He's doing great, Gabriel.
Indeed. Very much enjoying my time here in Rosvadov, guys. I appreciate anyone that's dropped on by. A lot of guys from the community has dropped on by. We love the support here. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream. Plenty more action to come over the next 3 to 4 days while me and Dan will still be in Rosvadov. We're getting a flight home, I believe, Monday morning, Dan, but we were still here for coverage for the next 3 days, 3 to 4 days, I believe.
I'm going to hide in a cupboard somewhere. I decided to just pop out for the 10k main.
There you go. Unfortunately, I need to be somewhere Monday evening, man. It's going to be a close call where I need to be, but going to have to make it nonetheless, so won't be finding me in a cupboard anytime soon, bro.
Well, we're in one now. We're in a padded cell, so that'll have to do. I have prior engagements that I have to attend to at home as well. One of them being graduating from college. So, yeah, I won't be around past Monday morning. But hey, we weren't planning on coming here once. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, on the button here for Lee with the 9-6-6-5. He's going to stay active. 3 hearts in his hand, but it's going to be good enough to come in for a raise to 60k. And Pansy out with the Queen Jack 9-9. Nice hand in the big blind here.
More than good enough hand to peel, which is what happens.
Does peel for 35k. Blinds have gone up, by the way. 10k is the small blind, 25k is the big blind with a 25k. Running big blind ante. Gabriel says we don't have poker today, just PLO. Why is PLO not poker?
Gambling. Gambling, gambling, gambling. That's what that is.
Gamble, gamble.
The way around, Mark, I believe. I am Dan's apprentice at this point. Dan's been doing this gig for a lot longer than I have. I'm just super, super grateful to be alongside this man in Rosvadov. Once in a lifetime opportunity, as I've said countless times, my man. Action man Dan in the house.
We both have our duties and we both bring different things to the table.
Yeah, good combination, Dan. Good chemistry. Always been that way. Knowing you for quite a long time at this stage, so it's definitely going down quite well at the moment.
And it's actually awesome as well because I have a large tournament background, and Alan is obviously from the cash game streets, so we both have different thoughts on hands and different ways of analysing things. And at the moment, Alan is studying a hell of a lot more than me. Well, I'm studying different things, but it's great to be able to pick his brain on these deep stack scenarios when I have learned more about things in a more short stack realm, that 30, 40 big blind range, sometimes 20 and less, where Alan is more used to having 100 big blinds in front of him at all times. So that's it's a wicked combination, really.
It is the best of both worlds, Dan. And again, the extra part on top of that is the chemistry that we have for knowing each other for quite some time at this stage. We've gone up to some shenanigans over the past couple of years, man, but we've obviously learned what's the more not profitable things, but the more beneficial things in life between other things that we were doing a couple of years ago, I'll say. But nonetheless, we've smartened up. Well, we like to think, I guess, don't we?
Every day is a learning day. Class is in session. Indeed. No comment, no further questions, Your Honour. Lee will call on the button.
Very nice hand here, actually, for Pansy here on the small blind as well. Double suited Queen, Jack, 10-10 with a pair, obviously. Lee obviously having kings here. Very standard call in the cutoff, I guess. Oh, sorry.
Someone says, Dan, who? I didn't know he was an owl. Action Man Dan is my name.
Little set here for Pansy here. And oh, look at this, Dan. We got set over set here, bro.
Blink and you missed it, Alan. I just distracted for 2 seconds and now the graphics have gone away momentarily, and now someone is check raising in the dark, it looks like.
And I'm assuming if them graphics are right, guys, we are going to be having a monster cooler here from Pansy here. So we'll see how this pans out, but yes, Pansy, we'll see how this Jesus Christ, that was unintentional.
See
guys.
how it pans out for the goose.
Indeed. We do have multi-way spot here, but we see Pansier with the 10s and the kings for Lee. This is going to get expensive for Pansier. This is going to go in, Dan. We got Lee with the no.
This is effortless for Lee.
Yes,
effortless Lee.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know. I really want to wait.
We have the up and down straight draw as well for Pansier. What a board, guys. Obviously Lee has one of the aces blocked, which is obviously the bad ace to have here. It would be nice if Lee had the ace of hearts, but that means the ace of hearts for Pansiers straight out is not going to be good.
Yeah, and 11 players remaining now, so this is a huge moment for both players involved. Lee does have a $500,000 behind, but he could do it winning this pot instead of losing it. There's over $1 million in this one. This is huge for this tournament.
You know what I want to see, Dan? I want to see the 4 clubs on the turn.
Alan has asked for the 4 of clubs on the turn.
Oh, he's actually hit the straight, man. This is ridiculous.
Oh, wow.
This is so sick, mate.
So sick. Pansier, 71% equity as we hit the river.
Oh
there's your 4 clubs.
That's ridiculous turn card.
Pretty sick there for Lee.
That's the only clean turn card that's outside the 9 or the heart.
Sometimes you just got to pay the man, Alan.
Wow, what a flop, Dan. That's going to make the highlight reel, I guess, isn't it?
I think so.
My goodness, excuse me. Very, very unfortunate for Lee there, guys. I mean, couldn't ask for much more than a king 10-4, a king 10-5 flop, having kings with a flush draw, and then obviously Pansier flopping middle set with the up and down straight draw, backdoor flush draw. Binks the 9 of diamonds on the turn after it goes all in on the flop. This is such a sick turn, guys. You don't realise it, although maybe you do. But either way, what a hand.
Yeah, that was incredible stuff. Over $1 million in that one. I think that's the biggest pot we've seen.
Yes, sir. See Gabriel in chat saying, LOL, you're never dead in PLO. We have said that numerous times, and how accurate it is when you see a hand example like that. Insane.
Someone said Harry Potter got lucky. You're a wizard, Harry.
You're a wizard, Harry.
You're a wizard.
Tough spot for Lee, but he still has chips, Dan. Plenty of chips at that. 20 big blinds. It's enough to keep the head above water for another little bit. So nothing to stress about for Lee, but it's obviously a very unfortunate hand to lose nonetheless. So hopefully he can recover.
Yeah, well, he is still playing a little bit over 20 big blinds and a little bit of cheese on top. So
yeah,
let's see if he can work that one up again. It's sick because had he held there, would have 1.1 million, 1.6 million heading towards the FT with 10 players remaining, but now there's still 11 remaining and he's got 500,000. What a difference a card can make, especially that turn card on that occasion. The goose has the aces, Stefanelli has the kings.
Another all in guy, another one immediately.
Nothing either player can do here. Of course, both short stacked.
Goosen looks like he's lost already, Dan.
If people, yeah, they're going to look a bit tired. He looks tired more so, I think. He does look a bit dejected. You're right. Look at those. Looks a bit
depleted.
Yeah, it's probably been a long ride for him. He doesn't look like the man who has the aces in the hand. He looks like he's the one that has the kings.
Gracias. Good luck.
Jack 10 deuce is the flop.
Really good flop for Stefanelli though.
Yeah, 64% now. Goose not gonna like this one. Just 36% equity for the goose. Turn is the 6 of diamonds. It's like Goose knew that was coming.
I mean, obviously out of his control, Dan, but I do think if you have a mindset of perspective like that going in, that you got a bad feeling. I do tend to, seems to happen more often, but cards are cards, guys. Probabilities are probabilities. He will still lose a good 36% of the time, if I remember the graphics correctly. So not a small amount, guys. It's a decent amount, and if you expect that to happen and you understand that it'll happen X amount of the time, you just take it on the chin. But yeah, obviously Goose in a tough spot now with 30k chips left behind, just under 2 big blinds.
En die vierde, en dan weer de vierde ook, en de vierde en hij de voor.
Yeah, nothing he can do there.
Yeah.
Hand speaks for itself. But needless to say, that's going to stain.
Yeah. It hurts, excuse me, but yeah. Very, very standard spot, as you mentioned, Dan. And whatever happens pros when the chips go in the middle is, as we always say, Dan, out of our control. Out of both the players' control as well. Not only us is what I mean, but the players in general, obviously.
Gabriel had to go. Says have a good stream. Thanks, Gabriel.
Appreciate it, my man. We're talking to you at some stage, my man. Keep safe.
Nice one for dropping by. I assure you that is not us whistling.
For sure.
You don't want me to start whistling and singing. We'll stick to the poker for now. Thank you very much.
We would advise you not to be wearing earphones.
Protect yourself at all times.
Indeed, indeed.
75 from Lee with the ace, king, jack, 10.
Thank you. Space.
Goose is all in by default pretty much. Just 25k remaining.
Heeft 3 live cards nog goed.
Does have live cards, yes, indeed, Goose. Basically a 50-50. Queen 10-7 is the flop. It's post flop coin flip.
There it is.
Turn is the 7 of hearts. Goose, 71% equity.
He does double up
100% equity. 110,000.
Chip in a chair, mate. Chip in a chair.
Spin and win. In she goes and up she flew.
Back in the game, 100.000. Je ziet dat je dan alles koning boer 10 en ik heb alles vrouw 4. You're not lucky. Lose here, lose there.
Bird says Lee is on a bad streak. He is, because, like I said, he would have had 1.6 million and change had he not gotten lucky on that 9 of diamonds turn card.
Yeah, I agree, Bird. I agree, sir.
Bird, did you say you were coming here at the weekend, or was I?
No, I think it was Jay Wids, but obviously verified that, Bird, in case I got that mixed up, but I think it was Jay Wids, but please clarify that if you don't mind, my man.
Just if you were coming here, Bird, we would meet you, say hello.
Have a beer.
Say hello to my little friend.
Pansy are down with a pretty nice looking ace, queen, queen, 9, double suited.
From the hijack.
Indeed.
A million behind. It's a not so bad.
These will have, I mean, not a ton of chips here, obviously, but still some breathing room, Dan.
Yeah, not the greatest hand from the big blind, but I guess he fixed it in for 35k with the jack and the 10 here. No?
Just decides to pass.
Yeah, okay.
Playability there, I suppose, with that hand is not ideal off that stack size, the kind of impression I'm getting.
Yeah, a lot of better hands to defend with in the big.
Kind of one of those spots, I suppose, Dan, that's so close to the final table. That, again, he still has some breathing room. Still has to be somewhat selective on what he does defend, I assume.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
Große.
Sicher, ich glaube alle zusammen, glaube dort nur zwei Spieler sind schon hier alle zusammen, glaube ich.
I can't back all in.
Goosens is all in for 110k with King 10, 9-6. Well, he can only pot it. He's got 25k behind.
Don't think he's going to be folding then.
Gamble, gamble.
Not in a way, not in a how.
Probably good enough for Lee to just re-raise this, or, you know, well, he does decide to pass. I'm interested, curious about that one.
Yeah, I thought he might call there.
This, on the other hand, though, Dan, is probably more than good enough to flick in a raise to cover the rest of Goosen, so they can run it post-flop.
Yeah, Queen 9-8-7 for less than 5 big blinds total. I think he's got a gamble.
Plastic.
Screen is off.
Only plastic.
60 mehr muss. Egal welche Karte.
Sorry, could you turn that screen back on?
You make all in. You make all in.
Yeah.
Stand by. Thank you.
Yeah, open.
How much? 100?
Yeah, okay.
Ah, okay.
They're going to run it.
I say all in. Alle.
Eine Ass. Sehr gute Karte, beide gute Karte.
Same gap.
46% equity for Stefanelli, 54% for Goose. I'm not saying it this time.
Do you want me to say it, or we just?
Well, we haven't seen the flop yet. It's a pre-flop coin flip.
Oh, this is a new one then.
Gotta keep the regs guessing, Alan. Ace 4-4 is the flop. Goose not looking too bad for a hold here. 68% equity as we see the turn. 255k in the pot. And is the 10 of diamonds. It's a pretty good card for the Goose.
It is indeed, bro.
It looked like a queen.
Kaststraße. Jetzt nein kann der schon gut aus.
River is the jack of clubs.
I know I win.
I know I win.
Hey, I come back. I come back. Mag ik weg. Thank you for the call. 110. Good. You don't make all in, you fold after. You don't make all in, you bet 25 and fold.
He probably would have had to then.
I like this guy.
He's funny. Funny Guy Goosens.
Guy Goosens from Belgium,
No.
providing us with a lot of entertainment with his short stack. He has got 10 big blinds again now though. That's about what he had before he lost that hand. The big hand, well, you say big, we're all in for 10 bigs each. Still a big hand when you're this close to such a prestigious final table.
True.
I don't smash. I call 100%.
For sure you call.
I know. No, I fold.
He's a pure joker, this Goosens guy then.
Yeah. Ahead the ball. 11 players remaining, just 2 eliminations away from the FT. €5,801 is the current payout.
50%.
They can keep the €1, Alan. I'll take the €5,800 right now. Cash monies. Deal or no deal.
I'll have to reevaluate. I'll get back to you next week.
Well, you could do that or you could let it ride and you might lose.
Ride all day, bro.
Yeah,
all day, mate.
Why not? Like,
indeed.
Open the other box. The Pandora's box of the FT playing for €91,183 and the gold bracelet, of course. Stefanelli in the small with the king 4-3-3, queen 10-4 is the flop. Panzier 8-5-4 deuce. Checker. Turn is the 10 of clubs. Stefanelli checking again. Check goes the turn. River is the ace of spades. And this is going to go to showdown. Stefanelli wins. Yeah.
One of the smaller pots we saw so far then, I guess, isn't it?
Yeah, you're not going to see too many of those blind v blind battles. Just happy to go to showdown, but with mediocre hands at best there.
Ik ga limp.
Ja,
race kast.
Ik zal het doen zonder zin. Dan heb je een avantage.
There is an update of the chip counts. Daniel is the chip leader just by 1 big blind, and then Hawk Lee in 3rd place and Bruno in 4th. Yay with 15 bigs, and Guy Goosens, the man of the hour, still playing 10 big blinds.
Man of the hour, mate. Man of the hour.
This. 8, raise 75. One pass.
Yeah, with the ace, king, queen, or ace, king, jack, 10. Raising to 75k.
Oh my god.
Not much to talk about there.
Yeah, pretty standard, mate.
Action died down the last couple of hands, but that doesn't mean it's going to stay that way, guys. There's still plenty more poker to play here.
The absolute calm before the storm.
I think so too, what? We still have 11 players left, man. We're playing down to a winner tonight, guys, so don't go far. And don't forget, guys, on the final table, after each elimination, we'll be giving away codes. And these codes, guys, are going to be entered into a raffle on the 12th of November. And these codes, you can win prizes. And these prizes include stuff like an iPhone 15 Pro, a PlayStation 5, AirPod Pro, many more prizes on top of that, guys. I think another one will be a three-night stay in a 5-star room here in the King's Resort. That in itself is worth a fair penny, if I do say so myself. If you guys get involved in this raffle, guys, or to get one of those codes to be entered into that raffle, we need you to pay attention. So basically, when the final table starts, guys, after the first elimination, we'll be asking a question. So if you get this question right, guys, it'll be a first come, first served situation. First person to answer the question correctly will win the first code. So keep tuned for that. And you mentioned something about a hoodie, Dan, I believe, isn't it?
The Sunday hoodie. Giving away the Sunday hoodie on a Wednesday. That's how lucky the fans are out there. So yeah, you can indeed win that hoodie. We're going to be giving that away tonight, I believe, Alan.
Indeed, man. And as far as I know, guys, it's going to be for subscribers only. As Evan mentioned, this King's Shop, anytime we've gotten to the buffet over the last couple of days, that we walk past the King's Shop every single day, guys. We know exactly what these hoodies look like, and I can tell you one thing, they are absolutely stunning. I know for a fact I will be purchasing one before I finish, or should I say at least picking up one. I will be getting my name done in it, guys, and you will see it on stream. I can guarantee you that much in future. Alan F Poker will have the imprint on them hoodies. But either way, guys, that giveaway will only be for subscribers. But these codes that will be that will be given to you that you can enter into the raffle will be for anyone that answers the question correctly. As I said, first come, first serve in that situation. So keep an eye out for that. We are only 2 eliminations away from this final table, as far as I know. So stay tuned for that, guys.
Very well put, Al. Lee raising the previous hand. Didn't get around to talk about that, but he's got the double suited ace, queen, 10, 6 here. That's a very pretty one.
No action though. Imagine no action out of all hands, eh?
No action. Well, yeah. Well, double suited, nice and pretty, but he does have the 6 of diamonds. It's not a royal flush draw or anything.
No, sir. But pretty nonetheless.
Yeah, pretty nonetheless. Pretty enough to take down the blinds and antes.
Indeed.
The Bee Gees playing in the background. Why not?
Never a wrong time, I should say, for that to happen, Dan.
Yeah, who doesn't like the Bee Gees? Fantastic in their day. I mean, I wasn't young enough to witness them in their prime or anything, but you can get behind a bit of Bee Gees. Must be the Night Fever. Panzier going to call 25k from the hijack. Now, Alan, we're used to seeing limps from early position. This one coming from the later position. Obviously not wanting to play too big of a pot here with the 8-6-5-5. And that is a nice flop for Panzier.
Really catching a piece of this too, Dan. This could be fireworks with top and bottom with Lee. Obviously, again, not so much of the back doors, but Panzier with bottom set here. Could get spicy, Dan.
Yes, Alan. He might only have 18% on our screen, but from his perspective, it's going to be a pretty good flop for his hand.
So he will feel like, but he might start investing money here, Dan, and I wouldn't blame him one bit, but he does decide to call, which I can understand. We saw numerous examples of this over the last 2 days, Dan, without the back doors. People are just check calling here, seeing what the turn brings, and wow, what a turn card.
Oh my God. Wow.
What a turn card.
This is pot limit Omaha, folks. Look how much things changed on that turn card.
Jeez, this is so unfortunate for Panzier. My goodness. He's going to be, I mean, I don't think he can possibly get away from this, Dan. It's a limp pot. I understand the board paired, but like, He's going to have ace-6 sometimes, but that's literally the only hand. Like, he blocks ace-5 so heavily, but it doesn't matter because Lee does have the ace-5 done.
This is sick. There's so many draws out there as well. Yes, it is a paired board, but, and yes, it is Omaha, but I don't see any way that all the chips aren't going in here by the river.
The SPR will be under 1-1 at this stage when if Lee just decides to check call here, which I imagine he's going to be doing, blocking so much of the value part of what Panzer should be betting here. I'm sure Lee is probably thinking at the same time what the hell Panzer is betting here, but at the same time Lee doesn't really care. He's going to be check calling here most of the time because, again, he blocks so much the continuing range here, so I don't think he's going to be getting any more, or should I say doing anything else but calling, but stranger things have happened, but there is the call.
There is the call indeed, and this pot getting bloated now. Stacked pot ratio almost 1-1 as we hit the riv. River is the Queen of Hearts.
Now, the only thing I'll say here, Dan, is that Panzer can sometimes be a little bit conscious of ace-queen being in Lee's range here, but other than that, mate,
full house.
Oh, he checks back, Dan.
Lovely check back. I was about to say though, there's a lot of hands that won't be able to pay him off on this river, so therefore he might go for a smaller sizing or just check back. Now, I'm not saying that I knew what he was going to do before he did it, but because we have the bottom, we have a full house, but it's one of the bottom full houses we can have.
It is.
It's not actually that amazing. It looks better than it is.
At the same time, bro, he only loses to ace-6 and some ace-queen.
Sixes
as well, I suppose. That's true. That is true. So you have me there, but yeah.
Ace-5.
Well, ace-5 is obviously blocked very heavily.
It's blocked very heavily.
Yeah. So
I'm not griping here.
No. Of course. I mean, this is not even worth our time. It's just I thought there might be a situation there in the limp pot where there obviously is going to be a lot of them ace-6 in his range and even some ace-queen. So it's not impossible. And as you mentioned, pocket sixes is also a thing in that situation too. So I mean, it makes sense to check back, but it was still a spicy turn nonetheless, wasn't it?
That was an incredible check back for Panzer. Spidey senses tingling, and the difference is he's out in 11th place, but now he survives with a very healthy stack of 900k.
Well, the only thing I'll add to that, Dan, is that Lee didn't have Panzer covered, but like it still would have been a big pot nonetheless because Lee had, I think, 500 effective, whereas Panzer had 900k to start that hand. So even if it did go in, Panzer, it would have been hurt regardless. He would have been short, well, sub 20 at that point.
Well, he manages to hold on. The truth is, he manages to hold on to an extra 370k, which is huge because it's a half a stack here, and it's a lot. It's great to not lose those chips.
Agreed. In a spot where you and I both thought it might actually get a little bit more expensive on the river, but very impressive check back, I gotta say.
Well, I was just about to say, now he does have the bottom of the full houses, but before I even got to say it, he checked back. He checked back in record time there.
Yeah, as if it was like the easiest check back in the world. So maybe we're overvaluing that situation there, but I do think some players will, Dan. So that just goes to show the caliber of player that you're dealing with Panzer there.
Well, I don't think it's about whether we bet or not. It's about what we can get called by. And if we think we're only going to get called by something that beats us, then we should check back. That's obviously his reasoning behind it. I still think it's very cautious to check that back, but there is something going on there that we are not fully aware of.
Well, again, I like that. Having the leverage on the shorter stacks is obviously very valuable, and it's, again, 2 places away from this final table, Dan. It definitely means something to preserve their stack there. And like you said, now that you mention it, there's not that many worse hands I can call there except like some ace-x. But even the ace-x, given that Panzer can still potentially be betting, but I agree, bro. There isn't many hands many worse hands, I should say, that will call there. So either way, man, I'm still impressed with the check back there. And as I said, it was the length of time that he checked back in was the impressive part, as if that was the easiest check back in the world.
Yeah, that was the impressive part for me. He didn't even give it consideration. I mean, it was less than 30 seconds.
Yeah. I mean, I think it might have been less than 5, Dan. It was ridiculous.
Straight away. I didn't even get to start my thoughts, let alone finish them.
Exactly.
Panzer with a set here. This might get some action going. Daniel betting 100k with the ace, king, 10. A lot going on for him here.
There's obviously going to be see, Panzier has a good shot to go along with this as well, which is quite interesting. You know, so he might start flicking in raises here. I mean, he loses the queens only right now, and there it goes.
6 raise, 680.
And the thing is, now Daniel needs to weigh up what he's going to be doing this with. Does he have the right price against the likes of Queen Jack as a bare minimum that he's going to be check raising here? I guess
it's pretty sick.
It's pretty sick.
I don't know if Daniel can call this one. We're about to find out.
The other thing as well, Dan, is that if he thinks that it is Queen Jack, then he obviously has extra outs on a 5. Obviously has extra outs, has the outs on a straight draw.
Yeah, I think maybe the more I think about it, he's going to have a lot of equity. Obviously, I can see on the screen it's 37%, but he doesn't know that. I mean, against the overall range, he's just going to have a lot of outs. Therefore, I think he's going to be priced in. But he could go either way with that one. Perhaps I'm wrong.
Well, the thing is, I think you're right, to be honest, because on a 5 he improves. You know, on a 9, an 8, a 10, potentially a king as well. You know, these are all a lot of outs.
Yeah, it's not just how much equity we have going to the turn. It's like how much equity we're going to pick up on that turn that's going to allow us to hit the river.
He also has the backdoor flush draw as well to go along with that, bro. So he has a lot of stuff going on here. So I do not blame this man for stacking off here. I think this is very, very standard now that we break it down in terms of the backdoor equity and also the outs that he has from the get-go here.
Look at the size of this pot, 1.9 million in there up for grabs. This is huge for both players involved and indeed the tournament. Turn is the 6 of clubs. Wow.
More than, even more again. You know what the saying goes, too many outs here, bro, but we'll see what comes in the river.
42% for Daniel.
This is ridiculous going into the river.
58% for Panzier. River is the 3 of clubs. Oh my word. What a sick game pot limit Omaha is. No matter how good you get it in, you're never that far ahead.
Hurts, bro.
Panzier has been rinsed, and that's going to stain. Has been eliminated in 11th place, and will take home €5,801 for his efforts. That means we are on the final table bubble.
Sicher kommt von hinten. Diese Karte kommt nicht vorne gekommen, aber hinten gekommen.
What a ridiculous spot, man. You know, it's kind of one of those things where, like, when you start factoring all the amount of outs he's going to have here on the river, or sorry, in terms of backdoor, and the fact that he obviously has a lot of outs on the flop as a general rule of thumb, it's probably a no-brainer call, let's be real. But yeah, just a sick when it's the runner, man. You know, if he turns it straight where he already had the outs, but the runner flush hurts more than, I mean, it's going to hurt anyways, let's be real, but the runner is a little bit more of a kick in the nuts, we'll put it that way.
Yeah, it really was. It just shows that, you know, he picks up additional equity enough of the time that it warrants the call.
Yeah.
Picking up these additional outs to go with all the outs he already has. You can see, we could have to run the maths on that one. I mean, he had 37% equity. There's so much to call off, but there's so much, the risk to reward is pretty big, but the payoff was huge. Look how much chips he's got in front of him now. As the blinds have just gone up, and this is going to put even more pressure on the shorter stacks.
And bear in mind, Dan, remember the hand he won with the pocket tens where he had a massive hold against Goosens. It has not, he has not looked behind, I should say, since that hand. He has just ran it up really, really aggressively since that. That was a massive, massive spot in hindsight on the, I know Goosens had bottom pair, straight draw, basically had 2 pair outs, and he just bricked all of them where his tens held in a spot where we thought it was a bit of a tad ambitious of a jam on the flop, if you remember that hand.
I do indeed. Yeah. It was a tad ambitious, but sometimes you gotta make moves. It is a massive gambling game. 4 cards instead of 2.
Okay, I don't steal your buy, okay.
So with 10 remaining, I was slightly just distracted there thinking about the payout, Alan. So we're going from €5,801 to €7,017 on the next elimination. So this is a huge moment for this tournament. This is squeaky bum time for all the players involved. Stefanelli giving Goosens a walk.
Congratulations.
He is so funny.
Final table, I think, no? 9 players, huh? Chef.
Is that the final table, Dan?
I think that could be it, folks.
Yeah, stop.
It looks like there has been an elimination on the outer table, and that means we are going to go on a break and get this final table organised and set up for your viewing pleasure at home. I'm really enjoying this show. I hope you are too. We are going to be back in about 20 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you then.
Hey, dan ligt 25.
Hi Kings fans, we have a special mystery giveaway for you. Prizes include the new iPhone 15 Pro, PlayStation 5, AirPods Pro and vouchers for hotel, shop and shisha. To enter the giveaway, you need to collect the codes. You can get the codes by purchasing online and in-store at King's Shop, or by watching your live streams and completing challenges and getting the codes from your favorite commentators. The lottery starts today on 27th of October, and we will have a special live stream on Sunday, November 12th, where we will announce all the winners. I wish you all good luck. See you at King's.
Important end was outdoors of clubs versus sevens, I think. Yes, and then the river come to us. Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of nerves out there at the moment. Naturally enough.
Exactly. In this exact situation, I mean, again, there's so much money up top, man, being 110k, and not only that, we're literally on the ticket bubble too. So a lot of stuff to take into account, guys. A lot of money up top, a lot of decisions that are going to be very, very important, whether you preserve your stack or not. Got to be careful, got to be very, very sure every decision you make is going to be the highest EV decision. But I've no doubt that these players are more than capable of doing that. Especially they've outlasted 3,500 players, guys. Just shy, or just over, I should say, 3,500 players. Ridiculous field. A lot of days to play. But we have Swine Setter on the button, opening the sevens. Wow, we got an all in here. The ace-2 versus the sevens. This could be it, Dan. We could be on the bubble of the ticket here. It could be bursting.
This could be bing, bang, boom, and just like that, the bubble bursts unless Bees can get lucky. He's got 33% equity. Can't find a much better spot here with 6 bigs. I think he was forced all in here. Actually, the blinds had just gone up, so it was less than 5 bigs total. Also having your big blind invested and your big blind ante.
Exactly.
There are some arguments you could make for folding here on the exact bubble, but that is not the cloth that Emil Bees is cut from. 10-6-5 is the flop, and nothing in it for Bees, and he's going to need help on the Turner River, or the fan favourite at King's Resort will be eliminated. Turn is the Jack of Spades, now down to 1 card and 3 outs.
Not the first time we've seen an ace in the river, Dan, when we've done comms together. Well, wouldn't be the last time. We'll see what happens.
Oh my God, he hits it! The king is back, man.
Disgusting, and I just said it too, bro. It's like I knew. Trust me, I didn't, by the way. Just to make that very, very clear.
Always a surprise around the corner for the king.
Man, this is stuff I'm not going to say you'd see online, but it's just in this situation where it's just like on the bubble of the ticket. It's just always these sort of things that like always happen. It just makes great, great content. No.
8-4-4. And now Babo 33% equity to double up. Oh no, it's the 10 of clubs on the turn. How unlucky for Vittorio.
Way too passive.
Check back all the way.
Yeah, definitely a bet in the river, man. I think, like, I understand the flop check back and the turn check back on the queen,
especially from a small blind cold caller. I understand I understand like the fact that he might not have went for more than 2 streets, but man, once that checks back down to the river there, when you're in position, you have to go for a bet with ace-2 there. I get the kicker issue, but like man, you have to bet just for 1 street there. You'd be surprised what might call, and if you get folds, then so what? It's just like you still have to bet that hand there. It's like not even up for debate in my opinion.
Check flop, bet turn, and then check river, I think is the best, because we get that value from our opponent having a hand that contains a queen after the flop goes check check. And I think that if you break down what their calling range there is from the small, it's going to contain those hands like king queen, queen jack suited, queen 10 suited, maybe queen 9 is a little bit of a stretch, but all those combos.
I think even like double checking back flop and turn, man, to you know, even get called by sometimes something worse. I'm not saying that might happen, but I think it's way more likely that you'll get called by any pair if you check it down to the river, with the ace-2 as an example. I definitely agree. Bet and turn to check back river, or if you check back flop, check back turn, you have to go for value on the river. You just have to.
Yeah. We've got action. Gianfranco finds himself with 10 big blinds, forced to shove the king queen of diamonds from the hijack, standard stuff. And this is going to be a super standard rejam here from Dennis on the button. Gianfranco very unlucky to run into the top of Dennis's range here. Bing bang boom, he is all in. The fella all in, the other fella. And we could be losing Gianfranco. He's not going to have too much equity to survive here. Ross, I think GTO, 3TO as the commentator.
Yeah, I think I might kind of bugged out for a little bit, man.
Oh.
For a little bit.
Whoa.
Whoa, indeed.
Oh, dear. Now, right, here's my thoughts on this. With 2 all-ins in front of us, you make an argument for folding. Because the club was for 10 big, lead jam for about 15. We're about half our stack here, but Jack's going to play very well against these all in and the rejam lane. The only thing is with the icing considerations, it could be what would appear to be a very tight fold. Because we have over 5 million here, it might be better to just let this one go. I would definitely be folding 8s, 9s, and 10s. But again, the Jacks plus thing, Alan, do we just want to go for it here?
I mean, I don't know how many times this spot is ever going to come up, bro, where folding jacks is going to be a good play. I don't think I would get away from this, man. I think if you do have the 8s, 9s, and 10s, it's kind of the cusp of like one or the other. But I don't think we can fold jacks. No, I don't think so.
Neutral says you call with jack. I think jacks plus here. Now, if it was for any more, I think I'm just letting jacks go. I would like that made.
Mate, this is a huge pot.
Made known. This is massive. 7 million and change in this pot. Vittorio, and the other thing is, this is so nice for Vittorio because he's getting a fake flip here in a way because they're blocking each other's hands. So he's still getting a fake flip, not the right terminology there, but you get me. There's extra outs gone. So it's 41% equity. Oh, what a spot this is for Vittorio and his Jeffries. Gianfranco with 15% equity to stay in the tournament. Dennis with 25% to stay in this tournament. This could be a double elimination, the first hand back or second hand back. Oh, it's a king of kings. Oh dear.
Nasty.
And now he needs a Jeffrey. And it doesn't arrive.
Negative.
That's very sad. It looked like Vittorio was going to get through. Oh, what a painful situation. We lose Gianfranco in 7th place, and it has to be said he's going to be very disappointed with that finish, considering how well he was playing yesterday. A bit reckless at times, but Some spicy, entertaining action from him nonetheless, and that's what we love on this channel. So kudos to him. Put his balls out on the table yesterday in a few spots, and I love it. Great to see him get such a nice result. And yes, he will be very disappointed, but maybe with a score of nearly 40k, including a 10k ticket, we'll be very happy.
I think it was like blind v blind. Vittorio limped the queen 9, and I forget who was in the big blind. But they had ace king suited either way, bro, on the isolate. Vittorio calls. Flop came like jack 8. Sorry, jack 9, 4, something like that. Flop went check, check. 8 of diamonds on the turn, which gave Christian obviously the 2 overs on the flush draw. But I really liked Vittorio's bet on the turn, man. He went for a block sizing on the turn with the queen 9. And obviously ace king has to call with the flush draw. But I think the river was a brick again, man. And I really liked Vittorio's bet size, and he bet like, I don't know, 500k into maybe 3 million or something like that. And we do have a call here. Other than that, yeah, Christian decided to fold the river, but I really like the 2 sizes by Vittorio, both turn and river in that hand exactly.
He's impressed us about 4 or 5 times now, Alan. And he's set to eliminate Babbo here 62% of the time. 4 in the window, but an 8 also. Babbo now 4-1 favourite to double up, back up to almost 10 big blinds. Until the turn.
No.
Well, it's good for you. He's your boy. Oh my God,
No.
he hits the river.
Brilliant hand.
Wow. Yeah, that seems like Vittorio is... Maybe someone's had a chat with him on one of the breaks or something. He's really upped his game. Goes back to what I was saying earlier about having a team behind you. Yeah, well, that was a bad run out for him. He would have eliminated a player, got the guts of a 20 grand pay jump. Well, from 60k all the way to 73.5, 13.5, so 14,000. Keep saying a lot of your work is done here. Obviously, the biggest pay jumps are about to come, but I mean, in terms of your ICM, if you're one of the shortest stacks, you don't or the other fella, but it might be a great opportunity to just raise call with a hand as strong as ace jack there.
Yeah, I can see the merit to it.
No skills says Dave's hot chicken totally wrecked once he was on a dinner break. being wrecked by more carby meals at these hotels and places and buffets, whatever, takeaways, Domino's late at night. They all add up. Sitting at the table and you can't even think straight, let alone sit straight. Vittorio raising the minimum here with the kings, and Babbo. Oh my God, he's picked ill timing.
Missed timing. Big time.
Missed
Big
timing
step.
here from Babbo. Good timing here for your man, Vittorio. 7 million in this pot. This is a huge pot for this tournament. Vittorio looking cool as a cucumber. His work is done. There's nothing he can do. He is the one standing up and away when it's Babbo, the one at risk.
No.
8-4-4. And now Babbo 33% equity to double up. Oh no, it's the 10 of clubs on the turn. How unlucky for Vittorio.
He stands up and stretches. Brilliant.
There's nothing he can do. Can't get lucky on the river, and Babbo fist bumping now. I really feel for Vittorio there.
Well, that puts a dent in my odds.
draws that might decide to check raise us, stuff like that.
Yep.
We also have a heart in our hand, which is nice.
Defo.
Christian with ace king suited. What a hand to pick up here, four-handed. Vittorio in the big blind. Think he just wants to be rejamming this one. Standard stuff. Will rejam is of course going to get snap called, and your buddy's at risk for the third time here. Well, sorry, the first time he wasn't at risk.
At risk now though. Definitely.
Flop is queen 7-7. Vittorio needing help and needing it quick. He's a 4-1 dog here as we hit the turn. Turn does give him a diamond. Always a surprise around the corner at Kings. Is there another twist in the tail to be had here as we hit the river? Almost 7 million in the pot. River is the 9 of spades. He cannot do it. Vittorio has been eliminated in 4th place. What a run for the youngster.
Oh.
I don't know. He's not that young, but young enough. He's ran out of the building, it looks like.
Bit strange.
Oh, yeah, he's not happy, and I don't blame him. That king's costing him serious amount of cheddar, Alan. Like,
yeah,
I don't know how much. We can work it out later. I don't want to disclose that kind of information. It could be it's 50 G's we're dealing with.
Yeah, I was just going to say it's worth a bit. That's enough in itself, just to say that. You smashed the glass on the way out, man.
Oh no. I think now, so we're going to go on a 5-minute break here. These guys are just going to take a tiny little breather before three-handed play will commence. Don't go anywhere. This has just been exhilarating. 11 been playing close to 9, playing close to 7.2, playing 8.6 with the chip leader out in front with 45 bigs with 11.2 million. I will see you all in a few moments.
Yeah, first of all, I'm really sorry for what I've done. I was very out of myself, and no, it's the first time because it's quite the biggest final table of my life, so it's very bad. It's difficult to accept because I think I played good poker, and so when you go showdown, you're very favorite, and you lost in such a situation. It's difficult to control, but I apologize, and yeah, I have just a good end to reshove, and I just reshoved and went wrong. For sure the end that I've lost with the kings versus queen 8 or queen 7 suited, I think. And that was very important because if I win that end, I'm chip leader, close to chip leader, and we are 3 left instead of 4. So it's a pay jump, chip leading, and very important end. So that's the most important, I think. Yeah, I play professionally, so I used to study in a group. And now I'm studying by myself, doing my thing, my stuff, and yeah, It's going good. I like my life. I like this game, but sometimes could be very, very cruel, and we accept it.
What's up?
Good morning.
Are you ready for today? Yeah. See you at Kings.
Hi, Kings.
Does want to thin out the field a little bit, get some value in. Leon here with the jacks. We could be seeing some fireworks and Leon away here. He may just cold call, which then would invite a whole slew of players to follow along.
What do you smoke?
No, these vapes.
Řekněte, ať slyšíše baru, přinese různý ty cigárka sem vybrat. Různý.
So Ivan opening it up once again. There's an 800 straddle in play now. It's actually Dorf that opened it for 2100 from the hijack with the ace queen. Gets Ivan from the cutoff with 10-8. Yo viral in the hand from the button with his deuces, and now Malika is likely to do something a little bit different than just calling with her cowboys from the big blind. Does want to thin out the field a little bit, get some value in. Leon here with the jacks. We could be seeing some fireworks and Leon away here. He may just cold call, which then would invite a whole slew of players to follow along. But I think we're likely... That looks like a call right there. Indeed it is. Let's see if Dorf is just going to ship his stack in. I mean, he's not that big at this point. There's a lot of dead money in the pot.
I want to get back my chips from Melika.
Indeed, that's what he's doing. Taking the risk, folks. Showing a lot of heart here.
Perfect gambler.
And Malika, is she just going to get her stack in? She indeed is. And Leon has a decision.
Look, if Leon comes in, then it's perfect.
He's thinking about it, which is a good first sign.
I'm so much behind.
It's all in?
I think he can fold this for this amount.
Yeah, he recognizes that he's behind.
I'm just behind.
And Elke taking a peek at the Cowboys.
I'm behind. I'm behind.
It kind of does matter.
I have a nice hand. I'm behind.
She could be doing it with Ace King.
You're all in, right?
But you're right. You're probably not ahead of much there.
Man, Leon, I love that.
Good fold there, Leon. Good job.
Okay,
I think
because it's hard to
Malika
fold
took her
in
time a
real
little bit
there
more.
always takes a second.
I think if she took her time a little bit more, Malika, it might have been different. She was a very immediate interaction.
Quand t'as commencé à parler, je croyais que c'était encore plus faible que ça.
We did see another player with an ace in their hands. There's two live ones. Malika offered to run it twice. Dwarf always seems to like to run it twice. So I think we're going to see two boards here.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
But there is one of those aces, so maybe for once Dwarf not so happy it's being run twice.
5.
Nice fold, Leon.
Crazy.
And everybody congratulating Leon on his great fold with the jacks. And first half over to Dwarf, but can he double up? I think there's only one ace left in the deck.
You should be safe. I folded ace.
So no miracles so far for Dwarf. It's looking more and more like a chop. Malika seems like she's sweating this out, even though she's such a huge favorite at this point for the second half. But it is a considerable chunk and change.
Got one jack.
Button for Austin.
5 of spades on the river, another chop.
If I'm shoving behind here, I know it's...
Yeah.
Very hard for you to lose that twice, but I've folded an ace.
Nice hand.
Nice hand. Thank you.
It would have been interesting to see what would have happened if Malika just cold called with her kings there.
Very good fold.
And how Rob would act.
Ditto saying, is his real name Fire at Will? It is indeed. Change it. Oh wow, what a sick setup.
I mean, Yusuf could very well 3-bet jam all in. We've seen him do this.
Yeah.
Loves to get his money in first.
This is 25 bigs. He's going for the 3-bet bluff. Oh, sorry. 3-bet bluff. 3-bet fold. It's interesting, this, like, feels like a bit of a disaster to 3-bet fold if our opponent's going to be jamming you 9s, 10s, jacks. I mean, if that's the case, if we're playing on 3-bet folding, then it just makes more sense to flat and see flops. I'm assuming this is going to be a 3-bet fold, although Yusuf yesterday in certain spots did kind of get a bit sticky.
Interesting. Flat call from Fire at Will with the ace-king suited. Card holder on top of his cards, and both players miss. Fire at Will has him covered. Yusuf is making a continuation bet here. Looks like 115. It looks like Fire at Will is going to give it up. What looked like a disaster for Yusuf. He's found a way to win this, and Yusuf just won't believe.
What is your approach now going into the final table as a chip leader?
It's not gonna change. I have a big stack. I will take care of it, and we will see how it will go.
What do you think about your opponents at the final table?
It depends. Some of them I never played with. Some of them I've had a chance. I have a piece of information of everybody. I will try to use them at my best and see, hopefully, get it.
How does it feel for you to be so close to your second bracelet after 16 years?
I have made many final tables, but not even when I won, I never had a chance to show up with a chip lead.
So it's exciting. So this time I have like possibility to take control of the game. So I cannot wait.
How do you think the trends in PLO changed in the last 20 years?
It changed, but I have to say it evolved. But I would expect after so long time that the game would be tougher. But it's like last few years, so many new players came in, so it's still the game is still good. For me, this specific tournament, for what I could see at the table, at my tables, it looked like the softest tournament I've ever played live or of any buy-in. So it was a good thing. I mean, it's good for the game. It means that many players are coming, they're enjoying the game. So this is a great perspective for the future. Thank you.
All right, folks, we are back for the final table of the 2K Pot Limit Omaha. This is the World Series of Poker Europe, live from the King's Resort in Rosbudov. 9 players remaining, all chasing that gold bracelet, the title, and €91,183. Current payout with 9 remaining is €7,017. And the pay jump's just going to get bigger and bigger from here. Be an entertaining final table. It could go on for quite some time. I expect a lot of action. Dario Aliotto will be your chip leader. The only player with over 100 big blinds. The last time we seen someone with 100 big blinds at the FT, they absolutely steamrolled it. This looks like it's going to be a bit of a different scenario. Daniel with 67 bigs is in second place. Then we've got Gab Kim with 49 big blinds, and another Kim, it looks like, with 43. So 2 Kims. Barney Boatman with 27 big blinds. Hockley with 20. Ye with 13. Bruno Stefanelli with 12, and Guy Goosens is the shortest stack at this final table with 7 big blinds. The players are just going to get the standard final table photo, and then it's going to be lights, camera, action, cards in the air. I'm excited for this one, Alan.
As am I, mate. It's just, as I said, it's just like the last couple of, well, I should have technically the last 2 tables that we've done in terms of the final tables itself, man. They have been steamrolled, obviously, by Lucas Pazmas and obviously Omar Eljak. And as I said, mate, this was action-packed, but I am assuming this is going to be very, very similar. As I said, mate, very, very excited to see how this pans out. So we'll see how it goes.
Good stuff, yeah. Just going to let the players... Well, I'm not letting them do anything. They're going to get their photo and take their seats. Hope yous are all hanging tight in the chat. This is going to be a fun one. I wonder which one of these 9 players is going to prevail as your Pot Limit Omaha 2K bracelet champion. What an opportunity for these 9 remaining players. We've got a good few nationalities being represented at this final table. I see 2 players, both called Kim, from South Korea. We've got Gab Kim and Nam Young Kim. So I think we're going to call one of them Gab and the other one Kim, Alan, because otherwise it's going to be Kim Kim.
Indeed.
And we've got Bruno from Italy, Ye from Austria, Barney Boatman from the United Kingdom, of course, Dario Aliotto from Italy, Daniel from Germany, Huck Lee from Hong Kong, and our man Guy Goosens rounding out the table is the shortest stack. He's from Belgium. He's got a lot of work to do. Incredible the amount of nationalities being represented at this final table alone here, Alan. This is just fantastic to see.
Yeah, mate, as I said, I'm just thoroughly excited for this, and don't forget, guys, actually, we're going to be giving away these gifts. Oh, sorry, I keep saying discount code, guys. I have no idea why, but either way, we'll be giving away 10 codes after each elimination. We'll be giving away 2 after the first elimination. We'll be giving away another 2 after the second elimination, and then 1 after each elimination after that. So guys, keep an eye out for that. I will give you a heads up nonetheless when we will be asking the question. The first person to answer the question correctly will win the code. And just to reiterate, guys, there are amazing prizes up for grabs here. Stuff like an iPhone 15 Pro, PlayStation 5, AirPod Pro, a 3-night stay in the King's Resort in a 5-star room. Guys, this is a no-brainer. Keep an eye out for these questions. They will be announced after each elimination. First 2 eliminations will be 4 codes given, so this is going to be your best chance to win one of these codes. There will be a raffle taking place on the 12th of November. Each code that you have, guys, the more codes the better chance you have of winning the top prizes. Those prizes are, again, an iPhone 15 Pro, a PlayStation 5, AirPod Pro, and many more. So stay tuned for that, guys.
And finally, Alan, what are we going to do with this hoodie?
This is the question, guys. We're still waiting about how to do it, but at the moment, the hoodie will only be awarded to subscribers. So guys, for you to be in a chance to do that, you need to sub to our King's Twitch channel. It is a click of a button, guys. It is €5. The content that this event that is covering, the content in general, is always top notch. Me and Dan arrived here last weekend. We finally got to see the overall look of this, this production. And I can only say it is absolutely fantastic, guys. 4K every single where you look.
Yeah, and no ads. You get to not have to deal with ads at all on your Twitch channel for a full month at a time. It's a no-brainer.
As I always say, bro, it's as simple as that. It is a no-brainer.
Stealing your phrase from you here, Alan.
How dare you, bro?
Oh, yeah. It's okay, you can rob it back. Apocalypse says, if you have Amazon Prime, then you can also link to the Twitch and subscribe for free. Well, isn't that awesome? A lot of people do have Amazon Prime because it is the #1 place people are buying stuff online.
Exactly.
ECW says, say cheese, Dan. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, Jesus.
I wish I was at that tape. Actually, I don't know. I don't know what I'd be doing with 4 cards, but
Thank you.
I wouldn't shy away from it. Hopefully, we will be saying cheese someday.
Indeed.
We'll be going for gold sooner or later. Probably later than sooner, but the sentiment remains the same. All that's left to say is shuffle up and deal cards are in the air. Let's go. And as I mentioned yesterday at the PLO final table, ICM a huge consideration, especially it's so hard to get it in and have a decent amount of equity, so players have to be more cautious than normal. Having said that, some people don't care about these pay jumps. They've played for millions of dollars before. They're looking for that bracelet, and they will be more on the crazier side. I don't think crazy is the right word, but they're not going to be on the more conservative side. They're here to gamble, they're here to win, and it will become apparent as the final table unfolds and we get shorter handed. Boatman, after losing a chunk of chips, well, the blinds had gone up a few times, but he still is in contention here, playing 25 big blinds and a little bit of cheese on top to start the hand with ace 7, 6, 5, raising to 75k. Small blind is 15k, big blind is 30k with a 30k running big blind ante. That's 15, 30, 30.
Wie oft hast du Finaltisch gesessen? Ja. Genug.
Lee not going to defend. Lee could easily be at this FT with 1.5 million in change, but that turn card destroying his set of kings that time. Such is life. You want to reg for this 2k, you're going to have to take a lot of nasty bad beats. This is Paul in Omaha. Kitty game is down the street.
Indeed. It was a sick flop, that one, Dan. I was even just mentioning that to one of the guys out on the floor while we were on break, and they pretty much agreed with what we said then. It was a disgusting spot, but the hand played itself. Once it went all in the flop, with that King 10-5 flop, if I remember correctly, both players flopped the set, obviously had backdoors, had multiple draws to go along with that, multiple outs to improve. Of course, Lee was on the wrong end of that hand that knocked him down, but he's still on the final table nonetheless, so let's see what he can do.
Yeah, I mean, it's not his first time to be deep in a tournament. They're big boys out there, Alan. They'll suck it up, leave your feelings at the door. It's Paul Limit Omaha. Anything can happen at any time, and that's why we love it so much, because it provides endless amounts of action to commentate on. Okay, so we're going to call that Kim, and then Gab Kim we'll call Gab.
Sounds like a plan, bro.
So N Kim will remain Kim. Otherwise, there's going to be a lot of tongue twisters. And it is Kim raising with King, Queen, 10, 6. Lee with the Ace, Ace, King, 10. Not wasting much time before potting this one. Potting to 255. $290 behind. I'm not sure what Kim is going to do here in the hijack. Looks like he's going to see a flop.
Again, Dan, it's obviously about the connectivity here in terms of the hand he has here. King, Queen, 10, 6, having one suit for the suited playability, and obviously having the King, King, Queen, 10 for that connectivity itself. Probably a bit on the, I'm not going to say the looser side, but given that Lee is on the shorter stack size, if he does flop anything Kim, he will just be running it against Lee's all-in if that does happen. This is probably not enough, I guess, although having the backdoor flush draw here with the Queen 6 of spades, having the one pair hand, he does have extra outs to improve on two pairs and stuff like that.
It's not great for the aces here, but obviously going to be shoving. Not going to love this flop on 9-7-6. A lot of connectivity happening here.
Indeed.
He's lucky Kim doesn't have a bigger piece of it. I don't know what Kim does here.
It's kind of close, mate. As I said, there is some two pair outs that he will think that's live. You know, it's hard to define what Lee will always have here, but I do think this is going to be a very standard call with a lot of outs, backdoor equity, etc.
Yeah, it's all about that backdoor equity.
Yeah.
You can see he's statistically the favourite by quite some margin.
Decent price in terms of pot odds too, bro. I think it was like maybe 800k in the middle or 890, something like that. It was another 290 to call, so he's getting around three and a bit to 1 there to call. So even with the backdoor equity, two pair outs that could be live, probably going to be a pretty standard call, Dan.
Yeah, I was just saying. I was just thinking after I said that there, like it's. He's not loving it, but he's going to call.
Yeah. And to be fair, being up against the aces here, he's actually a favourite, which is again always mind blowing to see. But this is PLO, guys. The ace of spades,
wow, Lee 3-1 favourite now, hitting the ace of spades on the turn.
See what the river brings, mate.
Yeah, Kim just 25% equity as we hit the river. It's the King of Diamonds. Lee will double up to 1.2 million. Some form of redemption there for him.
Yeah, the thing is that, I mean, it's hard to say sometimes if this is going to be a standard call pre-flop, but as I said, one of those things when he does kind of catch a piece with that, he's obviously going to have a lot of outs to improve on certain run-outs and stuff like that. So obviously when he flops that sort of hand here, is going to be a very standard call-off there. But I do think it's standard all round by both players there. Obviously Lee hitting that ace in the turn is slightly reassuring, kills a lot of the outs for to improve with other two pairs. So nice hand for Lee there.
Yeah, really nice start for Lee at this final table.
Couldn't have asked for a better start, Dan, could you?
Instantly.
Jesus Christ. Well played, mate, well played.
effortlessly. Yeah, you can't ask for a better start there. I mean, I was saying just before the FT started that he could easily have 1.5 million. Well, he finds himself at 1.2 now.
The guys in chat seem to like that one as well, Dan.
Say cheese.
Say cheese.
Got to keep the fans entertained. As if they aren't entertained enough watching this.
Ja, so is richtig.
Maybe I move a little bit more.
Now it's good? Yeah, so it's very good.
And the goose now, the shortest stack at this FT. Hold all the way around to Lee. Look at this.
Sure, we're going to be coming in for a raise, Dan. Going to be very, very standard.
Easily.
Jesus, they're pushing it now.
Well, it can be easy enough here if he's getting aces every hand. That's twice in rapid succession.
Goosens calling here.
Does have 3 clubs. It's not the greatest of aces, to be fair. Goosens is going to call just 45k behind. He's got ace 10 9 5. Yeah, this one going to be going post flop in an all-in situation. 270k already out there. Good flop for the goose. Lee going to need help. Goose 82% favoured in this one to have 360k. Get him back. Give him a fighting chance with 12 big blinds. This won't phase Lee too much, he'll still have a million. And there's the 5 of diamonds, and Lee just with 6% now as we hit the river. River is the queen of spades. Goose will double up. Lee will pay the man. It's hard not to pay attention to the jackpot in the background, just going up constantly.
It's like the camera is there for that angle to include both the number of the jackpot and also the angle of the players from that side of the table too.
Plenty of places to hit the jackpot around the King's Resort, that's for sure.
Just spoiled for choice, to be honest, no?
Yeah. There's enough flashing lights in every nook and cranny around the building. Place is buzzing out there, everyone at all the machines, all the different sections. Aces now for Kim.
5 raise 60. 6 pass.
And he's going to raise to 60k.
7 pass.
Ace 10 5. Again, not the best of aces with 3 hearts in your hand, but aces nonetheless.
9 pass.
It's going to be good enough to scoop the blinds, and Andy's worth 75k at the moment.
Be interested to see how this pans out, Dan. in terms of the stack size as well, because again, obviously Goosens with the shortest stack. Rest of the players would be a little bit more conscious about waiting for him to potentially get eliminated in future. There's obviously some similar stack sizes now that he did get the double up, so selectivity in terms of not over-investing with a lot of the spots. Again, it's going to be very, very similar to what we saw on the final table yesterday with these ICM considerations with so much money up top.
Yeah, interested to see what way this one works out. I think it's going to be relatively cagey at the start. You can see in the top right hand corner of your screen the average stack is getting close to 40 bigs. Well, it's about 3 big blinds less, something like that. 37 big blinds is still relatively deep when there's 9 players still remaining.
True. Obviously when it starts getting a little bit more short-handed down with the blinds coming around more often, a lot more pressure on these shorter stacks to, you know, try and pick up some of them blinds if they are not in them already. But in general, you know, 90, or sorry, should I say 80k adds on a decent bit for anyone that might be sub 1 million or even around the 5 to 600k mark thereabouts.
10, 10, 7, 5 for Ye. And there's the other Kim. G Kim. What's up, my G? Yeah, ECW King recognizing how great the production is and the graphics, saying he likes this new fold wheel on the bottom right. I wish I had had the words fold wheel, because that's a very good way of describing it. Maybe you've seen it before. I wouldn't be personally familiar with it, but fold wheel makes a lot of sense. I'm loving this. It's so much easier to not get distracted and keep control of where the action has come from and where it's headed, etc.
As you always say, Dan, it makes our life a lot easier trying to see it this way instead of trying to piece together what seat some players might be in. Of course, it can be easy sometimes, but the longer the stream goes on, sometimes it can be a little bit difficult. But you see Goosens here coming in for a raise.
Go on the Goose. If anything, I haven't been looking at the fold wheel enough because I'm not that familiar with it. It's a new graphic design, so I should be watching it more, if anything.
Very strong hand here for Kim, Dan.
But there are times where you forget where the action's coming from, so it's just so great to have it there as a reassurance. And yeah, this could be curtains for Goose. Mm. 3-1 favourite here for G Kim to eliminate the Goose in 9th place when the rest of the money goes in the middle. Goose with just 2 big blinds behind. The Goose is loose indeed, ECW King. We had some good puns earlier. Don't want to get too out of control with the puns. We've done enough for now.
Jeez, he's really cremated here, really, in terms of like
cremated.
But he kind of the only way to phrase it. No, he's like flush draw dominated by pair over pair. Not a lot going on outside that, so in pretty bad shape here, Dan.
We're seeing the cremation of the Goose. He
Indeed.
just has 14% equity as we hit the turn.
Yep, not great.
Turn is the 7 of hearts. It's never easy. 17% equity now. River is the 4. GG Goose. I really like commentating on your play. Fun character to have at the table.
So guys, we had our first elimination. We had our first elimination. There was a good possibility of an interview, so I want to get these questions out of the way so we won't be under pressure for any future eliminations. So listen up, guys. Listen up for the first question, for the first code to be given away, okay? So as I said, this is not going to be only PLO related. This is going to be poker general questions. Pretty goddamn basic, guys. But first person to answer will get the first code. So listen up. What is the highest hand you can make in poker? I repeat, what is the highest hand you can make in poker?
We got the first one for Barney Nuts.
This guy.
This guy, this is his 4th code to win between yesterday and today. So well done, Barney. You are down for the first one. So listen up now, guys. We're going to be announcing the second question right now. So listen up. How many cards are dealt to each player in Texas Hold'em? How many cards are dealt to each player in Texas Hold'em? First come, first serve. Oh, for God's sake, Barney. Oh wait, yeah, Barney, it is Barney. God damn it, Barney, you must have hotkeys or something, bro, because this is just ridiculous. You have won 5 codes, Barney. Unfortunately, guys, you got to be there quick. You got to be there quick. I am trying to repeat the question as fast and as efficiently as possible. But don't worry, guys, we're giving away another 8 codes. Next elimination, we'll be giving away another 2. So, Barney, congrats, mate. You've won 2 codes, my man. And we see here guys saying that they won. This is more, we see what we see on our end, guys. This is not rigged in any way, shape or form, so please don't assume that it is a first person answer. It is what it is, guys. So we've 2 out of the 10 codes, excuse me, given away already. We will be giving away another 2 codes on the next elimination, so keep an eye out for that.
Yeah, Barney Nuts is some form of a Speedy Gonzalez.
I think it's 5 at this stage, isn't it? I think it's 5. Yeah, he won 3 yesterday. Ridiculous. Barney, you're obviously aware of the codes and what the information. I will be contacting you. I mean, maybe not later on, but definitely as early as possible tomorrow. I will be contacting you through the same page, my Alan F Poker page on Twitch. So keep an eye out for them, Barney. I mean, at the rate you're going, bro, there might be more codes coming your way. But either way, guys, listen out for the next elimination. There will be 2 more questions for the next elimination, guys, okay?
That's the first 2 out of the way, another 8 to go. Let's get back to the action. Thanks very much, Alan.
No problem, mate. Just FYI, guys, refresh the page, refresh the Twitch channel. If you guys see a lag, sometimes the chat disconnects, sometimes we are seeing the immediate answers. We see Barney on both of the questions, guys. They've answered both twice. So, as I said, guys, there's still another 8 codes to give away. So, after each elimination, the next one in particular, there will be another 2 codes, and then 1 after every elimination after that. As I said, Barney's aware about what to do with the codes, so I'll be contacting you later, Barney, with 2 of them codes. As I said, at this rate, potentially more, but either way, guys, keep an eye out for the future questions, alright?
Yeah, we just say it how we see it on the screen. That's the name that popped up. This happened last night as well. Nothing we can do.
Exactly.
If we were able to rig things, you know, we would rig something better than a raffle for a code.
True.
Be rigging the deck. And look at this, the 2 Kims. G Kim. Ace Queen. 10-8 from the cutoff, raising to 80k. King King. 10-10 for N Kim. And that's a nice double suited King King 10-10.
What is that, Queen of Spades?
I just realised how much Alioto is having. Alan, he's over 3 million, so he's over 100 bigs. How much he's having, how much he has.
No, he's definitely running away with it at the moment, Dan, but we're obviously both aware that Kim, in, for example, with 1.8 million here, 2 hands collide, would belong switching around places who would be second and first, but either way, Alioto at the moment has a dominating command on the chip lead at this final table. So there's still a lot of poker to play, Dan, which we're both very, very much aware about, excuse me, yes.
Yeah, the average stack now over 42 big blinds, so a lot of poker to be played yet, indeed. Kim's going to check from the small blind once more. Alioto going for a bet of 175. And this is kind of sad. Kim not hitting this one at all. Does have the overpair with the 10s and the kings, but I meant in the form of straight draws or flush draws. It's not that sad. I mean, I'm just wondering, is he going to continue on the turnout position here? I think he's going to have to call one here, Alan, right? He's going to still have $500,000 behind. I don't think he wants to get it in.
I think it's probably okay. I mean, it's definitely close-ish, but I would still probably check call one here. Problem is, again, like in many situations in PLO, Dan, there's still a lot of bad river cards. Having just the naked overpair here on this sort of texture, he could still be behind to a lot of two pairs. He could be already dead to a straight. You know, I can understand the fold there, so that's what ends up happening. And we've seen this so many times today, Dan. It's like many, many examples of this. And, you know, at the end of the day, it makes a lot of sense for the check fold here. Just so many bad river cards, very little outs to improve on that river card itself, so you can understand the fold.
And that big blind, it's going to smack the big blind's perceived defending range more so than if he was opening on with that 9-6-3 and the deuce out there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just one of those things, guys, that, as I said, it's just we saw counted examples, and it's always the same reason why bad river cards on a lot of them situations, I should say, and just very little outs to improve from his hand in terms of the overall combo that he had with the 10s and kings.
Yeah, I wasn't sure whether he was going to call one more. That's why I was saying it's sad, because he's going to be out of position, and as you said, a lot of the time he's going to get barreled off his hand on the river.
It's kind of one of those things as well, man, that like, yeah, it's just an annoying spot, bro. It's just an annoying spot overall. You know, it is what it is, especially blind v blind. There's just going to be so much random two pair hands without extra outs to improve and all that jazz. So the thing is, well, obviously ICM is obviously a huge factor as well, and that needs to be taken into account when he decides to check call 175k when he only has basically 650 or something like that on the turn itself. So it's a decent portion of a stack to put in when, you know, he's probably not going to be ahead that often in that exact situation. So I do like the fold, even though technically he was technically ahead. But again, we saw that numerous times regardless.
Yeah, and the ICM, the way it is as well, he can still fold and have the guts of 20 bigs.
Yep.
He doesn't want to. You can't really put on his cape there, so it's just going to be burning money, and it's a considerable portion of the stack, that 175 with just 500 remaining then for the river, and stack to pot ratio is going to be about 1-to-1 at that point. So it does just get out of the way. Yep. A lot of these players, what you see them do, like they know what they're doing. It's not their first rodeo.
I do see a pot here from N Kim.
He's got a nice hand there with the ace-king suited, the kings and 10 of diamonds.
See lead though, Dan, with aces with 9-6 suited.
Yeah.
Just going to be going in the middle, Dan, I guess.
Oh, sorry.
He's going to have no choice.
Indeed.
And for Ye, stuck in the middle with you.
This is a good question, because I think this can potentially call here, because you're going to see a flop, you're going to reevaluate on a certain flop, but maybe I'm just wrong in this assessment. You just want to pile the money in.
I think because there's clowns to the left of him, jokers to the right, with Yi in the middle, he just wants to pile it in here.
Yeah.
Put the pressure on.
I suppose, just to again to reiterate, given that Yi has a shorter stack than Lee here, it's just one of those things that it might be ICM consideration here, just to reevaluate and see what comes in the flop. But I do think most of the time this is just going to be a 4-bet jam, and yeah, it's exactly what happens.
Well, it's also because he significantly has more chips than the other two involved in the hand.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of dead money out there if you can get both players to fold.
True, very true.
And for Kim, I think he's going to be forced to stack off here, considering his ace-king is suited as well.
Well, it appears Kim is having a debate about this nonetheless, Dan. So
yeah, it's tough because of ICM. Again, I'm not sure what he's going to do here. I would be thinking that this is too good of a hand to be folding.
See, it's so crazy, Dan, that like obviously in no limit hold'em, ICM considerations, excuse me, are obviously a massive thing. Like PLO is just so screwed in that regard, because it's even more extreme because some of these hand combos that like they look good on paper, but like in hindsight, you know, as we both see, he has still 11 big blinds here, but he also has kings. So it's like, what do you really do here, you know?
Well, you see, when Lee does this, he usually has aces.
True.
So for him to do this, your ace king with your kings isn't looking too hot then, when Lee is saying, I've got aces here, if you want to call it off, and so be it.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he always has to have aces, but this is what it looks like. It's easy when it's only easy if you know the answers and we can see the cards.
Exactly.
Yes, but in Omaha, when there's this kind of action, it usually indicates aces.
Yeah, it's not going to be some random airball. That much we can very much be confident about.
I think he's wanting to fold, but overall, I feel like he's going to flick it in.
It's just difficult, bro. It's just difficult, because I do agree, like I do think Lee, when he does this, is going to be something similar to this ace king king hand that maybe Kim has at least, but obviously Kim blocks that so heavily, but he does flick it in, bro.
He's unlucky with the ace blocker that his opponent does have aces, but you know, it is Omaha. And are those odds correct, Alan? Is it 50-50?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, there's times I struggle with Texas Hold'em odds. If you're on it, asking me, it's a 50-50 here.
Looks like it anyway, yeah. It's a coin flip, 9-8-7. And that's not a good start for Kim.
No.
Turn is the deuce of spades. River is the four diamonds. Sometimes you live by the sword, you die by it. And Kim has been eliminated in 8th place. Unlucky sir, good game. You will take home €8,732 for your efforts. That means there are 7 players remaining now. And we will have an up-and-coming interview with the player who just got knocked out in just a few seconds. And we will be back to the action then.
여기 킹스 로즈바토프는 처음인데 좀 어떠냐고?
뭐 바깥에 공기나 이런 게 너무 좋아서 뭐 포커 선수들한테는 뭐 힐링도 되고 뭐 운동하고 포커 치기에는 최적의 환경인 것 같아요.
You know, the nature is fantastic, such as a fresh air. So the poker player like me is kind of best atmosphere to play a poker, to enjoy poker. WSOP 지금 남아있는 이벤트 뭐 더?
지금 메인 이벤트, 미니 메인 이벤트 데이 2는 올라가져 있는 상태라 내일 아마 그걸 할 것 같고 그거 끝나고 뭐 25K 하이롤러랑 메인 이벤트까지 도전해 볼 생각입니다.
I already passed through the mini main event day 2, so I played for the tomorrow, and then he considered about playing a 25K high roller. Yeah, and then also main event. Yeah, he will challenge you through this whole event.
Great interview there. Making the trip to Kings.
All right, guys, so obviously there's been another elimination, so we're going to be doing another 2 code giveaways. So get ready for these questions. These questions, again, guys, are going to be pretty, I'm not going to say self-explanatory, but they're going to be pretty goddamn basic. So first come, first serve, and I hope Barney doesn't win this one. Wink, wink. All right, let's go. Right, so the third code giveaway question is, what term is used for placing the initial bet in poker? What term is used for placing the initial bet in poker? Might be a little bit of a tricky one here, guys, but let's see how this goes down. No, not this one, Barney. No. Nope, nothing yet. Nope. People are getting close, I'll give you that, guys. I'll give you that one, people are getting close. Hey, we got us. Bia Saliti, you win the third code giveaway. So this one here, Dan, you're going to write that down. Bia Saliti, we're going to be contacting you. Just make sure your settings for your whisper are not set to private. I had an issue with 2 guys yesterday. I could not contact them with the code winners. So make sure your settings on your Twitch whispers are not set to private. I will be contacting you over the next coming hours, okay? A little bit sooner rather than later, okay? We're going to be finishing up the comms tonight. I will be contacting you as soon as possible tomorrow at some stage, okay? So, this one here, Dan, if you can write that down.
I have it, yeah.
Okay.
I was just wanted to mention what Apocalypse said about one of the players at the table. Gab Yong Kim finished second in the 25k high roller at last year's World Series of Poker Europe and 11th in the main event, also 4th in the EPT main event at Kings in 2022. This guy loves Kings.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, so we're going to scroll down to the bottom again, guys, so I'm getting my revenge on you, Barney. Alright, guys, so the 4th code giveaway. Are we ready? So, again, specific answer, guys, I'm looking for. Felice, congrats on winning that code again, bro. So, 4th code giveaway, guys. In which poker game are players dealt 5 private cards? In which poker game are players dealt 5 private cards? First come, first serve, guys. No, not the answer I'm looking for, guys. Wait, Thai TV, 5 card draw is the answer. So Thai TV, 5 card draw is the answer. Congrats. Yeah. Congrats. 5 card draw was the specific answer I was looking for, guys. So again, like that, Thai TV, make sure your whisper settings are not set to private. I will be contacting you as soon as possible tomorrow after we finish up the stream, get a couple of hours sleep, and I will be contacting you immediately when I wake up tomorrow, okay? Or whenever I get a chance, bro, all right? So congrats again, Thai TV. So as I said, guys, we still have another 6 codes to give away. Each code will be given after each elimination, so we will announce it. So keep an eye out for that, okay? Congrats again, Thai TV. As I said, just make sure your whisper settings are not set to private, because I had 2 issues with 2 people yesterday. Make sure that it's not set to private, mate, okay? Cheers again, and congrats, mate.
Right, we're back to the action. So Aliotto is going to call 65k in the hijack with the Jack 9-8. Kim, the original opener, with the 8-7-6-5. And viewers should be reminded that they get the code for every €20 spent at the King's shop. So for example, if you were to spend €100 at the King's shop, that's an extra 5 codes.
So keep that in mind, guys. So you obviously have the opportunity to win codes by tuning into the stream, but you also have a greater chance if you're willing to spend every €20 at the King's shop, guys. As we always say, there's countless merchandise to win, not win, guys, but to spend your money on. We have hoodies, loads of tracksuit pants. There's also a sale on certain items where it's 50% off in some situations. So head on over to the King's shop, where every 20 euro you spend, you will get a code in that situation as well. So not only can you win them on the stream, guys, by answering these questions that both Dan and I have prepared, but every time you spend 20 euro plus at the King's shop, you will get a code for every 20 euro, okay? And as I said, guys, the more codes you have, the greater chance you have winning the max prizes, the best prizes that are available. And I just repeat that again. They are a PlayStation 5, they are also an iPhone 15 Pro, AirPod Pro, a 5-star room for 3 nights in the King's Casino, and many, many more, alright?
Sounds good, guys.
And by the way, sorry Dan to interrupt, just one more thing to announce. And also, if you tell the viewers that we have 120 participants only in the giveaway, guys. We have countless things at this stage, guys. There's only 120 participants in this giveaway at the moment. We have, specifically the amount of gifts we have to give away, I'm not 100% sure, but there are so many, guys, and there's so little participants in this at the moment. So my advice to you is, obviously listen out for the questions that we're going to ask, but at the same time, guys, head on over to the King's shop. Be willing to spend as much as you possibly can, because the merchandise is worth spending that money on, guys. With every 20 euro, you will get a code as well. Great chance to win some amazing prizes, guys, alright?
Kim betting 400k here on the turn. Aliotto with 75% equity, facing a large bet from Kim. Not ideal here for Aliotto. Kim going for it. What do you think of this, Alan?
It's a little bit of sidetrack, Dan, but if I'm being honest with you, bro, not going to lie, I'm not going to spoof my way through this hand, I'm not going to lie, but yeah. A lot of equity for both players here, but Kim not really having the best of it here either, but obviously having some equity, but Aliotto is...
So he's basically bluffing here, Kim.
It appears to be that way, bro, but combos wise and in terms of equity, it doesn't really look great on paper, does it, when you look at Aliotto's hand here in terms of having basically a pretty high equity draw, pair plus draw, but he does get out of the way. I'm surprised to see that.
You see, yeah, he's not drawn to the nuts again.
Only thing I'll say, he's in position, but again, like that, man, I don't know if that's too relevant, given like the point you mentioned. Still, it's
we were a little bit sidetracked because of all the giveaway stuff there.
Exactly,
but it seemed like that was an out-of-line bluff, but this guy is clearly a superstar, so he knows what he's doing. I was asking you because I wasn't too sure myself. With 2 flush draws on board, clearly turning his hand into a bluff without any clubs or diamonds in his hand.
Nothing by the looks of it. As I said, man, I was a little bit sidetracked there, so I missed the pre-flop action, I missed the flop action, and I only literally looked up when I saw this hand going on. So
that's more than understandable, and you're doing great work.
A lot of things to try and announce, guys. We have so much stuff to give away that some things take priorities over other for a certain length of time, but we got Boatman here with a pretty looking hand here, Dan.
Ace 7-7. That previous hand was open from under the gun, by the way.
He had a middle wrap, yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. He had a lot going on there. That's the question that I thought that what it looked like. So,
but he middle wrap with no clubs or diamonds isn't so great, because.
But he had jack 8 of diamonds, no?
Oh,
yes.
Not the imposition player. I'm on about under the gun.
No, the hijack had a jack 8 of diamonds, Dan. I'm nearly sure.
Yeah, under the gun though from Kim had 8-7-6-5.
Yeah, he had an absolute airball. Yeah, absolute airball.
Yeah, so Anna Disco says he had a middle wrap. Sorry, I thought that you were on about under the gun open for some reason.
Man, I'm sorry, but that hand was just so messy. I'm just not going to say anything about it anymore. Honest to God, it was just like so much going on for 30 seconds.
It's okay.
Okay, we're back to the action now, fully focused, guys. The giveaway won't be happening until, the code giveaway won't be happening until the next elimination, so we have our full focus right now.
Well, the chat has our back. They know that we can't do everything at once there. Anna Disco says 7 no good for the middle wrap. Thanks for filling us in, lads. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's not drawn to the nuts. Yeah, he's got a pair of jacks. It's just not that great of a situation for him. Yes, he's in position, but he's facing a large bet. And it was Aliotto, right? So he has over 3 minute chips. He just doesn't really need to risk it.
yeah, I can get behind that too, bro. As I said, it was just it went from here to there and back again. But yeah, we're back, guys. We're fully dialed in now. So
we're back just in time because Boatman has flopped middle set here.
Middle set indeed.
Overpair for Aliotto.
Not much else going on for other players, Dan. That's the only other thing here, I suppose.
Yeah.
Aliotto having the overpair, but it is a rainbow texture, to be fair, so this is the thing.
Yeah, Jack 10 would have made the nuts in that last hand with a 7, but I guess you're drawn to the nuts, but it's only one card, like the three sevens left in the deck at the time, and then you've got to worry about the clubs as well. Anyway, there's no going back now. Boatman betting 120k.
I'm okay.
I don't think he's going to get too much more action here, Dan, by the looks of it. Although Aliotto might consider this, but the difference is this is obviously a rainbow texture, Dan, so he's going to peel a little bit lighter, but I just still don't think this is going to be a call. This is quite strong from Barney for what it's worth. Big blind is going to connect with this board as well. Obviously, the Aliotto calling. His range is going to be relatively strong as well, so Barney betting into them two ranges like that is going to be not exactly too weak either. So he does take it down.
Not phased in the slightest. There it is. A fine example of a piece of jewellery right there. That's what they're playing for. The guts of €100,000 for first as well, of course.
It's a thing of beauty, Dan, isn't it?
That's the thing about beauty, Alan. You look at it, know it's beautiful, but can't say why. Don't know how. It's a feeling you get. A thing of beauty indeed. Blinds have gone up. Small blind is now 20k. Big blind is now 40k with a 40k running big blind ante. That's 20, 40, 40.
See Kim calling in the small blind here then. Again, obviously quite deep with Lee. Pocket fours here, double suited hand here as well. Obviously Lee's hand is more than reasonable too, so we'll see what happens here. It's going to be quite interesting.
Yeah, Lee with the ace, Jack, Jack 9. Kim with the ace, 10, 4, 4, 280 in the pot. 10, 3, 3 is the flop.
Can't, I mean, obviously having backdoor enough flush draw here with the spades is quite relevant here. Lee with the overpair with the jacks. Can imagine Kim is going to be check calling one, but I can understand Lee checking back here also.
Does go check, check. Turn is the 7 of spades. It's a 60-40 in Lee's favour on this turn.
Again, obviously Kim picking up the extra equity with the nut flush draw here. Lee technically still ahead with the overpair with the jacks. Kim coming out for a bet here.
Yeah, that nut flush draw nice here on this turn. Bets 125. And for Lee, he got a good shot straight draw with his overpair.
Lot of draws going on here, Dan, as well. This is the thing, so I can imagine Lee is going to peel. If this was out of position, it might be a little bit more dicey, but in position here, you're going to have the power of position, so I do like the call here from Lee.
River is the ace of spades, and Kim with the check mark.
The ace of diamonds, though, which is obviously a little bit of a action killer. I mean, I don't know how much more action there was going to be on many rivers, bar maybe an 8 of spades, but even then it's a little bit ambitious, but I can imagine it might go check, check here, I guess.
Yeah, you could bet a blockerish type sizing to try to get paid. If you get raised, you just get rid of it. Or just go into check call mode. If he goes into check call mode, he might be facing a larger bet, so therefore we see this time and time again. He's going for that small. Well, I haven't seen how much he's bet. This is exactly what I was saying about. Bet about a quarter pot as your blockerish type sizing.
Yeah, I can get behind that, bro. And in hindsight, I much prefer this this action that Kim decided to do here. It really handcuffs Lee here because, again, we saw some examples of this in other spots where, you know, if they're not protecting their range enough here with these small bets on this river, then it can be very easily exploited. But I imagine Kim is a confident player, Dan. I get that feeling that this guy knows what he's doing in so many spots that he knows more than we do, I guess.
695 in the pot, just 165 to call. Getting good odds to call, but don't think he's going to be beaten much. Just going to be forced to let this go the majority of the time. Did catch the ace on the river. Also, Kim might be forced to bluff some hands here himself, the way this is played out. But looks like he's got chips in hand.
Don't really like a call here. I can't imagine he's going to be going for a call. It's really hard to imagine if he beats anything here.
These players will know each other's game inside out and back to front.
That is true. That is true. And he does find the call then.
Curiosity. There's no cure for curiosity. Does call for 165 more. That's a big difference. Big swing there now. Kim up to 2.4 million. Lee back down to 1.5.
Just goes to show the power of that bet in the river, Dan, that it really makes people kind of really think about what they might be bluffing here, but at the same time, man, it's going to be very hard to it's just like, if it's the case where he's doing this with the Queen of Diamonds, naked Queen of Diamonds or something like that, or the naked King of Diamonds, that's probably the only hand that you kind of beat there. But when he leads the turn like that, man, he's going to have a lot of flushes. You know, a lot of like kind of maybe 3x or the, you know, the 3x on the flop, I suppose, would be accurate, which would make sense to maybe pick that size as well, which you don't beat any of. So I think that was probably a tad bit ambitious there from Lee, but
yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it. A tad bit ambitious. Sometimes going to be showing a bluff there, but just feel like he's going to be losing more than he's winning with that call.
It feels that way, bro. It feels that way. And look, it wasn't the biggest pot in the world, but you know, Lee continues to make calls like that in them situations. Them 165k are going to start adding up pretty swiftly.
Yeah, it's them scrappy pots that look like they're insignificant, but they're actually very important. You separate yourself from others in the pack.
It is quite important that, because they do add up, bro. It is quite important that it's not even so much like, okay, obviously losing the chips has an impact with the overall kind of chip positions and whatnot, but it's also for your mental state, bro. That, you know, some people might let that linger in the back of their mind. I'm sure these guys are obviously confident professionals at this stage, man, or, you know, confident players in general, but, you know, some people that might affect as like annoyance in terms of like, yeah, I should have folded there, but I ended up calling for whatever reason. And that can have a negative effect, or aka a domino effect going forward, where one mistake can lead to another, and so on and so forth, where, you know, chips can dwindle very quickly down when you start making them calls like that. So I really hope Lee pulls back from them in future, and yeah, just doesn't happen that often going forward, I guess.
Yeah, it just seems like he paid this time. He might be a bit shyer about it if a similar situation occurs. Boatman here, Jack 6-6 deuce, Alioto, Jack 8-7 deuce. Alioto with the best of it. Boatman betting 50k.
I like that, Dan. Similar spot that we saw another couple of times. Top pair here, yeah. Technically ahead, technically miles ahead in terms of actual percentages, but it is the big blind here from Barney. It is the big blind here from Barney that he's obviously flicking out here a bet. He's blocking the 5-6. Having the 6 of diamonds here is probably relevant, but obviously blocking 5-6 is far more relevant in this exact situation.
That looks like a raise.
Wow.
Wasn't expecting to see this.
I mean, if Barney is really feeling spicy here, but the thing is, like, Alieto can still have some, like, combo draws here, like ace-4 of diamonds will be an example there. Even, like, ace-5 of diamonds, yeah, there's just no need to start over-investing here. It's a limp pot. I always live by this rule, Dan, I'm sure you've heard it before, but could never go broke in a limp pot, bro. It's like a disaster. And I'll tell you one thing, it hurts more than losing 5-6 coolers in a row, bro. It's just like, pot is so small, there's no reason why that pot's to start ballooning when there's been no pre-flop raise. So, word of advice, guys, I'm going to get this done in a t-shirt. I'm sure somebody's done this before, but do not go broke in a limp pot, guys. It's really, really silly to do it.
Yeah, I remember talking to you about 1 or 2 hands in the past, not too long ago in the past, and you were like, why did you go broke in a limp pot? They were some pretty bad beats, or, you know, I don't like talk. You never hear me talk about bad beats, but I was like, how does he have that hand? You go, well, you're the one that went broke in a limp pot for 100 bigs, like, so it's on you.
Look, the thing is, it can happen. The only exception for me, maybe playing against a weaker player, where, you know, you can run it in some spots, but like, guys, it's just not necessary. It's just really not necessary. It's just, it just should never happen. It should never happen.
Now you've heard it first. Probably not the first time, actually, you've heard it, but you should be writing that one down. At the end of the day, people are going to do what they want to do.
Through that, everyone's going to play their own game, Dan, which we're all very much aware of. Some are going to play differently. Everyone has their own style. Everyone has their own perspective on poker. Good, bad, the ugly, you name it. But yeah, I think as a general rule of thumb, there's no need to do that going forward.
Kim gonna raise to 95k here with ace, queen, jack 4.
He's been somewhat quiet, I suppose, David, since the final table, Dan, really, hasn't he? But not a lot he can do in spots like that with 4 of the same suit hand there. It's obviously not really good enough to defend, but haven't seen much of him so far. But I'm sure things will go down eventually for that man.
Yeah. They're biding their time.
Well, that's the thing, Dan, as well. They have time, for now anyways, but they definitely have time, you know. The
structures are great.
Yeah, this is the thing. This is the thing.
Plenty of playability at all these events, of course.
If I was to potentially ask who you're thinking, if I had to ask you to pick somebody for your, let's say, favourite to take it down.
Hard to go against the chip leader coming into it, but what I've heard about Kim's been impressing me so far. So if I had to pick one, I would probably go with Kim. Would like to see Barney make a deep run and get over the 4 million live cashes on his Hendon Mob, one of the co-founders of the Hendon Mob.
True.
So with 7 remaining, can't pick 3, of course. But, you know, Dario still over 100 bigs, and the closest to him, it's probably changed a little bit. But it's going to be tough to take on a guy with 100 big blinds.
Apocalypse, that's a good question. I was actually talking with a French guy about this earlier on, in terms of, as a PLO noob, what % of hands would you play compared to Hold'em or no limit Hold'em? It's funny because it seems to be quite similar in terms of frequencies with the no limit Hold'em, like VPIP and PFR, from what this guy was telling me earlier on. Something like a 22% of VPIP and then like maybe 19% of hands across all positions combined. But at the same time, guys, everyone's going to play their own style. Some are going to be a little bit more active than others. I mean, I know from no limit Hold'em, optimally, it just depends how many players you're playing against. If you're playing 9-handed, it's going to play a lot more tighter. If you're playing 6-handed, it's going to play a lot more wider in terms of frequencies. So it's hard to say, bro, but, you know, PLO, it's a lot more tempting to play a lot more hands. But if you want to play good poker, guys, there's definitely EV generated mostly by playing the stronger hands on average, but position dependent is going to be important too. But he reckoned 19% across all across all positions was kind of accurate, I suppose, which is quite similar to No Limit anyways. But it really depends on the format you're playing.
This seems like a pretty good answer. So 270 in this one. It's just making the required adjustments that are necessary compared to No Limit Hold'em.
Yeah, yeah, and that's the thing as well, man. You should always be adjusting to who you're playing against. Like, you know, you can open wider if there's, you know, maybe weaker players in the blinds. You should maybe open tighter if there's like stronger players behind, you know, before the button. So many variables you need to take into account, guys. And I always say this to guys that I coach, and I always tell myself this, that remaining present in game is so extremely important, because some things that can happen in game that may happen, or sorry, that you may not notice because you're not present, can have a big impact on that overall decision. And if you zoom out, you're like, well, I should have been aware of that, and you missed it because, you know, you were distracted or something else was going on. It's obviously a big thing to take into account. So it's important, guys. I always tell guys that I coach that to stay present, keep account of everything that's going on. Live poker especially, guys, there's so many things you should be picking up on. Online even there's things you should be picking up on as well, but live poker, there is such thing as tells, guys. Body language is a thing. It's going to be on you to decipher what is X, what is Y, and what is Z, usually.
10 of clubs is going to hit the turn. River is the ace of clubs. Daniel with the check mark. With the full house. I wouldn't expect to see Kim try to take this away from his opponent here, but we have seen him go for some bluffs already, so let's just see what happens here.
We definitely saw him going for some bluffs, man, but we also saw him go for tin value, like, so this might be an example of him potentially trying to bluff catch here, but I don't think he's going to go for it, bro. I think he's just going to muck this immediately and just get on to the next hand.
Oh yeah, no, I don't think that he can bluff catch at all here. I was just going to say, does Daniel try to check and be sneaky and induce a bluff from Kim?
This is the thing, man, like usually when you have like a lot of full houses in this exact situation where you block so much of the calling range, a lot of the time you're just better off checking, because, you know, they're just going to have a lot of like air hands, or just like, you know, you unblock them bluffs. So like obviously have an ace-2 there, you unblock the check back range. Yeah. So it's very, very important to take that into account. And when I started realizing that, man, or, you know, when I was informed about that, there was a lot of spots where check raising became a lot of fun, with some third pair, fourth pair and stuff like that, where, you know, you're kind of attacking a capped range, so to speak. Let's say it goes check check on the turn as an example, and you check these kind of very, very nutted hands that, you know, block the check back range. It's always very nice to, you know, third pair, fourth pair, go in for a check raise. It's really, really nice to have that in your game as well. Yeah, and it makes it more fun, as I said, man. It's always nice to build awareness and stuff like that. But yeah, for sure, the only way he can maximally get value there, as you mentioned, Dan, is to find that check on the river, because it's going to be hard to get called by many worse hands, to be fair, when you block so much of that range itself.
Very good analysis there, Alan.
Appreciate it, my man.
He just wants to... He actually went for a blockerish type sizing.
And that's fine as well, yeah.
Making his hand look like he's going for that blockerish type sizing with very strong value. Not something you see often. Normally, if you're going to try to get paid, you're going to go for the max, especially in Pot Limit Omaha. So he made it look like he had a weak type holding. Maybe whoever was in the hand with Kim, if he read that as weakness, he could have perhaps went for a raise. Just with the pair board, bad situation to do it. Lets his hand go immediately.
Yeah. But as I said, man, I think the only other sizing scheme you're going to probably use in them situations when you again block so much of the check back range is going to be predominantly a small sizing. I wouldn't say with your entire range, but definitely a huge portion of it, because if you're pricking that sizing with them sort of nutted hands as well, you can obviously go for some tin value with some other hands as well. So again, like that, man, I always say when you pick these small sizings, it's so goddamn important to protect that with nutted parts of your range too, that people are not going to always exploit you by raising. But at the same time, man, you need to study, build awareness on them sort of nodes as well, or them lines, to start to understand why it does X and why it does Y, etc. it's really, really nice, man. It's one of those. It's one of my favorite kind of situations in them sort of spots where it's just a very. How can I put it? Like, a lot of people don't know how to play that effectively, and when you kind of start building awareness on that and incorporate it into your game, as I said, it becomes a lot of fun. You obviously gain edge on a lot of players that don't know how to incorporate that so accurately. So as I said, it just becomes a lot of fun. But most of the time when I'm in that situation where I block so much to check back range, I have no problem, you know, checking and just slow playing. Give some people rope. You have to give people rope in poker, guys. It's just like you can't always bet your made hands, because then when you check, you just have so much air that you just have to check fold so much. So it's important to, you know, improve your game in them nodes as well. It's just very, very important overall.
Kim gonna go for the limp that's been happening a decent portion of the time.
I love it.
King Jack 10-8 double suited. This is to make sure he gets to see a flop. Doesn't want to get raised, although I think his hand is nearly strong enough to continue if he was 3-bet. Bowman going for just a min raise here. Interesting. Usually you're going to make it a bit more than an additional big blind if you're going to enter the pot. 7-6-6-5 for Boatman.
Boatman has some tricks up his sleeve, man. It's quite interesting because, you know, you kind of mentioned earlier on in terms of, like, you know, maybe the older generation of players that, like, you know, look a guy in the eye and, you know, stare him down, etc. It's always interesting to see these interesting dynamics. And you get stuff like 8-9, 8-5, you know, suited ace-x there to find the folds. It's just, it's an interesting one, man, because, you know, you find the raise here. Obviously, Kim limps under the gun. I'm trying to piece together what he's trying to do in this situation. There's definitely some merits to it. It's an interesting play.
This is going to be an interesting hand. See what Kim does. Most likely just see him call for an additional 40k, but he might decide to try put some more money in the pot. No, he's just going to call. That's his plan when he limps. I guess if we're going to try put more money in the pot, we wouldn't be limping in the first place.
Yeah, I suppose as well, man, again, given it's a final table of a WSOP and all that jazz, it's probably one of those hands where limp raising these sort of hands probably make a lot of sense. A lot of hands you can flop here and stuff like that, you know, a lot of connectivity.
Going for the check back. Turn is the Queen of Clubs. Kim with a lot of things happening for him here, wrapping around this board very nicely, even though it is paired on this turn. Surely wants to be betting this one now.
175.
He's going to bet 175. That's going to be the end of that. Now Kim is playing 2.5 million, just 15 big blinds behind Aliotto, who is still our chip leader.
Thank you. Oh, jetzt mein Fehler.
No one wanting to bust before Yay, who's only playing 2 big blinds now. Stefanelli with 3, and then look at the difference. Boatman with 22, Lee with 35, Daniel with 54, G Kim in second place now with 2.5 million, and Aliotto, as I just said, is the only player over 3 million at this table. Hasn't done much, just maintaining his position.
We hear that humming in the background again, Dan, huh?
Great to see people humming and singing at 1 a.m. at the King's Resort. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the World Series of Poker Europe. It's the 2K PLO. I mean, it's unlikely that you're tuning in at this late hour, but I'll just mention it one more time. Jack 3 deuce is the flop. Bowman with the Kings and a good shot. Top pair, top kicker for Kim, but it is pot limit Omaha. So 1 pair hands not going to be huge. Would expect him to see it turned though for 75k.
Again, then we see this pretty similar situation again, but Kim decides to peel this time. I get the feeling that Kim is going to be a little bit more sticky than most players on average, you know, although it's still probably fine.
He has to see a turn for that price.
Yeah, of course.
Turn.
Ooh.
Is gin for Boatman.
But it does complete the flush, my man.
It does complete the flush, yeah, sorry. Not quite gin at all, but it is top set.
This man is just dangerous then.
What's what's going on here? I'm just going to watch this, Alan. I was not expecting a lead here in the slightest.
Well,
he's picked up on something.
I can guarantee you one thing: Barney ain't going anywhere anytime soon. But I can also guarantee one thing: he shouldn't be raising here, and he does call. Gonna be an interesting river, mate.
River is the 5 of diamonds. And now, that might be a card that Kim wants to continue repping, because, yes, okay, Boatman can have the flush. But that 5 going to complete some straights. Oh my god, wow, this guy is unbelievable. How does he find this?
I mean, this is like a ridiculously tough spot. Like, for somebody to find the bluff here, like, I just don't think it's going to happen as much as Barney would like. Do you know what I mean? And this is his tournament life here. This is his tournament life here, bro. This is balls of steel from Kim, but you picked Kim, Dan, when I asked you who's your go-to guy for this, and I don't blame you, bro. He is he's really opening Pandora's box here, bro.
I was going to say, with the thanks to Apocalypse showing me his credentials there.
Yeah.
I had seen earlier as well, but I knew how much money a lot of these people were up, but I wasn't aware of the exact specifics of this G Kim. I can't make sense of this, but what I do know is that if Bowman had something like a flush here, like, Kim looks like a donkey. Instead, he looks like an absolute genius.
I mean, the thing is, right, the King of Hearts is out there. You know, the thing is, like, yeah, this is amazing
wow.
play. Amazing play. I mean, look, timing-wise, this obviously looks immaculate, but at the same time, you still have to have the heart to do it, and he found it, bro.
He's 1 heart to 6 of hearts.
True.
That is an incredible hand.
Habt ihr euch schon gefreut, eh?
Very nice.
I don't blame Barney in the slightest. I don't think you can call off there.
You see this kind of happen in some spots as well, where you know, having the ace of hearts there is obviously a possibility to do that, but like, it is such a small amount of bluffs there usually that is going to be it's just a sick play, man. Well played, Mr. Kim.
Well played, Mr. Kim. Humming again, singing his favourite song. And now he's took over Alioto in chips. They're going to be very much even Stevens. Barney now playing sub 15 bigs. It's all happening here at the King's Resort. I can't make heads or tails of what he just done there.
So you have to let me speechless as well, my man.
还没来嘛，还有，要是不断气嘛。
Stefanelli though, Dan, there's a lot of shorter. This is another big thing to take into account as well, because that made Barney's decision there 10 times harder when there's obviously 2 to 3 stacks that are very, very short.
One that only has 2 big blinds, which is going to be all in effectively in a couple of hands.
Do I get to act?
Yeah. Of course he does.
Right.
Barney a bit disgruntled, don't blame him.
Yeah, I think that, look, obviously even without that variable in place then in terms of without the shorter stacks is what I mean, that's still a really, really tough ass decision, bro. Like an extremely tough ass decision, but it's even more tougher when, you know, the ICM is in play, where pay jumps are obviously very, very applicable in this exact situation, man.
The only thing I'm thinking about, okay, there's the pay jump, so did he pick up on a live tell? Is there something that we are not aware of? Because that was God mode.
I honestly think Kim just doesn't care right now, man. He knew he could potentially. I think if he gets called there, he still has plenty of chips. He doesn't mind if that happens when he thinks he might get more folds. Then he will get more folds because of the ICM situation here. So I reckon that's what he felt in that situation, bro. Mostly that he could just put max pressure on Barney here, and you know, he really analysed that situation so well. Such a well-played hand, man. You know, if it didn't work out, fine. He still has probably 1.5 to 2 million. But when you have the other 2 short stacks like Stefanelli, as an example, who has basically, as you mentioned, 3 to 4 big blinds, tough spot, man. When that variable, when that only even that one variable itself, but there's actually 2 or 3 situations that are shorter stacks as well. So he just maximally just put pressure on that situation, man, and you know, it worked. It's going to work so often because of that.
It's so funny because I was saying, well, he obviously has to check call here with top pair, but you were making an argument for, does he just let it go here? So he just calls and then just leads.
Yeah.
It just shows how he can
navigate,
maximize the potential with these hands that other players are definitely not going to be doing.
Yeah. But I do think that that ICM thing was a big thing to you know, put more pressure on, like, because look at like Stefanelli, obviously, yeah, but the player, apologies guys, I just don't remember his name. He has obviously very, very short stacks as well to the right of Stefanelli. Well, technically the left.
Yeah.
And you see it here.
All in by default. I don't know how much Barney would really be caring about these pay jumps. Well, I could be wrong. Like.
True. You know, to a lot of people, it would be it would have a big variable or big impact on the decision. But maybe you're right. Barney is obviously a very well-established reg or player
already, right?
for such a long time, man. Maybe he just doesn't care about this situation. He just wants to take home the bracelet. But even that alone, bro, is still a really, really tough decision, you know.
Well,
we have a 3-way all in.
We have a 3-way all in. Alioto has the potential here. Granted, he only has 12% equity, but he could eliminate 2 players at once. By far has the worst of it here out of the 3 players.
Yep. Could be
stranger things have happened.
I was just going to say, I could be giving out 2 more codes again, guys, so keep an eye out for that, but we'll see. There's still a flop, or sorry, 5 community cards that need to come out. Not the biggest pot then, is it? But to Stefanelli or Yi, it would be.
Well, it is a big pot because both players facing elimination. Alioto improves.
He's the only one with the flush draw
to
then.
23% now. This could be sickness. Turn is a 3 of hearts.
This is straight there now for Yi.
Needs to hold Alioto down to 15%. Oh my God, I don't believe it. The double elimination. Incredible stuff. Alioto getting there. Yay, taking home €11,168 for his efforts. And suddenly, we are down to 5. There's Stefanelli. About to be interviewed, guys, so bear that in mind. We'll be back in just a second. He will take home €19,785 for his efforts. Sorry, no, he won't. He will take home €14,673 for his efforts. That means all remaining players guaranteed nearly €20,000 with 5 remaining.
Just bear in mind, guys, I will be doing the first announcement, or so the next code after the interview, which will be happening, I think, after this hand. So keep an eye out for that. I will be giving away 2 codes, so keep that in mind. There's always been 2 eliminations, but I will be giving away the first code after the Stefanelli interview, which is coming up very, very soon.
And now that fold has netted Boltman a considerable amount of money.
True.
I was saying he mightn't care about 1 page jump, but 2 in a row there, that's a different story.
True, very true.
Pockler says, yay, missing out on an extra 3.5k by 1 big blind. Yeah.
Mad.
Pretty sick. And Apocalypse asked the question, do you think without the 5 on the river, Barney would call any ace-4 getting there? I actually don't know.
I don't think it matters, to be honest. I don't think it matters because flush is a flush, but we have it all in here, Kin Dan.
Sick.
Close.
He is a decent amount ahead here. I don't even know if I want to be saying that anymore.
He's a slight favourite nonetheless, bro, for the moment.
60-40 in Boltman's favour. 449 is the flop, and now it's 50-50.
Yeah, I've got running clubs, yeah. That's what I'm saying.
This one more or less going to be going to Splitsville, but it ain't over yet. Turn is a 10 of hearts.
Finish?
Good shot for Lee here, Dan.
Yeah, finish. As far as I'm concerned, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking and not saying.
He's got a good shot, indeed. As we hit the river, it's 50-50. Chop it up, boys.
Interview coming up as well, guys. Keep that in mind. So I'll make the code announcement after that. We have the interview coming up for Stefanelli.
25-50.
Look at those for credentials. Jesus Christ almighty. Incredible.
Incredible.
It was a very strong time, and I busted with short stakes. I was all the time short stack, and now I busted with pair of 10 and ace of 7 of hearts. And I cannot fold this hand. And we go 2 times all in with the short hand, and the chip leader call with crash hand, 2, 8, 10 queen. And no lucky flop for me. Turn, river, I lose. Okay. That is okay. I don't want to speak about this. It was a very strong time, and I stay here 1 month, and I have bad timing, and I tried to catch some back, and that was the first cash out, but in the cash game arena, everybody beats me. On the table, not really, but I'm so like Sylvester Stallone. Go down, but okay.
And he no catch the fish, and he no make no money. I love that interview. You could tell how much it means to him. Clearly not having a good time.
Yeah. Okay, guys, we're going to give away the next code, okay? So this is number 5, Dan, I believe, isn't it? It is indeed.
It is.
Okay, so guys, listen up for the next code giveaway. I'm going to be announcing the question, so listen up, all right? So, one worded answer, guys. What is the term for folding and losing your bet? What is the term for folding and losing your bet? First answer, guys. What is the term for folding and losing your bet? It's not exactly what I'm looking for, Barney, but if nobody else comes up with the exact answer, no, it's not the exact answer, guys.
Oh, you kept it?
Got to give me the exact answer. If I don't see the exact answer coming up, I will be giving it to Barney. I'll put it that way. It's not the exact answer I'm looking for. What is the term for folding and losing your bet? I see silence in chat, guys. I don't like to see this. What is the term for folding and losing your bet? There you go. Alex Boy 94 is folds. You could argue muck, guys, but I wanted the exact answer. So Alex T Boy 94, fold is the correct answer. You could argue muck, guys, but I wanted the exact answer. So unlucky Barney, unlucky TTV. We got Alex T Boy 94. I'll be contacting you, mate. Just make sure your whisper is not set on private, okay? Just make sure your whisper settings, is not set on private, okay? Congrats again, Alex T Boy 94. We'll be sending you a code, all right, mate? And just to reiterate that again, guys, if you do shop on the King's shop, every €20 you spend, you will be generating a code which will be entered into the raffle. So please keep that in mind. Head on over to the King's shop, and if you spend every €20, guys, you will get a code for every €20, okay? Keep that in mind, all right? And also, guys, just to highlight this as well, there's only 120 participants in this raffle at the moment, which will be taking place on the 12th of November, all right? So there's a great chance, guys. There's such a small amount of people involved in this. And the thing is, guys, a lot of people have multiple codes, all right? So any whispers who are blocked, mods can send whispers to no matter what. Exactly. So that's okay, guys. So keep that in mind, guys. If I cannot contact you, you can contact one of the mods, okay? And they will help you out nonetheless, okay? So whenever I get around to doing this tomorrow, guys, contacting each individual winner with the codes. If I see a whisper that's set on private, I will ask you to contact some of the mods over the days for the coming streams, okay? So please keep that in mind, all right? Enjoy again, Mr. Alex T. Boy. Congrats, sir.
We're going to have to figure out what we're going to do about this hoodie.
This is it. Well, as we know, guys, I know there is a way to do this in terms of a giveaway with certain sites. They can do if you log into the site, we'll have to talk to the guys in Kings to verify that. But either way, this hoodie will be given to a subscriber nonetheless. So if you guys are not subscribed, it is not possible for you guys to win this amazing hoodie, alright? So please, if you guys are willing to do it, subscribe when you get a chance. As Apocalypse said earlier on, guys, even a Prime subscription is valid enough for you guys to be entered into that giveaway, alright? And just bear in mind, guys, we'll be giving away another code in the coming moments. We're just waiting to hear, will there be an interview with the previous player that was eliminated, which was Yi, I believe. And if we don't hear word on that, I will be announcing the next code giveaway in the coming moments, okay? So that'll be number 6, Dan, I believe it is, correct.
We have 5 left to give away.
Exactly.
We're halfway there. No, I'm not going to start singing.
It's way too early in the morning for that stuff, bro.
Well, you could argue it's just about the right time. Daniel is going to raise to 120. Blinds have gone up marginally. 25k is now the small blind, 50k is the big blind, with a 50k running big blind ante. 25, 50, 50. Boatman now playing under 10 big blinds. Couple of shorties, couple of biggies. Average stack 2 million, which is still good for just over 40 bigs. 2,060,000. You see Ali Otto, man. I've barely seen him at this FT, and he's got 4 pay jumps.
He's a silent assassin, Dan.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing. He's dangerous, look, he's scared.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, he's a silent assassin.
Yeah.
He's like someone out of Assassin's Creed, man. He's just like, he's dangerous, man. He's just like, he's just floats around, but like still, you know, gathers chips, you know. Don't hear much from him, but he's still doing his thing.
I'd say he'll be swooping in now. Once Barney gets eliminated, you're looking at a couple of big stacks going to be fighting it out. Daniel has chips as well, but I believe the other 3 have more. They're all going to be wanting to bust Barney, or wanting Barney to bust before them.
One or the other, Dan.
Well, a bit of both.
A bit of both, aye.
60? Yeah.
Boltman with the double suited king 993. Blinds and antes go to Boltman, which are worth 125 at the moment, so that's a nice pickup for him. Just by taking down the blinds and antes, he's essentially added 20% to his stack.
We got 5 players left now, Dan.
Don't make me start singing halfway there again.
You just reminded yourself, I said nothing.
Well, I'm actually going to answer that comment. K or ZY says, boo Boltman, he plays like my grandma. Your grandma must be a beast then.
Okay, Apocalypse, there's no problem agreeing with you there, Dan.
Didn't know your grandma had cash for 4 million, yeah. She's hiding it in the mattress.
Jeez, that's actually, wouldn't mind knowing that, Grandma. My goodness. What a legend.
Old little kitten, oh Jesus Christ. Moving swiftly along.
Indeed.
Meow. Kim raising to 110k with the ace 754 double suited. King 7-5, gonna call from the small. Lee gonna raisey daisy with the ace king 10-4. This is a really nice hand here for Kim. He's double suited, there's a lot going on.
I'm sure he knows that himself as well, Dan. I've no doubt in that, I've no doubt in that vicinity or that regard that he knows exactly what to do here.
Say he has an idea.
I'd say so too, bro. But he does decide to fold.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, facing the 3-bet there, man, he just kind of has to get out of the way.
Yeah, it's just such a nice hand to see the flop with, but I get it. He has a lot going on, but can't withstand the pressure.
That's obviously the benefit of just limping like he did originally, so again, it just proves the benefit of just having that strategy in your game, especially in these high ICM situations, like.
Yeah, and Daniel, he still has to worry about Daniel. Now, granted, he only called from the small, so chances are he's not going to be too nutted, but hey, in PLO, you never know.
What's your playing? Thank you. 800 behind.
Looks like he's considering going over the top. Would prefer it if he was double suited, but it is kings.
Yeah, again, like, just Barney's there with a shorter stack again, bro. It's kind of like you have to be taking that into account by the sounds of it, you know. Again, I'm not sure what the exact page jump, so next person out is what guaranteed.
Oh, it's big boy territory now.
Let me just check here because we can see the.
We're looking at the pin to the chat. It's about 7 grand. The difference between 5th and 4th.
He does flick in the call, mate.
So he's gone for the call.
440, yeah. 440.
Yeah, but he was asking for the stack. I wasn't sure whether he was considering coming over the top, but yeah, calling seems like the best play Probably a little bit too strong to fold, but he is out of position. Ten, 6, 4 is the flop, and 2 pair here for Lee. But it's
Don't do it, Dan.
no.
Don't do it, Dan.
We can only do it so many times in a day. Oh dear. This is a big one. Lee with just 2 pair. Not a great 2 pair, but forced to get it all in.
Didn't expect to see that, to be honest.
He didn't expect to see that, to be honest, and I don't blame him for thinking that. This is a huge pot. 2.7 million in the middle. Over 50 big blinds. Turn is the 7 of spades. Always more outs in PLO. It's a 70-30 in Lee's favour as we hit the river. It's the Queen of Clubs. Lee with a huge pot there with his 2 pair.
Why didn't I push all in pre-flop?
I told you he was going to push all in pre-flop.
Maybe. 8:45. That hurts. Oh, 500.
Alright guys, so we're going to give away another code from the elimination, the double elimination that happened X amount of time ago, probably whatever, 10, 15, 20 minutes ago or so. So there's going to be the 6th code, guys. It's for the Yi elimination, alright? So listen up. What are the forced bets called in Texas Hold'em? What are the forced bets called in Texas Hold'em? Okay? I'm going to say the question one more time. What are the forced bets called in Texas Hold'em? First come, first serve, guys, they always say. Yeah, we got it. I'm going to say this right, very wrong. Bia Seletti, small blind and big blind. We'll take that.
Biasletti.
Yeah, so Biasletti, that's your second one. That's your second code to win. Congrats, my man. We'll be contacting you as soon as possible tomorrow. Congrats again, my G. Well done.
So yeah, so far 2 for Barney, 2 for Biasletti, 1 for TEITV and 1 for Alex T-Boy94, who seemed very grateful.
Well done, guys. Well done.
So now we've got 2 reasonably short stacks here, and the rest are playing very closely bunched, 2.7 to 3.3 mil. This could go on for a while, Alan. We've got 54, 58 and 65 bigs at the top, and then a 16 big blind stack, and Boatman with some work to do. Still in 5th place, it still has a very workable 10 big blinds.
Indeed, my man. Could be a long one, guys, but we're obviously enjoying the experience nonetheless. We'll be there until the finish. Hope you guys will stick with us.
We don't quit at half-time. Championship rounds.
Indeed. Pretty great to see Barney in this situation, Dan, isn't it? In fairness, just like always awesome to see this man.
9986 for him. Double suited, it looks like, Alan. Yeah, totally agree. Good to see him still fighting in the field here with 5 remaining.
Good for a raise.
What I love as well, obviously a lot of people in the stream know I'm a big UFC fan. And that's why I particularly like Stefanelli's. I know I gave him a little slag there, but because he's been losing heavily. But I loved his Rocky reference.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, you're in your man prime, 28 to 35. They say that's when you'll be at the strongest and fittest on the planet, and you start to deteriorate from that point on, that 35 to 42 kind of zone. What I love about that is that's your prime as a fighter, where you'll be at your strongest. But in poker, it's endless. If you look after yourself, of course. You could keep going till 70, 80. Look at people like Doyle Brunson played until he was about 90. It's incredible.
Jesus, the day he died, man, you can really argue, I'd say.
Yeah. So what I love about it is you can really age well, mature well with the poker game, and stay on top of things and still contend at the highest level. I just think that that's awesome about a career in poker, where you don't have to just necessarily retire. You look at Darrow Carney there, he was a marathon runner. Shout out to him. Of course, a lot of you would know who he is in the chat there. He was a marathon runner for years, and he's still competing at the top level for years and years now. And if you've ever had a conversation with the man, his cognitive ability is through the roof.
It is.
It's just awesome to see. Like, I just love it that it's an industry where you can do it for the guts of 50 years. Where if you want to be an athlete, you pretty much can do it until you are 35 or 40 odd. And even if you're a soccer player or a footballer, whatever the case may be, it's a lot younger than that. A tennis player. I'm not going to start naming sports here. We're talking about PLO, but the sentiment remains the same.
Yeah. It's admirable, bro. It's like, you know, from my perspective, bro, it's indefinite to say where I'm going to end up and how much more time I will spend in poker. I mean, it's going to be another couple of years at least. I can say that confidently. But either way, man, when I see somebody, you know, an older gentleman will say, it's very, very admirable. And it just takes years and years of commitment, and, you know, staying on top of the way the poker world has gone the last, whatever, could argue 10 to 20 years, man, maybe 10 to 15 years. It's obviously gone a lot more advanced, we'll say, to say the least. For somebody to be going around the last 20, 30 years still grinding it out, trying to take down tournaments, man, especially these big tournaments, world-renowned tournaments. It's just huge respect, man. Huge respect for Barney.
Yeah, and you can be guaranteed that the rest of the players at this table respect him as well. I don't know about Kim for what he did in that hand, but that's an anomaly. You're not going to see that every day.
Well, Kim did some spicy stuff that hand, man. Stuff we might not see again. Well, we probably will, but you get my point. It was pretty unique what happened, to be fair. Pretty unique.
How is Alioto still have basically 3.3 million? He's done not. It's insane.
There's going to be chips going in the middle here, Dan. That much I can verify.
Yeah, 8-7-5 and Bolton with the ace, king, queen, 10. That's a very, very nice hand. Here we go. 60-40.
He doesn't say much, does he?
Alioto.
Alioto doesn't say much.
His eyes say a lot. The eyes, Chico. The eyes don't lie.
Ships this in here, Dan.
How much?
That's a Scarface reference for anyone out there. Movie fan. Donk jamming here for 270. Really not his flop here.
He does have a bunch of backdoors going on here, Dan.
There's loads of bunch of backdoors, yeah. Alioto. It's actually, I can't believe it's a post-flop coin flip this time.
Can't believe, eh?
Well, can't believe or won't believe. 1.2 million in this pot.
Barney at risk, Dan.
Barney is at risk. One of the fan favourites for sure.
Could be down to 4, mate.
It's crazy that he's got 51% here with all these backdoors on a Jack 5-3 rainbow. That's really interesting to me.
There's your king.
There is the king. That's an amazing card for Boltman.
King of diamonds as well. Got a royal flush draw, bro.
The everything card arriving for Boltman on the turn. And what's the river? It's the deuce of hearts. Well earned double up there for Boltman. He was patient, bided his time, secured himself 2 pay jumps, and now doubles up.
Nice. Very nice hand.
Quite interested that he found a limp there, and that Alioto decides to raise this hand. I mean, maybe this wants to check back sometimes as well, because I mean it's going to play well in some boards as well, so I can't really argue with that. But Barney finding the limp raise there is probably going to be relatively strong too. It's not going to be like some random air hand off that stack size, but either way, Barney gets the double up, bro.
Yeah, now he's playing a very workable 24 big blinds. Ace, king, king, 5 under the gun for Lee.
Ja, voll am Start. Ja.
Probably going to be the standard defend here, Dan. Or sorry, not defend, excuse me. This isn't the cut-off. I thought this was the big blind, my apologies.
So far, so good. Alioto out of the way, and the big blind with 9, 7, 7, 4. Daniel now finding himself as the shortest stack at this table, still playing 15 big blinds. Queen, queen, jack 5 in the cutoff for Boltman. Takes down the blinds and antes.
He's definitely out of it, Dan. So he's not.
No, 1 double up and he's basically the chip leader. That's how it goes.
Need more action though. We need more action.
Yeah, well look, you got to take the rough with the smooth.
True. Can't argue there, mate.
There's loads of times at Kings where the action starts to lull, and then be careful what you wish for. Bing, bang, boom. You get like crazy thunderstorm of action in a single orbit. It just depends, and because it's PLO, I expect that to be the case sooner or later.
Feel you there, bro.
Pot, says the man. King, king, queen, tree. 3 bet is to 435, leaving himself with 255 behind.
Maybe tempted to peel this down. Flop something, just run it.
Yeah, see, the problem is if he peels here, he's got to commit himself for the 255 behind, so it is for about half a stack here. The ace king 9 deuce isn't amazing.
Single suit, obviously. See him letting this go again, I think.
Yeah, see it, you can see it on his face. He wants to see a flop. You can tell it's close for him in his head anyway.
Oh, he just throw it in then.
Seems a bit gambly.
I mean,
it seems okay, like, but he wanted to fold and then it's like he went against his decision.
I'd rather be in position calling this than out of it. That's the issue I'm having here. I mean, the thing is in PLO, man, it's just if you flop something, it doesn't really make a difference at times, I suppose, if you're in or out of position, because equity is equity at the end of the day. And if there's money in the middle, you're just going to run it.
Jack 9-3 is the flop.
Oh, and he does donk. Donk for pot by the looks of it, but for the rest of his stack. It's a pretty bad hand to be up against here, Dan. A lot of the
good old pot donk. Daniel loves this. 80% equity against Boatman's 20%. Boatman will be back down to 12 big blinds. Big moment here for both players involved. Turn is the queen of clubs and Daniel with the check mark. Boatman gonna lose a chunk of his chips.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of a misstep, unfortunately, if you're Barney. And we see in the comments there, it really doesn't matter if you're in position or out of position in terms of equity, which is why, more or less what I was thinking in fairness, Mr. Storvante. But yeah, I do think that feels like a bit of a misstep from Barney. Not ideal, in fairness, but yeah, you live and die by the sword sometimes, guys. Sometimes you're going to make mistakes. Sometimes you're going to invest in spots you probably shouldn't be doing it, but it's how you learn. It's how you learn.
Thank you.
But yeah, I feel for Barney there a little bit.
Yeah, he's back. He worked it up. He was patient as much as he could be. Made that tight fold earlier. Well, it wasn't a tight fold. He just outplayed when he had his set of kings. It's just a bit unfortunate. He's just doubled up. He's had the guts of 25 big blinds, and now he's back down around that 10 to 12 big blind zone.
Wouldn't say danger zone, but could be.
This guy is so interesting. I want to know more about this fella.
Silent assassin, man. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, okay. He lost the pot against Barney. That's about all I can...
No, he's been snug, bro. He's been snug. He hasn't, he really hasn't needed to dabble too much at the same time, has he?
Not quite.
He's been sitting comfy with that stack size there.
Was that 2 hands ago or 1 hand ago, Alan? The Boatman hand.
It was just last hand. It was just last hand, bro. 103. I believe. I mean, max 2 hands ago, bro, but I do think it was 103. I know this perception of time can be a little bit sus, like.
It's this padded cell, man.
Yeah. Well, there's worse padded cells you could be in, bro. Between you and me.
It's the best padded cell I've ever been in.
You've been in others?
No comment.
No comment.
No further questions, Your Honour.
Yeah. Barney flopping bottom set here, bro. Ooh, we've got a very big hand here, actually. No,
this looks like a huge hand. Kim gonna go for it here with the King Jack 8-4. Barney with the set, 60% favourite to double back up to just where he was at a few moments ago to 1.2 million.
Big hand for Barney here, Dan.
Yeah, big moment here for this tournament with 5 remaining.
Such a huge draw from Kim, though.
Boatman needing to hold. Turn is the king of diamonds. Boatman 1 card away from a double up. Here's the river.
Always a sweat, man.
Always a sweat. 10 of diamonds hits the river. Kim going runner to eliminate Boatman in 5th place, and he looks disgusted.
It's been a pleasure.
Maybe not quite disgusted, but you know, a little bit disappointed.
We will be giving away the next code, guys, but I'm going to wait for a couple of minutes before I make that announcement, because we're going to be expecting the interviews of the players coming up in a few moments. So I'm going to leave it till after the interviews, I believe.
Makes sense.
GG, Barney.
Taking home €19,785 for his efforts. Unlucky sir, good game. I'm sure he'll be playing some other events. Might see him again at the feature table.
Yes, sir. Four-handed, mate.
Then there were 4. Nice starting hand here with the ace, queen, jack 10 for Daniel. Double suited here for Lee. It's a nice hand in itself. He's just going to call 125 from the cutoff. Kim 7-4 3-3. That also looks like a call. Oh, holy moly. Ace, ace, 5 deuce for Aliotto in the big blind.
Getting his squeezing boots on, Dan.
Squeeze me, honey, honey, squeeze me.
Too late for that shit, bro. Too late for that, but we'll roll with it. We'll roll with it.
It comes into my head, I usually have to say it.
Yep. No filter.
Shy baby don't get no sweets. Jack 6-4 is the flop.
Interesting, decided not to go for the squeeze there, Dan. But
I was about to say that. It's me. I actually don't know why. He probably wants to control the size of the pot. Doesn't want to be out of position against a few players. But having said that, there's already everybody. It's a family pot, like.
Exactly.
So yeah, I'm a bit shocked actually. I don't see the reason to not squeeze there with the aces. Maybe the 5 and the deuce not playing too well with it, but you do have ace 5 suited to go with your aces as well. Oh, he has 3 hearts in his hand, so it's not as good.
yeah, the stack sizes here are quite deep as well, man. That's the other downside. So it's like that. It's kind of if you run into a hand that's like obviously like ace, king, jack 10 double suited or something like that, although it's a little bit unlikely. Blocking the aces and whatnot, but yeah.
Yeah, it just seems like there's a lot of dead money out there, and the superior play will beat the squeeze aces, but Aliotto is a strange fish. I'm not sure. Sorry, Doc, I definitely don't mean
not a natural fish.
yeah, I don't mean fish in that sense. Just
figure of speech, guys.
Yeah, figure of speech.
Come on, that sounded so bad.
I know. What I mean is, he's been very, very cautious and careful with his decision-making process. I find this guy pretty fascinating. But what I meant by strange fish was he's going to play a little bit different than other players. Certainly not that he's a fish at this game. Alioto raising the 1.4 million here, and now I think we just got to stack off it for Daniel.
Yeah, I think he's going.
I re-raise. It's all good. I'm going to be committed anyway.
It's all good. He's going to be committed anyway.
Do you think he flattered in this situation, Dan, to see a safe-ish flop like that? In saying that, like, David betting this into 3 players like this is not going to be that weak either, you know? So, like, maybe just think he wanted to do this in this situation, see a relatively safe-ish board.
I'm just pretty shocked to not see him squeeze pre.
No, I agree, bro.
With 3 players involved, it's going to shrivel up your aces considerably if we just flick it in from the big blind, where we could take all that money down pre-flop. But I see what you're saying. It's a very good question you've asked me. I don't really have the answer.
That's what it kind of feels like, but I think in hindsight, man, I do prefer just the flat call, because there's so much dead money. There was like 700k dead money pre-flop, I believe, or something like that, or definitely 500-600k. So we lose another player, man.
Alioto winning a really nice pot there.
Good game, huh?
And Daniel can't get the job done. Unlucky Daniel. Commiserations and congratulations. You will take home a nice chunk of change for your efforts. 27,366 euro. That means we're going to go on a short break, guys. We're going to have some interviews for you in just a few seconds. We'll be right back in about 12 minutes.
We have a special mystery.
My tournament journey in this tournament? Well, it started off really well, actually. I was chip leader for the first few hours in the tournament on day 1, and everything was going sweetly. And then I lost a couple of big pots towards the end of the day that were unavoidable, and finished up coming back shortish today. And then the guy got lucky against me. A short stack went all in, and I was down to like less than 100,000, and it looked like a struggle to even get into the money, to be honest. But then I hit a little rush, had a little build up again, and got to the final. And to be honest, right until the moment I went out, I mean, I was kind of laddering a bit. I had one hand where I had 3 kings, and it looked like the guy had a flush, but this guy could easily be bluffing. A lot of the time I'm going to make a call here, but we've got 2 short stacks, and I know I just got to pass. I'm probably going to ladder 2 spots, which is what happened. And I managed to battle my way back in and get those chips back anyway. So I felt like right to the end, even in the last hand, if I win that pot, I'm bang in it. So I enjoyed it, and it was tough, but I did enjoy it, and I felt like I had a shot all the way.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, bye.
The most important hand was probably where I flopped a rep with an overpair, and my opponent had jacks, a set of jacks,
and I made a runner flush, turn and rim. So that was exciting and very important, at a very important stage in the tournament. The biggest mistake I made was probably just in that hand to not check back but raise, and he check raised me. No. So basically he checked out of position, I put a bet in, and then he came on top of me. And I still decided to make that call, which was not the perfect call, but it turned out very well for me at the end. It was quite exciting. I just arrived to Rozvadov yesterday, and day one went until 4:30 or 5 o'clock, so I just slept a couple of hours. So right now I'm looking very much forward to my bed. Yeah?
Okay, we will look forward to today.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
It just makes great content.
Ace 10-4 is the flop. Pasma top pair. Vega with a good shot, but with two clubs on board, don't see him continuing. Although it wouldn't surprise me after seeing that 6-7 of spades hand. Turn is the 6 of diamonds, and now Vega with his good shot might decide to try get some picture cards to fold here, something along those lines. Although a lot of picture cards would just bet this flop. Yeah, I think it's best to just check. Pasma is going to bet 450k here. I think once Vega has checked flop and turn, two flush draws on board, just needs to be folding.
Yeah, strongly agree, bro. Strongly agree.
It wouldn't have surprised me to see him lead there, Alan, considering what he done there on the King 8-8 earlier. Just a few hands ago, really.
Exactly, yeah. That is true.
And they were talking to each other pre-flop.
Oh, he's
I told you I wouldn't. Okay, I didn't say raise, but I thought I said it wouldn't surprise me if he does some form of a continue. I wasn't expecting to see a raise to 1.7 million. Talk about putting the pressure on Pasma here. This is a horrible spot to be in for Pasma, and you can see it on his face.
The only thing I'd say about this, mate, is because there's a lot of draws out there, which you obviously unblock every single one of them, clubs and diamonds. You know, there's a lot of 4 or 5 of clubs, 4 or 5 of diamonds, 7, 8 of diamonds, 8, 9 of diamonds, clubs, etc. There's a lot going on here. King, Queen of diamonds, etc., etc. So, you know, having position here. The thing is with this 4 or 5 of spades, man, on a non-flush completing river, this is one of the best combos to always bluff on blocking the folds. It's very, very important. Now, the thing is, you can improve here, but I don't think 5x has that much showdown value here, unless you decide to check call here against missed draws, which is also a thing as well, which would be unbelievably sick if he finds it.
It's important to note that the flop went check.
Yeah, I'm aware. There's no worries. So either way, it's still a really nice spot to
shove in Vega Meister's shoes.
Well, the thing is, as I said, man, you know, you improved on the river technically, but 4-3 got there as well if you have that from the big blind, and he does check. This is okay, just checks back. I mean, I don't mind that. The thing is, it's one of those things where if you do face a bet in the river here, it's going to be quite a polarizing spot in terms of what Pasnat is going to be value betting in the river, because if he's checking back all these ace-X, especially the weaker kickers, then what he's going to be betting on the river there is going to be, you know, strong ace-X, 2 pairs, and just some missed draws, man.
So, what car do you drive?
At the moment, Mercedes.
Which one?
SL. 1200, yeah.
Which year? Which year?
22.
Nice. Which car do you have?
Card?
Car.
Ah, car. I have 2 cars in Georgia, Mercedes and Toyota. But
Which Mercedes?
W11.
What car do you drive?
And BMW X6, new one.
Okay. Did you buy it with your wins at Kings?
Some of yes.
Which car do you drive?
I drive Golf GTE.
Big fan of all of these 5 players, have done so much for the game already in their own respective ways.
Absolutely. I think Sean Deeb is the main man to go on and challenge Phil Hellmuth's 17 bracelets.
Yeah, I've got a bet.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, yeah.
What's the bet? Oh, hold that thought. Hold that thought, guys and girls.
1,000% in the 8 game.
Daniel comes with call.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, let me think about it.
2.3 in the middle.
Oh, she's going.
Ace in the window, ace 7-4. Couple of diamonds, saying with the jack of diamonds in hand. Came with the 3.3x pre. Gonna continue for small. Don't really see Daniel doing much other than just call here. 3.5 in the middle, Pourquoi. Jack of hearts on the turn, would you believe? He has turned a set of jacks, and Daniel Negreanu in rough shape here at this stack to pot ratio. What a sick turn card.
Henry celebrating that one like never before.
Not celebrating, pal, just sickened at how tournament poker works.
Check on the turn. 5 of hearts on the river. Backdoor hearts getting there. Daniel has the ace of hearts though. So I think if we see a bet from Foix, Daniel might well have to pay this one off.
Sick turn. Running hearts. Especially with the ace of hearts in hand, Negreanu likely to hero here.
2.8.
2.8.
Just hoping that Paul's turning a hand like King Queen, King 10 with the King of Hearts, Queen of Hearts into a bluff. Does make the call, chip lead pot. Seng up to 11 million in chips. D-Negs down to 15 bigs. Nothing he can do, blind v blind with that run out.
Okay. We like that turn just a little bit, right?
I was like going to give up.
Yeah.
I tell you who loved that turn. Sean Deeb, ladies and gentlemen. Sean Deeb loved that turn. Do apologise. Pourquoi up to 2nd in chips. 36, 32% of all the chips in play.
All right, folks, we are back for a whopper of a three-handed affair here taking place for the 2K Pot Limit Omaha final table for the World Series of Poker Europe, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Which one of these three players is going to prevail as your champion and win themselves that beautiful gold bracelet that you see in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen? All three remaining players will be a worthy winner at this stage. And this is going to be a very competitive battle, very close in chips. They've all shown some real promise in different ways. Kim and Alioto, extremely focused. Let's see what happens here. Hope you're still staying with us and enjoying the show back home. And of course Lee, not forgetting about Lee.
Let me 2.6 maybe.
Lee's had a more scrappy time though. He was up and he was down. Alioto just hanging around that 3 million mark for ages. Lost that small pot of about 500, well not small, but lost about 500k of his stack, 600k of his stack to Barney Boltman, and then won a big pot there to eliminate two players, now playing 4.3 million. They've all impressed me in different ways. Really excited to see who wins this one. It could easily be any three of the remaining players.
And just a bit of a heads up, guys, we're going to be giving away 2 codes as well. Since we have 3 players remaining, we have to obviously get rid of the codes before we finish up for tonight. Obviously that's in the foreseeable future, but I do want to start giving away some codes. So listen up, guys, this is going to be code number 7. So listen up, I hope you guys are still there with us. So question number 7, guys, or code number 7. What do you call a hand with no matching cards or sequences? Okay, slightly tricky one, this one, guys, but it's worth a code nonetheless. What do you call a hand with no matching cards or sequences? Okay. Hey, TTV, you are on fire, my man. Well played, my dude. So that's a code for you, my G. High card is the correct answer. There's 2 codes for you, my man. Congrats on that one again, TTV, excuse me. As you know, I will be contacting you tomorrow at some stage, so keep an eye out for that whisper in your chat, or sorry, in your inbox. And just to reiterate, mate, make sure you don't have it set on private. So keep an eye out for that message tomorrow, bro. So, second code to give away, guys. Second code to give away. We also have just 2 more remaining codes after that, so keep an eye out for this in future. So, the 8th code. What is the term for the 3 community cards dealt initially in Texas Hold'em? What is the term for the 3 community cards dealt initially in Texas Hold'em? Hey, Barney Nuts, bro. You gotta get that one, man. You're deadly. Barney Nuts. Well played, my man. Sorry, guys, but Barney was first there from what we can see. So, unfortunately, guys, Barney is going to win another code. Guy's on fire. Just to reiterate as well, guys, we're obviously giving away this hoodie in the foreseeable future also. And we made the agreement that we will be giving away this announcement when we are heads up. But just bear in mind, guys, this is only available to subscribers. So we're trying to push this subscriptions, excuse me. So you have the chance to subscribe up until the heads up when we will be giving away the hoodie from the King's shop. So just to reiterate, guys, you will only be eligible to win this hoodie if you're a subscriber. And just to bear that in mind, guys, even if you have a a Prime subscription, it is valid for the giveaway, okay? So if you guys are not subscribed already, my advice is to you to sub as soon as possible, because we'll be giving this heads up. We'll be giving this hoodie away heads up, okay? So as I said, guys, you can only be avail of this hoodie or in the chance to win the hoodie if you are a subscriber. So we're trying to push this, guys. If you guys can support the channel, hit the subscribe button. You will be eligible to win the hoodie, okay? So we're trying to push the subscription at the moment, guys. So please, please, please try and support the channel here. all the work Kings are doing over the next 2 to 3 weeks and all the works that Kings has been doing the last X amount of the time, guys, it's the least you could do, okay? Support the channel, hit the subscribe button, be in a chance to win with a hoodie. It's a no-brainer, guys.
Pretty sure Barney Nuts has been winning would win codes even if he was asleep.
It's amazing.
Fingers on the buzzer. Should get him on, I don't know, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire or something.
So just to reiterate that, guys, again, just want to make that very, very clear. For your chance to win this hoodie, which is worth something, not a small amount, guys. The material on these hoodies are just self-explanatory, guys. They're amazing, amazing quality. We've walked past this King shop many, many times, guys. We've walked through, we've inquired, we've looked at the material, we've looked at the clothing. Guys, it's a no-brainer. This merchandise is just one of a kind, okay? So just to repeat, you guys can only avail of this giveaway for the hoodie if you are a subscriber to the King's Poker Room Twitch channel, all right? Please hit the subscribe, guys. All right, Dan.
Nice job, Al. 2 codes left for tonight. Yeah, and that hoodie, them hoodies are worth €120.
7 bet. 1.
And if you did want to buy a hoodie and didn't win one in this raffle, you would have 6 codes for yourself. So that's important to note also.
It's a no-brainer, guys. It's an amazing opportunity to win some free merch again, guys. And look, I've just got word as well. There's only 1 subscriber active right now. Okay? So if you guys subscribe before the heads-up battle, you will have at least a 50% chance. A 50% chance, guys, of winning a hoodie worth probably close to 50 to €100. It's ridiculous, guys. Just get on, just click the subscribe button. If you pay €5 to subscribe to the Twitch channel, you have a 50% chance of winning because there's 1 subscriber active in the chat right now. Come on, guys, show support. Come on. You see Barney showing out the old King's emotes. He's the one that's going to be the main candidate to win this. He's obviously won X amount of codes at this stage as well, guys. Come on, click the subscribe button. Amazon Prime subs are relevant too, or legible, I should say. If you just subscribe in the next X amount of time, guys, before the heads up, you already have a 50% chance of winning this hoodie. All right, Dan, we're good, I think.
Excelente. Ace, King, Queen, Jack for Lee. Now, ranges are going to go down, considering we are now 3-handed. Risk goes up, price goes up. Small blind is now 30k, big blind is 60k with a 60k running big blind ante. That's 30, 60, 60. Lee will take that one down. We have a new subscriber at Tier 1. Bias Letty, who's won himself 2 codes already, is going for a 3rd prize. Going to try win that hoodie for himself. Kim raising the 150 with ace 9, 8, 4 will take down the blinds and antes. Lee going to fold his jack 9, 5, 3.
Thank you.
Four clubs for Aliotto. Not a great starting hand, but it's not going to deter him from opening. Kim going to call for an additional 65k. Flop is ace king 5-2 hearts. Alioto with the best of it here. $175 is the bet from Alioto. Kim will concede. Barney Huss says he's planning to play the 550 on the weekend in his new hoodie.
Going to be a 50-50 at the moment, guys. At the moment, given we got a new sub, which is Bia Listi. We now have 2 guys that are subbed that are active in the chat, guys. There's close to 90 people, if not close to 100 people at this stage that are watching. I think it's a no-brainer, guys. It's basically a free roll. As I said, prime subs are more than relevant. Even if you pay a $5 at this stage, your chances are still pretty high to win the hoodie, guys. You have until it's heads up.
Which could be a while yet, but it is pot limit Omaha. We'll see what happens. It's just, there's just such a competitive dynamic between these 3 remaining players, fighting for every pot, every chip, mattering so much to them. Average stack is 3.4 million, which is good for OLO for 50 big blinds. Bias Letty said he never heard someone say his name that wrong. It must be.
First time for everything, bro.
Yeah, it's the first time I've ever got a name wrong on this stream.
Dan said sarcastically, eh?
First time for everything.
I promise you before the end of the stream, mate, it's going to be said probably another X amount of times wrong. I'm trying my best here, bro. Appreciate the sub nonetheless, bro. Appreciate the sub nonetheless.
Alioto betting 75k here with king, queen, deuce, deuce. Kim gonna see a turn card for 75k. Turn is another spade. It's the 6 of spades. Alioto does have a spade blocker, but that card is going to connect too much with 2 pairs and straights, etc. Just going to check back. River is the 6 of hearts. This guy's intuition.
Blue line fighter, does the hoodie ship to the US? I would assume we ship international blue line fighter. I would be very surprised if we do not ship internationally. I can run it by the guys to double check, but I'd be pretty confident that it does ship internationally. I will get back to you about that, but I'd be pretty confident it does.
I think it's everywhere in Europe, but I could be wrong.
Right, I'll just run it by the guys to make sure, mate, but yeah, we'll run it by you, we'll get clarification on that in a moment.
They might have changed. I'm not used to shipping hoodies, but I do know if you're buying stuff from the King store itself, they will ship to the European Union only. Yeah, and Alioto is going to try bluff this one with the spade blocker. Knows he can't win by checking. And that is some crazy breeding I'm hearing from one of the 3 remaining players.
High pressure scenario, Dan.
Kim, such a character. Humming and singing one moment, breathing heavily now the next. Jack's here, but Jack's just not looking too good on this run out. Just a 1 pair hand in PLO. Going to be forced to let it go.
I'm just getting word back for a blue line fighter. They do ship international, but unfortunately it's free shipping within the EU.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you do win if you do subscribe, Blue Line Fighter, and you do win the hoodie, you will have to pay for shipping, but you still win a free hoodie if you do win it, bro. So it's not the end of the world. I can't imagine shipping is going to be that bad. It might be card to save. It might be 10 to 15 euro, something like that. But it is merchandise from the King's shop, which is original. So it's going to be up to you, bro. If you decide to sub, you will be entered into the giveaway nonetheless. If you do win the hoodie, you will have to pay for shipping, but pretty sure the value of the hoodie, guys, is close to 100 euros, something like that. So I think it's still not the end of the world if you have to pay for shipping, mate. It's a very, very nice piece of clothing. I've saw them numerous times over the past couple of days. Really, really good stuff, mate.
Kim raising the 150 with ace jack 10-5. Alioto with his decision with ace 10-9-7 in the small blind. Three-way action to the flop, folks. 510k out there. Four deuce deuce is the flop.
We have another sub that come in there, guys. I obviously ended up using my prime sub for Twitch for the King's channel, guys, but I do not want to be entered into that sub giveaway. I just did it because I had a free prime sub, so I just decided to give it the Kings, alright? So I do not want to be entered in that. I just seen I had a free prime sub, so don't put me in that, Philip, or whoever does end up doing the giveaway. But we do have a new sub, which would be, again, I'm not going to say this name correctly, Crey667. Cheers for the sub, mates. You will be entered into the draw as well, okay? So there's 3 people at the moment, guys, that are active in the channel right now. There will be a veil of the hoodie once we go to heads up. It will be given away in a giveaway raffle, all right?
Kim going to bet 180k here. Alioto getting out of the way. Lee going to let it go also. Full pot poker, huh? Alioto 9864. Those pink chips, by the way, are 100k each, in case anyone is out there wondering. Done a chip race at the break.
Seven raise, 435.
3-bet here, Dan. With a pretty looking hand for Lee. Double suited, low connected cards. Obviously the Queen 10, the higher connected part of the combo.
Yeah, this looks nice because you've got the low end and the high end. Well, not the highest end, but you know, Queen 10 suited going to play very well. The 6-5 together going to play pretty well when it's suited also. So a lot going on there.
Interesting call in hand here from Alioto in position as well. These connected hands, obviously nice to have board coverage on the sort of connected boards itself. I do think he's going to call here. I'd be surprised if he doesn't.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in position here with the 9864. A lot of things can happen post flop. 310k more to call. This guy, so methodical with his decision-making process. He's barely put a foot wrong at this FT.
Yeah, he's played quite well, man. He's played actually very, very well. He's not stepped out of line. He's not made any, you know, outrageous calls or put himself in positions to, you know, be really indifferent with a lot of the stuff on the river or anything like that, man. He's been pretty cool, calm and collected, to be fair.
And the aces, when he didn't squeeze, I found that a bit strange, but what we always talk about here, he's taking the low variance route.
Yeah, and I mean, it's obviously paid dividends in one way. As I said, he's obviously avoided a lot of the spots that could be classified as high variance in some regards. But, you know, never a bad thing to do then. He's three-handed now, so he's definitely done some things right to get to that point.
Yeah. He's done a lot of things right by just folding.
But this is it, man. Sometimes that works.
I'm not saying he was a nit. I'm just saying he didn't need to do much. He came in as the chip leader and he's maintained it throughout the whole. Apart from losing that spot, I don't think he's lost the chip lead once, and if he did, it was marginally for a few moments, maybe.
Yeah, it's been pretty consistent overall, mate. To be fair, you got a point there.
I think I might have missed him. I think I hand mobbed him earlier, but I forget. Believe he's up a chunk anyway. I wouldn't have been aware of him before that. But I'm going to hand mob him again.
All right, got you. I cover the action.
The action there just for a moment.
The grand. Good 3-bit here from G Kim. Ace 10, Queen 3, Rainbow. Get Lee on the button here with Kings. Suited with the King 6 of Hearts. Not a bad hand here. There's probably an argument for 4-betting as well, which is probably what's going to happen, I guess. I think this is too good of a hand to call in position here. Just want to start putting the money here with Kings, in my opinion here. Three-handed especially.
We'll see a big pot here, so Alan.
Well, the thing is, Dan, I don't know if Kim wants to start calling these out of position here, but again, like that connectivity plays well, but Queen high flush draw or Queen 3 of diamonds might not be that good of a hand here in this situation. And I think he might find the fold here, and he does. Like we've seen Barney kind of call something like that before to, you know, end up over-investing. You know, post-flop, we see Kim with a somewhat similar hand here. Okay, Barney had some nutted potential with the ace-9 suited, if you guys remember the exact specific combo. But Kim there, yeah, okay, some connectivity with the ace-queen 10, Queen 3 suited, but out of position. Just decides to get out of the way, so I'm happy enough with that from Kim's perspective. But as we said already, man, I think Kim probably knows a little bit better than ourselves, but either way.
1.7 million was the answer anyway. I had already hand mobbed him earlier. I'd just forgotten. Just to verify, I was hand mobbing everyone, and then it's hard to remember them all. I knew it was about 2 million. Standard enough procedure.
True.
Just to bear in mind here, guys, we are having a slight graphical error with hand 115 and 116. We're going to have that resolved for you in 2 hands' time. So there is just a problem with the graphics. From the middle of the next hand, the graphics will be back.
Well, this is going to be interesting for us, Ken. Trying to piece this together. Like a game of Guess Who. Played that enough growing up, so I did. A check here from Aliotto nonetheless. 10 of hearts on the turn. Flop goes check, check. Also coming out for a bet here on the river, small bet at that.
The 2 of hearts was in the dining room. It's part of that Guess Who game, wasn't it?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to guess though.
The bet is 100k with 520 out there. Thems are raisin chips.
450k then.
Alioto, 350k more if he wants to call.
It's always very interesting to see what these showdowns can look like. I mean, this is obviously such a unique situation in terms of like not knowing from our perspective when like we always usually know what the cards are, to be fair, isn't it? That when we see a raise here in this situation we're basically checked down to the river.
It just shows how spoiled we are.
Yeah, yeah, and obviously it makes us sound a hell of a lot smarter.
Jackpot has beaten one for a second time in a couple of hours, isn't it?
So, bro, I mean...
Yeah, I heard it earlier for sure. We were waiting for it because we were mentioning it earlier.
I think it tends to happen maybe once a day anyways, bro. Like, I mean, obviously you normally do the streams on the weekends and stuff like that, so maybe you might catch it on like one of the nights. But given we're here right now, this is the call, is it?
Does call. Alioto and Muck. And Lee with Ace Jack 10-10.
Very nice.
We'll take that one down, I believe.
You see Alioto there, just like robotic, doesn't bat an eyelid. We do have a new subscriber. Guys, you're obviously making this difficult for Barney Nuts, who was originally, I think, the only one that was subscribed, who was active in the chat. Now we have, again, minus me from that. I only did it to show some support to Kings with a prime sub. But either way, we've got some 4 or 5 guys that probably are subscribed at the moment, so there's going to be a little bit of a battle for the hoodie. So good luck, guys. As I said, the raffle and the giveaway itself will happen when we are heads up. So until then, people still have an opportunity to sub, still have an opportunity to get involved with the giveaway, guys. It's not often we give away hoodies on this stream, but today is your lucky day. So my advice to you is, we don't know when this heads up battle is going to go down, but I can tell you one thing, when it does, the giveaway will also be going down. So keep that in mind, guys. You still have a chance to get involved, so hit the sub button. Amazon Prime is still a relevant and legible subscription, so keep that in mind. Still have a chance to get involved, guys.
Get involved.
Indeed.
Get stuck in.
And also, guys, don't forget, we still have 2 more codes to give away for your chance to win some amazing prizes in the raffle that's going to be also happening on the 12th of November. iPhone 15 Pro, PlayStation 5, AirPod Pro. As far as I remember, it's going to be a 5-star stay in a room in the King's Hotel for 3 nights. And again, like that, guys, there's a long list of prizes to give away. And it's not only that, guys, there's only 120 participants involved at the moment, 120 valid codes that have been used so far. And bear in mind, guys, many people have multiple codes. So the more codes you have, the more chance you have of winning the top prizes. So keep that in mind, please. Also, the King Shop, guys, just to highlight this one more time, for everything you spend, or 20 euro you spend in the King Shop, you will get a code also. So don't shy away from that too, guys. The merch, there's also a sale on some merchandise or some pieces of clothing in this store also, so check that out. And
we will have the graphics back in just I'd say under a minute. The middle of this hand. Here we go. Kim raising to 500k here. Taking this one down. Alioto going to fold to Queen 765. Standard enough stuff.
Indeed, my man.
So we pick up the action. Kim going to be in the small blind.
Start with a limp.
Starts with a limp. Alioto checks his option with Ace King 6-5. Jack 9-4 is the flop.
Then guess who again, Dan?
We are, just for a moment, it looks like. Alioto betting 75k.
Colton Kim.
Must have a little summit.
Say so, bro.
Little summit. Turn is the ace of clubs. We've got no hope anyway, and we've no cards, we've no percentages, so I can't even know if it's a post-flop coin flip at this stage.
Well, as I said to you earlier on, bro, it's like sometimes I struggle in terms of guessing what happens in no limit hold'em, let alone in a pot limit Omaha in terms of equities. Sometimes it's very specific.
We got more people subscribing to Swabby.
Wow, now they're coming in. Now they are coming in. Sorry now, Barney, you're just getting less and less of a possibility of winning that hoodie, my man. Sorry, not sorry, bro. Gotta plug it, my G.
Okay, so Alioto took that one down with his Ace King 6-5. Kim had King Queen 8-4. His bet of 130k getting called by Alioto.
Storvanti has a funny one there. Mentioning Chiquita.
Cervantes said, I'd never represent kings like that. Give me a yellow Chiquita banana jacket that says on the back, I slow rolled the OG Chiquita. And I'm sold.
Thanks also the Sweeby for a tier 1 sub also, guys. As I said, guys, the giveaway will be when we are heads up. So as I said numerous times already, and I will say it countless times until we are heads up, you still have an opportunity to get involved to win that hoodie. Hoodie is going to be valued very, very close, if not over €100, guys. I don't know the exact price, but I know from my own experience from stepping into that King shop, we're talking around the €100 mark, give or take. So it's worth a little something, guys, for a €5 investment. And as I said, if you do have that Amazon Prime, you can get it for a lot less, as they are both legible nonetheless.
This true story. Slow rolled him and looked him straight into the eyes when doing it after being slow rolled from him like 30 times.
What did they say, Dan? 2 wrongs don't make a right, but I think in this situation, I think he made the right decision. Lee here coming in for a 3-bet from the big blind versus Kim open.
Nice to have you with us, Starvante, being a Rega Kings in the cash games, the PLO.
Nice, mate.
Good stuff.
Nice to have you with us indeed.
We were only talking to that man at the ice cream machine a few hours ago.
We might have dabbled in the ice cream also, FYI.
We shared one, a tiny. It was like giving a biscuit to a bear.
Hey, you said it's enough for one person. I said the opposite. I was kind enough to share. You wanted me to eat it all. It didn't happen, bro.
We were in a hurry.
I mean, it took 2 people to finish that, bro. I mean, I could have edited on myself, but I didn't want to go down that avenue because I would have went back for more. It was tasty as hell, guys.
I handed you the tub. If you wanted to share it, that was your prerogative. Now
you didn't say no, did you?
Absolutely not.
Point proven.
The whole point was that I wasn't buying the ice cream for myself. I've been eating enough.
Yeah,
we're fine. Eating enough, drinking enough.
It was one of the first things you said when we started the stream. You mentioned the buffet, and here we are talking about ice cream 7 hours later, 7 to 8 hours after.
Eating like a king.
Indeed, it's hard not to, guys. Place is amazing. Place is amazing.
Right, Lee here now from the big blind. King, Queen, Queen, or King, Queen, Jack, 9. We'll try that again. He's going to bet 400k. Kim forced to let it go. He looks frustrated a bit, and a lot of heavy breathing coming from him. If it's not him, then no, it is him. It's when every time he's covering his face.
Yeah,
the mic.
Yeah, the mic is just around the rim of the hoodie, we'll say, whatever way you want to phrase it.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of money up top, Dan.
A lot of moolah, 91,000.
In fairness, it's not Kim's first rodeo by the sounds of it, so I'm not going to say anyone's always used to these environments because they happen pretty goddamn frequently where you run this deep in any tournament, let alone a 2k for a bracelet up top. I want to see a lot of coin, a lot of dollar, well technically euro, just like to say dollar because a little bit more common, but either way, a lot of money up top, Dan.
Yeah, it's loads. I mean, all 3 players left pretty much have won millions, so it's about the prestige of this title. Want to add that bracelet to your cabinet.
Definitely look nice. That much I can verify.
Did someone just call us a Brit? Because that's no good. No bueno.
No bueno over here, man. We Irish, sir. We know Brit. Brit and Irish, 2 separate nationalities, my good man.
It's good he put that emoji at the end, and he is an Action Army reg on Twitch. I'll allow it.
Debatable.
Debatable.
We won't fall out with a chat now over something like that, but you'll be giving a stern warning, my good man.
I am fond of the ECW. The ECW King. He's got King in his name. We have to kind of give him a pass, Alan.
No. As I said, he's given the old stern warning, Dan. So we'll see how it comes. We'll give him another chance for now, but it's another bit of gameplay left in this. So still a few moments of time left on the stream. So we'll see how it goes. All good, lads.
Lads.
The boys.
The boys are back in town.
All these keyboard warriors down, you know. Come up and say it to my face.
Well, we're not hard to find anyway. We've been wandering around.
That is true. We're in a pad of as you said numerous times, my G.
And through all these amazing videos, they know what we look like now. The jig is up.
Yeah. The identity has been revealed. The cloak has been pulled, my man.
It's okay, Alan. I'll be your bodyguard.
Good, because I need one at this stage.
You could be me long lost Al.
Jesus Christ, then. Between the post-flop coin flips and calling me Al, we'll have to pack it in. It's getting to that time of the night. We're close to 3 a.m. here in Rosvedov, guys. We've been, let me just check the Twitch stream. Just over 8 hours. Just 8 hours live, guys. Started with, what was the coverage? Was it 26 people when we started the coverage then? 24, I believe, actually. Well, yeah, 24, 26, I think, something like that. Maybe it was 24.
28.
28, excuse me. So yeah, playing down the winner, guys, obviously. Final 3 at the moment. Playing for the prestige of the bracelet.
Kim is going to complete in the small blind here with 10-6-5-3. Alioto is going to check his option with King Queen 5 deuce. Ace Queen 8 is the flop. Alioto with the best of it here, to say the least. Turn gives Kim a few additional outs.
It's been a long enough day, Dan, for these players as well. Like, you know, obviously ourselves doing the coverage the last 8 hours, you know, feels long enough for ourselves, but these lads have been on the felt for probably close to 10, I think, 9 or 10 hours, give or take. So maybe just feeling the pinch of a little bit of tiredness from the players. You could see
a bit of a difference now, Alan, us in the booth there, and if they want to pay us to be in the booth a few extra hours for €91,000, that's actually totally fine with me.
Yeah, definitely won't pass on that opportunity if it does arise. Verify that pretty happily.
Wishful thinking.
I like the wishful think. Getting to that time of night now, man. We might as well be dreaming. Getting a bit delusional, I think. But no,
yeah,
either way.
Don't chase dreams, for you will rarely catch them.
Either way, I'm sure these guys won't mind missing out on a few Zs, given they're playing for this amount of money up top, and obviously the prestige that you keep saying, Dan.
ECW. Let's go for the real questions. Are you two sharing a room there or full protection?
Bit of a very specific question there, my G.
Jeez, man.
Huh?
Save your breath for cooling your porridge.
That's a need to know answer to that, I think. We'll keep that one under lock and key, I think. We'll keep that under lock and key.
Fine, John?
I think I heard blinds up.
I did indeed. Somebody asked the dealer that.
That means the small blind is now 40k. The big blind is now 80k with an 80k running big blind ante. That's 40, 80, 80.
As I've been saying the last 1 or 2 streams as well, Dan, obviously when this kind of starts getting a lot more short-handed, blinds are obviously coming around more often. I mean, 3-handed is for sure the more most frequent you're going to get, bar heads up. There's just going to be a lot of pressure on these guys to be fighting for them blinds, but still a decent amount of playability. Well, I would say Lee here is like 8, 16, 24, 32. You're talking 40, 50 big blinds in between that range, give or take. So still plenty of manoeuvrability, but as we saw numerous times, excuse me, that money can go in pretty quickly in PLO.
Yeah. It tends to get out, to knock it out of hand for a while, and then it just explodes out of nowhere.
Yeah, that's true. That is very, very true. Like you said, Dan, sometimes these situations come up where they actually can be a little bit slow, you know, and then out of nowhere, bang, we see all in, then we're heads up, and anything can happen after that. So we're obviously more than happy to commentate on the action nonetheless. We take it as it comes.
Yep. Got to take the rough with the smooth, as I said earlier. Just a testament to how good these structures are that the average stack is still well over 40 big blinds.
Exactly.
Ace, King, King 10 here for Kim in the small blind. Alioto with the jack, 10, 3 deuce. Checks his option. Up is 8-7-4. Check from Kim.
Pretty ugly flop for Kim, isn't it, Dan? With the kings, naked kings. Well, obviously that king 10 suited, but single suit, obviously.
Yeah, it's a nasty enough flop for kings in hold'em out of position.
Exactly.
Never mind PLO.
A lot more combinations of hands for sure. So he goes for a bet on the turn though, which I don't mind at all.
Yeah, well, a delayed C bet there. You're going to check back, and then when he doesn't hit, sorry, when it goes check, he just doesn't want to let another one pop off. So I'm going to take that one down with a bet. Ace, king, jack, 6 on the button for Kim. Raising to 210,000 total.
Pretty looking hand for Lee then, isn't it?
Really nice double suited 9-6-5-4 for Lee in the big. You want to raise this one up or just see a flop, Alan?
I think seeing a flop is going to be the most frequent play here. I mean, I can see some merits in like other formats like cash because, you know, nice board coverage and whatnot. But there might be an argument, what I think calling is going to be the pretty most standard play here.
Yeah, I like a call.
Yeah.
I mean, what do I keep saying? We want to see flops in Portland, Omaha to realise our equity.
Yeah, it's just like, I mean, if it's the case we do 3-bet this and just get 4-bet, it's obviously just a disaster in terms of like not realising your equity, and you just have to end up folding most of the time. As I said, if it was a different format, I can see some merits in like a cash game where, you know, deeper structure, deeper stacked, a lot of board coverage and just connectivity on these kind of mid to low connected boards. These hands obviously play very, very well. But in this situation, playing 40, 80, 80, shallow-ish stacks technically compared to other formats, calling just seems like the most standard decision here, I guess.
Does go check, check. Turn is the king of diamonds.
Brooks Kim.
Yeah, it's a great card for Kim. 94% equity now. Lee just going to be forced to fold his 2-pair. Even though they are 3-handed, I don't see him continuing here.
We saw Lee making these, I mean, if you remember that one example from earlier on when it was literally against Kim as well, thinking about it now, where he did get a little bit sticky on the river, which was, you know, arguably up for debate in terms of whether he should or shouldn't have called. So he's obviously behind to a lot of hands here. Straight, better 2 pairs, potential sets also. It's not ideal for 9-6 here, really, is it?
No. There's basically no good rivers,
yeah,
bar a 6 or a 9, and even then,
you don't know yet. Well, it is 3-handed as well, Dan.
Hold on, what's going on here? This looks like a raise. It's a raise to 800k.
I can't say I'm a fan of that, to be honest, because you're literally just isolating yourself against the strongest part of Kim's range. All the bluffs are going to fold here. All the hands that are going to bet the turn, that are going to bet the river, are just going to get out of the way now. So you're literally killing all the action from the potential worst hands and also the bluffs that he's going to have. So I think you're kind of ballooning the pot here for no real reason, for no benefit. It's extremely thin for the hands he's trying to target. And he's out of position as well, which makes the play potentially a little bit more questionable.
He wouldn't really do this with a set, right? He could have a straight with Jack 10 or something. It's unlikely, and we block it. I don't really see why he's choosing this combo to turn into a bluff.
It's a bit of a weird one, bro, but like I don't even know if this is a bluff. Like it's hard to say because like it just doesn't make that much sense to raise here, like you said. I mean, you're either ahead of his semi-bluffs or just bluffs in general, or you're just going to be behind the vast majority of the time. So, as I said, you're kind of just like making this pot bigger than it really needs to be.
Well, yeah, I just feel like it has to be a bluff, but it's hardly for value, like.
See, if it is a bluff here, then obviously this makes sense to bomb this river, but like this is the thing, like, I mean, there's going to be a lot of bad river cards. You're just targeting yourself against most of the strongest hands when you check raise this on the turn. Like it's just a bit of a weird play from Lee here, but you know, I'm not quite sure why. I think it's genuinely thin value, Dan, is what he went for on the turn.
Get called by spades, some straight draws, maybe a king.
Yeah, but this, why don't you just check call and then just reevaluate on like whatever river that brings in them sort of draws where you can just end up check folding, because what do you really beat at that point?
We expect him to maybe lead the turn then, though, instead of check raising.
I think either or is fine. You could definitely bet it sometimes, but I do just prefer check calling here most of the time, because the king, it's not like Kim can't ever check back Jack 10 on the flop here. Say he has like Jack 10 offsuit with like no spade. Like that doesn't really want to bet the flop that often, because you know a lot of turn cards where you might even improve, you might not be good. So it's kind of one of those things where it just doesn't make sense to check raise here. Like, yeah, I just think he went for thin value here and maybe just thought Kim was stabbing with random air. But if he's just standing with random air, then just let him continue doing that on the river, you know?
Yeah.
Now, it's interesting with Kim here, but like he has ace-king in this spot, so why... He's going to check this behind, obviously. Yeah, bit of a weird one there from Lee. Bit of a weird one there.
Well, Lee now back down to 2.1 million, and Kim all the way up past 4 million, which is huge because that's over 50 bigs right now.
And just to address the call in position as well from Kim, I do think that's very, very standard call, because, you know, Lee's check raising range there, again, from my own assumption, it's going to be like, you know, pair plus draw to blockers to the straight, whatever the case may be. Obviously, maybe some... For example, what I'm thinking here is like pair plus draw with a flush draw would be like a nice one, like we'll say 9-10 or some queen jack of spades. You get where I'm going with this. For me to try and piece this together at this stage, it might be a little bit more difficult, but yeah, it just makes more sense with like blockers to value with a flush draw is what I'm trying to get at here, you know. So I think Lee's call in position is relatively standard. I'm not saying it's like the snap call of snap calls, but it does make sense to call in position there and just reevaluate on certain rivers where if draws complete, you know, then we can just end up like reevaluating based on what the out of position player is going to do.
Yeah, you explained that better than I could anyway.
It's not easy, bro, when you're trying to factor in like the certain combos, but yeah, I just imagine like blockers to value there and just like extra equity with the flush draw makes the most sense there to find the check raise there. But with the 9-6 man, you're either miles ahead there in terms of like against whatever Kim is going to be barreling or betting, or should I say stabbing technically in that situation, aka bluffs, and then you're obviously marginally are just like going to be dominated by better two pairs or just like miles behind against like straights. It's just not a very good spot to do what Lee did there, finding the check raise on the turn, in my opinion.
Yeah, he obviously had his reasons.
Yeah, this is the thing, man. Like, I think these guys, because we saw two spots against Lee and Kim, where Lee made a light call against Kim on a flush completing river on the 10-3-3. I think it was a 7, brought it in a double flush draw, and then an 8 on the river where Kim went for a block bet and got called relatively light by Lee. And we see a thin raise in that situation by again by Lee, in a spot where, in my opinion, we can't really justify it. So yeah, it's, I'd be very surprised if these two don't have a lot of previous history playing against each other in many formats, I guess. So, you know, as you said, maybe he has his reason, but at the same time, bro, you got to have a baseline in terms of what you should be doing as a default, and you need a very good reason to deviate from a default game plan, in my opinion. So if he has a reason, fine, but as a default, check caller there for me is the best play for me personally, anyways, if I was in that situation.
Yeah, seems pretty good analysis there, Alan. He does only have, I say only, 300k in total live earnings. It's just compared to the few mil that you see from a lot of these players, and that would indicate that he might be more of a cash game player. They're all cash game players, but maybe he would be the least experienced of the three players remaining. It could be safe to say.
Yeah, this is the thing as well, and yeah, and we can't say accurately because we're only basing this on what we see from, well, the research that you do from Hendon Mob, excuse me. But maybe stereotypically you can associate someone with, again, you said 300k is not by any means a small amount of money to have made from tournaments alone. But yeah, compared to some of the other guys who have, you know, 500k plus, or, you know, close to a milli, whatever the case may be, you can maybe say one guy might play a little bit more cash games or a lot less tournaments on average. Or again, maybe even the smaller buy-in tournaments on average as well would be another way to break that down, I guess.
Yeah, it just... it's definitely not inexperienced. He obviously has some big scores, but the difference there is huge between like 300k and 3 million. I mean, this man here has just shy of 2 million, and we know the credentials of Kim, so exactly. That's what he's up against.
He's definitely the underdog. You know, I don't want to put anyone in that category, but it definitely is an indicator that, you know, little more, or sorry, more, or what am I trying to say? Less experience is what I'm trying to say, excuse me, in this exact three-handed game, I suppose. Not to say he's a worse player, but probably definitely inexperienced compared to the other two. Would make a lot of sense, I guess.
Let's see how he battles back from losing that chunky pot, because he's up against it now. Both of his opponents having close to 4 million and him down at the 2-ish million mark. Alioto with a river straight. Betting just shy of pot. And Lee will get rid of it.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. 8. Okay.
Jack 6-5 on the button here for Alioto. He gets out of the way. Kim with King Queen 7-3. Alioto going for a limp with this hand, interestingly enough, on the button. Haven't seen this in a while. Ace-9 deuce is the flop. Definitely not saying it again tonight.
This stage, bro, you might as well.
Look at these though, they're basically dead even in chips.
Yeah.
All three remaining players, by the way, has to be said, are starting to look quite tired.
Yeah, I got that impression too. I mean, as I said, bro, it's like, it's been a long ass day for these players. It's been a long ass day for ourselves. It's a little bit longer than obviously the last 2 days that we've done the coverage for the tournaments. But yeah, obviously these guys, for all we know, these guys have been grinding for the last 3-4 days in a row. You would know what the schedule that they've been doing. Obviously there's tournaments running consistently over the coming days. Is there many days off in between, as far as I know? Obviously we had the Colossus running today, the 550 day 1A, which was a 550 guarantee sorry, 550 buy-in, 1.5 million guarantee prize pool. We also had the final flight of the mini main event, day 1D, which is obviously coming to a close. I mean, I haven't seen the tournament clock as of yet, so I can't verify if it's finished up, but I was talking to 1 or 2 guys who said they max late regged for 20 big blinds in some situations, which is a bit of a gamble, but the guys decided to try and run it up. I haven't been speaking to them since, but either way, a lot of stuff going on in Kings, guys, over the coming weeks. Obviously this tournament, or this WSOP Europe event, is running from the 25th to the 18th or 19th of October, or sorry, November, excuse me. So yeah, again, the dates might be inaccurate. I think it might be the 15th of November, guys, excuse me if I got that wrong, but either way, it's a 2 to 3 week festival held in Kings in Rosvedov here, guys, and me and Dan are lucky to be here doing the coverage from this casino itself. Super, super grateful to be in this opportunity.
Yeah. It's been a long day, so it can. But basically, what I'm trying to say is, like, it does usually takes more than one bullet to get this far in a lot of these tournaments, because especially something like PLO, people are there to gamble, especially when they know they can rebuy.
Exactly.
And what I was going to say was the mini main, yeah, okay, it is fairly gambly to be playing a 1k or whatever the buy-in is with 20 big blinds, but not when there's a 2 million guarantee.
Exactly. That's a very good point, man.
You've got to just keep firing.
Yeah. It's one of those things, guys, that I suppose when some festivals like this come up, you know, once a year, give or take, on average. I know obviously the WSOP operates in Vegas throughout the summer, but the stop is only once in Europe as well, so stuff like these guarantees don't come around every day, guys. Sometimes you just got to fire and just hope it does turn around eventually, that you can run up a stack for day 2, get through to day 2, and then the world is your oyster after that, is what you would hope. But again, like that, guys, as many happy endings you might hear in some situations, there's also the bad side of poker, when you hear some people firing X, Y and Z multiple times and still nothing coming to fruition. It can be a little bit saddening, demotivating, whatever you want to phrase it, but sometimes that's just poker, guys, and especially when it comes to tournaments, that's going to happen more often than it won't, so keep that in mind.
Yeah, exactly. You can only win so much. I mean, you only need to win once. Doesn't mean you're not going to lose for a considerable portion of time.
Yep.
You've got to get used. You got to learn to love losing to a certain degree.
No, 100%, man. And like, you know, if I'm being honest, from my own perspective, that's probably one of the things that I suppose I've definitely improved on, and then just, you know, switch my perspective on that situation, and, you know, accept it for what it is, that you just grow confidence and strategy, study more, improve more, work on things you can control, not worry about the things you can't control, and just execute. And whatever happens in between that is just noise. It doesn't matter. It does not matter, because what you're doing is just implementing strategy, generating EV, and that's poker in a nutshell, guys. As I said, anything that happens in between it, with the variance, with bad beats, coolers, all that jazz, it's just noise. It does not matter. You should not be getting upset with stuff that you cannot control. So, as I said, once you start thinking along those lines, you start enjoying poker more, guys. And as I said, from my own perspective, that's kind of what I've started really developing the last 4 to 6 months since I started streaming. It's just been a really, really enjoyable experience because it's taken away any financial pressure that I've been experiencing or depending on with poker as a whole. So it's made that, I'm not sure how or why, but it's definitely made that experience a lot more enjoyable since I've started that stream in the last 4 or 5 months. So as I said, it just is what it is, guys. Just execute, 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 study, improve, think about the things you can control, and let the rest of the stuff take care of itself, because it's nothing got to do with you. You just can't control it, is the point I'm trying to make here.
The ego is the most expensive thing.
Fact. Fact. It's actually a very good book by Ryan Holiday as well, man. The Ego's Enemy. Very, very good book. If anyone wants a recommendation for something like that to read, a lot to take from it. Really builds awareness around how ego is the enemy, quote unquote, and excuse the pun, but yeah, the book has a lot of informative stuff around that sort of thing for mindset, guys. It's a very, very good book, so I recommend that strongly.
Do you even know how to read?
Well, it's probably the first book I read in probably God knows how long, man. I'm out of school the last decade, if not close to 15 years, and it's probably the first book I read, what, summer last year or maybe earlier this year.
Yeah, I know the book you're on about. I actually haven't read it. I watched some YouTube videos about it that summarised it and stuff.
Yeah.
Them summaries can be great as well if you're not arsed. Yes.
No, I mean, look,
listening to these audio books, you can pick up loads from them. But in terms of actually picking up a book, it seems to be dying off because with AI and stuff like that now. So like, there's no incentive for people to write new books anyway, because it's all out there, all the information of everything. If you want to get good at something, you can find anything online these days.
No, that's true. That's true. I mean, I'm not going to say that's a reasonable excuse not to do it, but for sure it can definitely save some time. Yeah, I mean, it's just obviously the mental stimulation you can get from reading a book, man. You just can't really get that anywhere else, I suppose, in terms of like that exact situation. Although it is time consuming, but a lot of people still enjoy that process because you're improving your vocabulary, you're just educating yourself in a productive way. You're, you know, not doing stuff out of boredom. It makes a lot of sense to still be willing to do it, I suppose. But yeah, to save time, wouldn't be too difficult to ask something like ChatGPT to summarise that book and highlight all the bullet points. I'm pretty sure it would do it in a matter of moments, literally a blink of an eye. But as I said, it's not going to improve your vocabulary by doing it that way, I suppose. Although I have been guilty of doing it, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, no, it is a great recommendation there, because like, how often have I heard you talk about books in this chat? Basically never, right?
Yeah,
so if you're going to go out on a limb at this late hour in the day to talk about a book, you better listen to this, man. I used to love reading. I've read loads of books myself. There's so much to be gained, and there's things that you read in that book. They're like, well, how's this going to help me in poker? Read it and find out.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And there's a lot more than books if you want recommendation, guys. There's a course that I went through 2 or 3 years ago, which gave a long list of, you know, recommendations with books like that. Been working with a mindset coach as well the last couple of years, guys, and you know, definitely benefited me. It's been a long road to get where I am right now, but super, super proud of my progress, and I suppose the best is yet to come, I believe.
Only one way to find out.
Well, between me and you, Dan, I think we are going to find out at some stage, but time will tell, I guess.
We here now.
Yeah.
Set for Kim. Middle set. Could see some action here. Aliotto, a decent amount of equity. This flop as well. Pot, he says.
845.
Let's see what Aliotto does here. He's got a lot of outs. 670k to call. I just don't think he's got good enough high cards to continue. Let's it go. Look, one of them situations where his hand looked better than it was.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. Like obviously blocking your own outs, having the extra spade there is that ideal. You don't want to really be doing that. Even though he had the good shot to go along with it, it's just going to be not the best spot there. And again, like that, he has to factor in that he's against more or less the same effective stack size as himself in terms of, like, you know, whatever, 4 million or so. He has to worry about Lee, who has basically half his stack size, give or take. So he has to consider that as well. So, I mean, if he's going to go with Ant and Dan, like we always say, nutted potential is very valid in these situations. Don't want to be getting it in too light when there's a shorter stack to worry about. Although in saying that, they're just probably playing for the bracelet more than the coin up top, but it's still nothing to turn your nose against, you know, or turn your nose up at, I should say.
Well, yeah, if we have a look at the current payout, so third place is €38,800 and second place is €56,358. So the difference of, geez, the guts of 20 grand, you're looking at about 18,000, the difference, 17.5k,
Yeah.
something around that area.
And just to remind you guys again about this giveaway for the hoodie, guys, in case I haven't mentioned it enough, I'm going to say it one more time, and probably up until heads up, guys, because that's when the giveaway is going to be done. So just to reiterate for anyone that might have jumped into the chat, I'm not sure how many viewers there are on Twitch, but the last time I checked there was over 100. So guys, we will be doing a giveaway for a hoodie, obviously a King's merchandise hoodie, and basically what you guys need to do is sub to the channel, guys. It's literally a couple of clicks of a button, sign up for £5 or €5, whatever the case may be. Prime subs are also legible for the giveaway. So once we go heads up, guys, the guys in the King's Casino will hit us up with a message with the winner. But you can only win the hoodie, guys, if you are subbed to the channel. So up until about 20 minutes ago to a half an hour ago, there might have been only one guy who was subbed, who was in a great possibility to win the hoodie. But since I started plugging this, there's 4 or 5 guys that decided to pull up their socks and get on the sub train, get subs to the channel. So now they're all legible for the hoodie giveaway. So I'm going to plug this one more time, guys. If you guys are interested in winning this hoodie, just sub to the channel, guys. You have no idea the work that goes on behind the scenes here at King's Casino. This is Dan and I's first experience at this casino, and we've really seen the ins and outs of the production team here and how nice and generous they are. Guys, it's an amazing situation here. The content is amazing. The quality of production is fantastic. 4K every single angle. There wasn't a penny skimmed in this production, guys. And we have the luck of being grateful to be the people that are doing the coverage for the first week of the WSOP here in King's Casino. So, as I said, guys, we will be doing the hoodie giveaway once we are heads up here. So, yeah, if you guys are interested in being involved, make sure you sub to the channel to be in with that opportunity, all right? Hopefully you guys can do it. And I might as well highlight this again since I'm on a roll with this sort of giveaway shenanigans.
You tell him.
Yeah,
you tell him, man, and you tell him.
We will be giving away 2 more codes as well, guys. And the codes are basically will be entered to a raffle. The winner of the final 2 codes, guys, I will be contacting you directly. So basically, the codes you will be signing up to a link that will send you guys through Twitch Whispers. So make sure you have your account set on non-private. So basically, the raffle will be held on the 12th of November, guys. And the prizes include for that raffle are basically fantastic prizes, guys. So stuff like an iPhone 15 Pro, a PlayStation 5, AirPod Pros, a 5-star room for 3 nights in the King's Casino are just a few of the items that are up for grabs, guys. So basically all you have to do is after the next elimination, well, the next 2 eliminations, but either way, after each one, I will be asking a general question, guys. It's going to be pretty goddamn basic about poker. Can be anything about, just simple questions, guys. So stay tuned for that, okay? So after the next elimination, we will also be giving away some discount codes, okay? Along with the hoodie, all right? So stay tuned for that. And just FYI, guys, to add on top of that, there's only 120 participants in this at the moment, guys. You have no idea how many gifts there are to give away at this moment, okay? So at the same time, you can have multiple codes So you're not only allowed one, you're allowed as many as you can win. And on top of that, guys, if you're shopping at the King's merchandise store, which the link should be in chat previously, I'm not sure if the mods are still here, but either way, if you check out the King shop, guys, every 20 euro you spend, you will be given a discount code, and that code obviously will be entered into the raffle to win any mystery prizes, just like the ones I mentioned. What a mouthful.
You deserve to give yourself a pat on the back, and that has to be your last time to say it tonight. You've done a fantastic job there at constantly reminding them at least once an hour, which is a tough thing to do. That's a lot of times to say the same thing, Alan. Fair play to you.
Rinse and repeat, bro.
Doesn't go unnoticed.
Appreciate it, Dan.
Kim calling 80k here with the Queen 8-8 deuce on the button. Lee checking his option. Checking on the ace-9 3 over to Kim. Checks it back. Turn is the 5 of clubs. Lee betting 150. Kim folding. Queen 10-8-7 is the flop, or sorry, from the small for Lee.
Get to that stage, bro. Get to that stage. I think we're allowed to not blimp every now and again. What do you think?
Just about. Kim is going to 3-bet with King 10-7. We could see some action here with the double suited from Lee.
How much you behind?
Didn't know we could have 4 cards on the flop, Alan.
You'd be surprised, bro. Usually it's 5, but if you're allowing 4, we'll roll with 4 for now.
Maybe we've just invented a new game.
Potentially.
1.9. $7-2.
I guess Lee just wants to see a flop here.
Yeah, it's more than good enough in terms of playability, Dan, I would imagine. And guys, just FYI, this is the last chance for you guys to sub here, okay? Just got word there from the guys there. It's going to be your last chance to sub. It's getting to that stage of the night, guys, that we're not going to be offering any more of this hoodie giveaway. So this is your final chance to sub. We're going on a break very, very soon. So if you guys have not subbed, this is your last chance to get involved with the hoodie giveaway. That is, in my opinion, probably worth €100, guys, if not a little bit more. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty goddamn sure it's close to 100 quid, guys. So if you guys want to be in a chance to win that hoodie, get on the Twitch channel now and sub. This is your last chance, guys, to get involved with the hoodie giveaway. Get on Twitch, click the sub button, press subscribe, get involved, alright? Last chance now, guys.
And back to the action here. Kim is going to pot this one. Lee is going to shove this one.
Just on a side note as well, guys, the hoodie giveaway will be after the break, alright? We just got words. We're going on a break very, very soon, so the hoodie will be after the break. We've got a big spot here, guys. Just to reiterate that again, the hoodie giveaway will be after this break, so last chance to get involved to sub, all right? Saying that this is the last time I'll be saying it, all right, guys? Good luck.
Lee, 83%. Look at the size of this pot. 4.7 million. Turn is the 6 of diamonds.
Wow. Wow.
This is a game changer as we hit the river. Lee has done it.
Got the double up, Dan.
And he has been busted.
Oh, he's actually been busted. The graphics seem to be inaccurate there, guys. We lose Kim, unfortunately.
We do lose Kim. Lee had more chips, and that means we are going to go on a break and get this heads-up battle commenced for you in less than 10 minutes.
All right, guys, we'll be back soon.
We'll be right back.
What do we do? We go, like, we change spots, or I go there?
I stay at the, or move to 6, or stay here?
Yeah, 2 and 7. You got 5 minutes.
5?
스몰 블라인드 빅블라인드에서 이제 레이저가 나와서 내가 킹 10, 7으로 이제 탑 레이저를 했는데 플랍이 이제 8, 9, 잭 나오면서 이제 스트레이트에 킹 원페어 있고 또 다른 플러시 들어놓고 상대가 운 좋게 퀸 10을 가지고 있어서 난 퀸도 아웃수가 있어서
그렇죠.
그래서 이제 승부를 봤는데 거기서 졌죠.
When small blind opens and then he drew bet with king 10-7 and then flop came out 8-9 jack, so he made a jack high straight and unfortunately he had a queen high straight, the nuts, but I have a kings also, then I have some more out like a queen, but it didn't came out, so yeah, it busted out. 아시아랑 유럽 대회 같은 데 나가보면은 좀 필드가 다르다는 걸 좀 느끼시나요? 어떻게 다르나요?
예. 아시아는 이제 아무래도 좀 유럽 선수들이 가장 스킬적인 면이나 이제 좀 어그레션한 면에서 좀 특화되어 있어서 그리고 상대 선수에 대한 이제 익스플로이 이런 걸 위주로 최적화되어 있는 아주 강한 포커를 치고 있고, 아시아 쪽은 아직 좀 뭐라고 해야 되지? 아시아 플레이어도 잘하는 플레이어들이 많은데 평균적으로 봤을 때 아직 유럽에 비해서 레벨이 낮아서 이제 스리벳 사이징이라든가 스리벳을 운영하는 이런 면에서 조금 다른 면이 많이 있는 것 같아요.
First of all, European poker players are very skillful. They know how to exploit the other players, and but Asian players are growing, and now is growing up. So they know how about the like a best sizing kind of that. They're not very familiar with that until now, but they're getting
average level is European is the best.
But yeah,
I think yeah.
Very powerful poker players are all the European.
빅블라인드에서 레이즈가 나와서 10K 레이즈가 나와서 가브리엘 콜에서 서로 스택이 많은 상황이었고 그때 에버리지 스택이 한 17, 8만 정도 되는데 내가 한 26만 가브리엘이 한 30만 정도 가지고 있었는데 거기서 이제 서로 콜을 10K를 한 상황에서 플랍이 에이스, 킹, 세븐
줄리벳을 안 넣죠?
아니 그냥 just 콜 나도
스몰 블라인드
no. 가브리엘 미들 포지션 콜 버튼 콜 빅블라인드 레이즈 10개 가브리엘 콜 나 콜 하고 플랍이 이제 에이스, 킹, 세븐, 오 하트가 나오면서 내가 세컨드 플러시인데 이제 빅블라인드 체크하니까 가브리엘이 레이즈를 이제 탑백 20K 하고 내가 콜하고 턴에 이제 5가 뜨면서 내가 2페어에 세컨드 플러시 가브리엘 탑백으로 또 90K 내가 저스코 리버 이제 4클럽 가브리엘이 6서 올인 그래서 그냥 고민하다가 콜했는데 가브리엘이 빅블러프
넉블럭 가지고
그냥 2핀, 7, 퀸 하트, 저스트 퀸 하트 그 핸드가 이제 나한테 여기까지 올 수 있게 된 가장
at the end of the last day one the spot with the Gabriel, it was a three-way spot, and
Ace King 7 heart.
Yeah, Ace King 8.
Flop is Ace King 7 heart, and I have a Jack 5.
He had the Jack high flush, so he's second nut. Then Gabriel flop bet. He blind check and Gabriel continuation bet, and he calls, and then on the turn. A pair, no pairs, and then he got 2 pair and Jack high flush, or still, and he bet again, 2 better, double better,
top bet,
and he called, and we were brick, and he triple better with the pot all in. So he really thinking about the moment because he has non nuts, second nuts. Yeah, but he after the consideration and then he decided to call and he get a queens with a heart.
Yeah, just a
blocker. Yeah. So he get the pot. That's the I think he thinks that that's the most important hand in this tournament. 여기에서 어떤 토너먼트들을 더 참가하실 건지.
작년에 25K 뭐 2등하고. 지금은 이제 미니메인 이벤트를 하고선 25K는 좀 생각을 하고 나갈 거고 메인 이벤트랑 뭐 나머지 이벤트들은 다 할 것 같은데 25K랑 50K는 조금 생각을 해볼 거예요.
He runner up the last year WSOP is 25K high roller, so he consideration about the challenge again, but not decided yet. But he already made the date. Mini main event day 2. So he played for the tomorrow day 2 event.
Mini main event finish I just
and then also he will play a main event, and the other tournament he will participate in.
But 25K and 50K last year I played, but so it's painful. I just thinking.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Alrighty folks, we are back. We are live for the heads up battle, the 2K pot limit Omaha. One of these players is going to be your champion, take home that bracelet and 91,183 euro. 65 big blinds is playing 37. Which one of these players will be your winner? We're about to find out. We're about to put a ribbon on this thing. Still a relatively deep heads up battle, so this could take a while yet, but seatbelts and airbags for this one.
Seatbags and seatbelts? Seatbelts and airbags, yes, thank you. We have to reiterate what you just said there, Dan, but yes. Indeed, indeed, indeed.
Basically, strap in.
Strap in, my man.
He's a strapping young man.
Aye. Good luck to men, Alito and Mr. Lee.
Yes, I love it.
It's a good stare down. It's the first time we see Alito
smile.
Yeah, bro. No disrespect to the man, but that's the first time we saw it.
I've always been told that I'm actually scary at the poker table because I put on such a serious menacing look, like, and I never knew this, like, but I'm a very friendly guy. Obviously, if I talk in a commentary booth for this long, I'm very approachable, but some people just look like they're very mean and, you know, they don't look happy at all. It's because they're so focused.
True, true.
What, chef?
So, it's nice to see him smile the first second we see him away from the felt, right beside it, but, you know, standing up and whatnot.
Yeah.
2, 4, 5, 550.
So guys, we will be announcing this winner soon for the hoodie.
6-2.
So when I get word of who the winner is,
6.5.
I'm not sure if it will be let me know direct message or through chat, but we will be announcing it nonetheless soon enough. So keep an eye out for that. Oh, by the way, guys, we will be also giving away one of the codes in the coming moments as well. What I might do, the hoodie giveaway first, and then we will be announcing the code also if people are still awake.
Yeah, fair play to the chat if you're still going at this late hour in the night.
Okay, guys, I just got word. All the people that are subscribed, that are in chat at the moment, need to type turn in chat. So that's T-U-R-N. You need to type this in chat. Once you have typed T-U-R-N, turn in chat, you will be entered into the giveaway for the hoodie, all right? So T-U-R-N in chat. You need to type this in chat to be legible for the giveaway. So anyone who is a subscriber needs to type T-U-R-N in chat right now to be legible. Okay, good luck, good luck.
I'll keep an eye on the action for the moment there. Lee raising the 250 with the 8766. Alioto going to call it 8553. Bob is 764.
I think we have the 4 guides, guys. I'm not going to type in turn myself, even though I did sub. As much as I would love the hoodie, I am not going to be legible for this myself. But either way, we have 4 people. If I'm not mistaken, I think them guys are the 4 people that did. But I will announce this one more time, and if I don't see any more turns in chat, we will just announce the winner. So anyone else who is a subscriber in chat, please type in turn right now to be legible for the giveaway for the hoodie.
We could see a decent amount of chips go in here. It is a pair board though. Alioto flopping a straight. Lee turning a full house.
Okay, guys, again, I don't want to be jumping through Dan's commentary here at this point, so...
That's alright, go ahead.
No worries, my bro, no worries. So, we have the winner. The Sibby has won the giveaway. Congrats, sir. Well played. My advice to you is, someone from the mods or someone along that lines will be in touch with you with some of the details that needs to be done. Congrats, the Sibby. We will be in touch with you with the details. I'm just waiting for confirmation from the guys here at Kings what the process needs to happen right now. We'll also be giving away one of the codes as well, guys. Bear that in mind. I might end up giving away the 2 codes because if this goes heads up and it's over swiftly, I may not have time. So we need their address, phone number, email and name into DM. So you need to contact the Kings
Twitch channel, okay? So when you contact the King's Twitch channel, we need your address, your phone number, your email, and your name. So the Sibby, please contact the King's channel with them details, please. Do you understand the Sibby? I think you do. Nice, thanks. You did get the message. So like that, guys, I want to give away 2 of these codes, get them out of the way so we can focus on the commentary. So there's still 2 codes up for grabs, guys. I'm going to grab the question now, so give me 1 moment. We'll get these 2 codes out of the way, and me and Dan then can chill out for the rest of the stream.
This hand is huge, Alan.
Okay.
Call.
It's just going to be a pot-sized bet.
Yeah,
getting called.
Snap call.
And that puts him down to about 2 million, which is good for 20 big blinds right now. Go ahead, call.
No worries. Okay, guys, so I'm going to give away the rest of these codes, these 2 final codes, all right? So, listen up, guys. The 2 final codes, and the question is, if 2 players have the same pair, what breaks the tie? If 2 players have the same pair, what breaks the tie? First question, first answer that I think is the correct one will win the next code. So, if 2 players have the same, there you go, TTV, you're going to win that. TTV, you're going to win that, my man. You got ahead against, yeah, you were the first one with the correct answer, TTV. Well played, my man. So we do have one more code to give away, okay? So listen up, guys, this is going to be the final code of today's stream. We will have more codes to give away tomorrow, so there's still another chance for you guys to win. So the final question is, what is the poker term for adding more chips to the pot? I repeat, what is the poker term for adding more chips to the pot? It is a 1-word answer, guys. When I see the first one come up in chat, I will announce the winner immediately. So, what's the poker term for adding more chips to the pot? Oh, we have it. Easy Rider, you are the winner of the final code, my man. Well played, sir. Easy Rider, you are the winner of the code. Well played, sir. So as I said, guys, we are all out of codes for tonight. Just want to reiterate the Sibby, make sure you contact the King's page with your address. Just let me reiterate that again. Make sure you contact the King's page with your address, phone number, email, and name, please, into the DM, alright? You need to contact the King's Twitch channel, the Sibby, okay? You need to direct message the King's channel on Twitch, alright? With your address, phone number, email, and name, sir, okay? Can I get a yes in chat just to make sure you hear that? Would be a great help. I can repeat that if you want again, bro. Just make sure, just let me know in chat that you got all them details, the Sibby. Awesome, bro. Awesome. So I think we're in the clear, Dan. Congrats everyone on the codes, and congrats again, Sibby, on winning the hoodie, mate. It's going to be lovely on you, I can promise you that. So as I said, guys, tomorrow we'll have 10 more codes again. The following day we'll have another 10. And as far as I know, on Saturday we'll also have another 10 codes. So there's still 30 codes up for grabs, guys. Just to reiterate one more time, if you're shopping on the King's store or the King's shop online, every €20 you spend will get you 1 code, which will be entered into the raffle on the 12th of November with all those amazing prizes. Final plug of the night, guys. Congrats to all the winners again.
Yes, indeed. Congrats to all the winners. Well played, lads.
Well played, lads.
Great mass.
I have to be the giveaway king at this stage, surely.
Yeah, I tried to even... I couldn't hold a candle to your giveaway. I don't know, we'll have to put a phrase on it. Yesterday I started to talk about the giveaway, and I go, oh no, that's Alan.
That's Alan.
You are the giveaway king. That's the phrase, I guess.
There you go. Congrats again, guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow. We still have a heads-up battle to commentate on here, but as I said, congrats to all the winners this evening, guys. Well played.
Well, he's got him on the ropes here, Al, because Aliotto just with 1.6 million behind Lee over the 8 million mark. Ace-10 deuce is the flop. 3 kings for Aliotto, not too hot on this board.
300.
And this one, Aliota, after taking a hammering after that, he could have lost the lot when he flopped straight against the set, but set flops back, turns a boat. Probably ambitious to think they could get it all in, but once the board pairs, of course, he's just going to be forced to call on the river. Nothing else he can do. He's not going to go over the top. But unless they, and it's not even that great to get the set in on the flop. It's just not going to happen that way. Lost a chunk anyway, and now he's battling sub 15 bigs to start the hand here.
Yeah, I completely missed that, bro, with all the giveaway talk, but I did see the board itself. But yeah, the actual action was went straight over my head, bro. But yeah, seeing the damage done after that, and as you mentioned, he's probably on the ropes, as you mentioned, mate.
Yeah, it's just he's not used to this, is he? He's been hovering around the chip lead this whole entire final table.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
I find it really fascinating the way he's navigated through this one. My big takeaway would be that he just was staying out of dodge, just racking up pay jumps, not having to do much.
Well, he did a alright job, in fairness.
Sometimes you're forced to do the opposite. So I mean, it was maybe a blessing in disguise that he was pretty card dead for a while. He didn't get much big hands, but there was some certain spots where he just stayed out of danger, and it really played into a big advantage for him, propelling him to a podium finish.
True.
It's just sometimes you lose that chip lead, you lose momentum, it's hard to get it back. He has a mountain to climb here in this heads-up battle now.
Yeah, seems that way, bro.
And do you remember when Lee was against the ropes?
Yeah.
He only had a few bigs at one stage.
Look at him now. Look at him now.
I mean, I don't know, was he sub 10 bigs? I remember him having quite a short stack. It's hard to remember. We've commentated on 142 hands today so far, so.
True. Pretty crazy amount, to be honest, bro. But I was, to be honest with you, I've enjoyed every bit of it.
Yeah, well, I've done nearly 300, up near 280 was the record one time. 260 something, around that, it was past 250. So, not my first rodeo.
True that.
Aliota and the 3-bet to 900k. Queen Jack 9-4 double suited. I don't think Lee's going to be able to continue. Although, you can see from the percentages, has a lot of equity. It's just not a situation where he wants to get it all in here, surely.
Yeah, I mean, the 5-3 is obviously a really bad part of this combo, bro, in fairness. But yeah, the King 7 could be tempting, but I imagine he's going to fold here. I know it's late into the hours of the morning here, bro, but still, there's still a bracelet up for grabs here, so don't want to be getting too spewy or messy. Still playing for the guts of what? What's the pay jumps? What are we looking at here? Although it's this.
It's about 60 to 90.
Yeah,
something like that.
Yeah, I know it's 91k up top, right? Yeah, but you're right. I think it is around the 60k mark per second, which is not a small pay jump by any means, mate.
Well, it's pretty open the chat here because of all the people wanting to know about the giveaway.
No, I think you're right though. I think it is a 90k. It's like 91k, and then it was like 60k or so.
There it is, folks. 56. 358. So quite a significant jump between first and second, and the bracelet. Second leaves with nothing in terms of the gold. No silver medal to be awarded here, Alan.
No, sir. They're fighting for the gold. They're fighting for the bracelet. They're fighting for an extra 30k, give or take, if not more. 34, 35k, give or take, whatever the case may be. Still a lot up for grabs here, mate. And Lee flopping quads.
Oh dear, Quadzilla in the house. Problem is, usually when you have quads, it's hard for your opponent to have anything.
True. But he does have a flush draw, Dan. He's using on the pair to the 9s as well, which he will not be check folding here, or should I say, getting away for this for one street, I'd imagine, but maybe he might end up checking this back, and he does.
Yeah, he's going to get some value from the quads if a diamond pops off. Imagine a 7. Be pretty disgusting.
7 from heaven, eh? I like the lead actually from Lee here, because he's obviously going to do this with a bunch of draws as well, so it's really nice to be able to do this when you actually have quads. And Alito here obviously has a pair plus draw. Obviously still would feel that he has a live outs, obviously, so we'll see what he ends up doing.
Yeah, double pair board, so flush going to be not the greatest, although I think he just has to see a river. He's got the 7s as well, come on.
Yeah, he has outs, Well, I mean, look, we know he doesn't have outs, but majority of the time he will have outs. Outs to improve, that is.
6 of hearts on the river. We're bricking away.
Probably better off he's bricking, Dan, given he's up against quads.
$600K is the bet.
I mean, if this was no limit hold'em, bro, it would be a pretty standard bluff cash spot. It does. I mean, I understand the heads up. It's just the early hours of the morning, man. It's just like, it's been a long day, man.
Didn't think about it for long. Had kind of made his mind up if a brick hit, he was going to pay him off. That's what I would be thinking from watching that. He very calm and calculated, taking a long time with his decisions at this final table, but that wasn't one of those occasions.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I'd say about that, but it's obviously an extra 2 cards to worry about here in terms of the comparison between Omaha and No Limit Hold'em. I think that's a pretty standard call in the No Limit Hold'em streets. But given you're dealing with 4 cards, stronger possibility of 3x, 9x, maybe less likely to have 2 9s and 2 3s, whatever the case may be, but hard to say if that's going to be a very standard call or not. He didn't really deliberate or debate too much about it. He seemed to flick it in pretty swiftly.
Lee playing 9.2 million now, and he's basically got 90% of the chips in play.
Yeah. Alito is for sure on the ropes here. He looks depleted. Lee looking a lot more zoned in, a lot more focused than Alito. Alito looks pretty tired.
Championship rounds here, because it was the other way around for all of this FT.
Yeah, that is true. Tough situation for Alito to be in here, Dan.
Yeah, it's almost like Lee looks fresher now than he did 2 hours ago.
Crazy.
Yeah, because I was saying all 3 of them were looking tired, and they were. I'm not going to lie, I've been going and splashing water on my face there a couple of times just to make sure I'm staying with it. So if I'm feeling that way, I wonder what they're at on the break. See the guy, see Alioto there with the green tea or something like that's always good around this hour. But the damage is done.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously the starting hand was, I'm not going to say a deciding factor, but Lee obviously had a close to 2-1 chip lead, and immediately losing that pot, man, when the disadvantage was already up against it, or should I say he was already up against it in general. Losing that pot at the start, man, when you're already up against it, it's not an ideal situation to be in, you know, and it's more or less kind of unfortunately gotten worse and worse since that, yeah, I mean, he's just going to be
sticks it in.
Just running this by the looks of it. I think Lee might just be calling here, seeing a flop, and then if he binks anything, just going to be, there we go.
Yeah, here we go. This could be it.
Yeah, the club's dominated here, Dan. Lee does, so we could be seeing the final hand here, guys. We could be seeing it. Alito at risk here, Queen 7-6-4 double suited versus Lee's Ace 6-5-4 single suit.
60-40.
It's not a fucking. Excuse me. It's not a post flop coin flip, but it's close, Dan.
A lot of F's there, Alan, that's okay. First time for everything on the channel.
I mean, this was 9 hours into the stream, bro. That's the first F-bomb. We're
Jack
doing okay.
5, deuces the flop. Lee, 2-1 favourite. Well, it's funny because if that's the first time that's happened, then we're doing all right.
True.
I think we're past the watershed anyway, Alan.
Aye.
Turn is the king of clubs, and that is not a good card for Aliotto. This could be the last card of the night. We might have a champion after this river. Is there to be another twist of this tail? Just 16% equity for Aliotto to remain in this event. River is the 10.
Hold on.
Lee, you can see how much it means to him. Well played. Commiserations and congratulations to Aliotto. There is your champion. Aliotto taking home over 50 grand for his efforts, but it is Lee taking down over 91,000 euro the title and winning that a magnificent gold bracelet. What a roller coaster of a night. So much action. That's 3 action-packed days in a row for the fans out there.
Yes, sir.
We've had the 350 no limit hold'em opener, 2 days of PLO back to back.
Wow.
Just incredible, Alan. We're going to get some well-needed rest.
Indeed, my man.
And we've got a surprise for the fans tomorrow. We've got streams tomorrow and Friday. And don't forget, we'll be getting down to the business end of the No Limit Hold'em mini main event all day Saturday. We'll have to crown a champion in that one before it's all said and done, before this week is over. Right, guys, we are going to say our goodbyes. You know the crack by now. We're on all the usual social media platforms. Give us a like, subscribe and a follow on Twitch or YouTube. If you want to find out additional information about the resort, buy some merchandise or whatever the case may be, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan.
And I've been Alan the Thing, guys. Over and out. GG.
Well, mixed feelings, you know. At the end of the day, at the beginning of the day, this should be a good result. Then you are there, you know, you wish it's your time. The heads up started the first hand badly. I lost almost half my stack there. And then it didn't really improve along the way. That's it. Well, the way he played, he either have full house, quads. You know, it's very rare, or he has nothing. So it was hard to believe he would have quads or full house. Very few combinations because it's double paired. I made a kind of hero call, and it didn't work out. I'll keep playing. There are still many tournaments. Tomorrow there is a big cash game. I'll be there. I was already setting it up, so.
Congratulations on winning your first WSOP Europe bracelet. How does it feel?
Of course, I feel amazing, and the point is, I hit so many good hand and the foul play. I cannot imagine what happened. I'm still in shock right now. Yeah.
Really lucky?
Kind of. Yeah, very very lucky. If you see the stream, you saw it.
Yeah. You won 91,000 euros. What are you going to do with the money?
I think I will use the money to fight more champion for it.
So bankroll basically.
Yeah.
Okay. Congratulations once again.
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
做咩動作啊？